Hello. Good morning to one and all. Knowledge itself is power. Francis Bacon. Ladies and gentlemen, respected guests and dignitaries, delegates, teachers, and students, a warm welcome to one and all. Today, we have gathered here for the inaugural function of the 9th International Conference in Life Skills Education, jointly organized by the Indian Association of Life Skills Education and Ma Theophilus Training College. Life skills are a set of abilities and competencies that enable individuals to effectively navigate the challenges of everyday life, both personally and professionally. These skills are essential for personal development, successful interactions with others, and achieving one's goals. Developing these life skills contributes to personal growth, enhances relationships, and improves overall well-being. To mark the beginning of this ceremony, let us invoke the presence of God. I invite Radhika L. Raj for the invocation. I request all of you to raise from the seats.
Sri Saraswati Namostude Amba Sri Saraswati Namostude Paradevade Sri Padi Gauri Padi Guru Guha Vinude Vidiyuvade Sri Saraswati Namostude Vasanatraya vivarjita varamuni vandida murte Vasanatraya vivarjita varamuni vandida murte Vasa vadyagila nechara varavidarana bahukirte tarahasayuda mukha muruhe albhuda charana muruhe samsara vidya bahe sagala mandrakshara guhe Sri Saraswati Namostude Paradevade Sri Padi Gauri Padi Guru Guha Vinude Vidiyuvade Sri Saraswati Namostude
Let me invite the real leader of our college, Professor Dr. Doju John, Principal, Ma Theophilus Training College, and Convener, ICLSE 2024, who is a life skill trainer cum motivational speaker for the welcome address.
Most respected Union Minister, Minister of State for External Affairs, Sri V. Muralidharan Sir, Your Beatitude, Moranmore Basilius Clemis Catholica Baba, Head of the Malangara Syrian Catholic Church, Dr. A. Radhakrishnan Nair Sir, Founder President of the Indian Association of Life Skills Education, esteemed guest on the dais, seasoned life skill trainers, galaxy of people committed to the cause of education, delegates and all participants. Warm welcome to the International Conference on Sustainable Development through Life Skills Education, organized by Indian Association of Life Skills Education and Ma Theophilus Training College, Nalanjara. Matthew Arnold points out, to learn and propagate the best known and taught in this world. That's the duty of a critic. In fact, to learn and to propagate what is best known and taught in this world is the duty of every human being, especially the teacher. As we embark on a 3-day journey to put our brains together to develop a life skill based education, this gathering happens to be a real satsang of noble minds. Union Minister of State for External Affairs, Sri V. Muralidharan Sir, is a familiar face to all of us, a humanist to the core, an ardent philanthropist. No wonder our External Affairs Ministry is assertive but ethical, diplomatic but progressive. Prognosis round the world is that the next 50 years belong to India. India among the list of developed nations and to the array of top 3 GDPs. Our pride, Muralidharan Sir, is one among the top leaders who are working with missionary zeal for the same. Dear Sir, in spite of your hectic schedule, you have found time to boost our morale and commitment to the cause of life skills. On behalf of Cardinal Clemens Catholica Baba and all present here, I extend to you the warmest welcome note, sir. His Beatitude, Moran Mor Basilios Clemens Catholicos, the head of the Malankara Syrian Catholic Church, is a core team member of Pope Francis, and he is one who sees the whole picture. His Beatitude befriends all, always open to all perspectives. He always identifies ways we can come together and jointly work for philanthropy and human empowerment. As MTTC marches forward, completing the 10,000th mark of producing committed teachers, the vision of his Beatitude is to develop committed teachers for India and for the world, rooted in our spiritual tradition and values. Your Beatitude, your prayers and presence adds immeasurable value and spiritual vibe to this gathering. In the name of the Honorable Minister and our Chair Radhakrishnan Sir and all who have gathered here, let me extend a very warm welcome, dear Pidave. Dr. Radhakrishnan Sir, former Registrar of Central University, Kerala, founder president of IALSE, is a synonym of quality and commitment. But for his leadership and ideas, we would not have actualized this program. Interaction with him would leave us more passionate about life skills always. Sir, on behalf of all gathered here, warm welcome to you, sir. Professor Shekhar Sheshadri, former director of NIMHANS, needs no introduction to the world. He is one of the leading life skill trainers of the world, an ardent admirer of humanism who befriends all a pleasant personality. Dear Professor Shekhar Sheshadri, sir, warm welcome to you to this August assembly. Gigi Thompson, sir, former Chief Secretary of Kerala, is a known face to all of us. A very good orator, a man deeply committed to all positive activities and philanthropy, is giving leadership roles in all facets of social development and environment. He is a virtuous person where he is committed to values always. Gigi Thompson, sir, your presence adorns value to this gathering. Warm welcome to you, sir. Professor M.N. Mustafa Elias, sir, Professor and Head Department of Education, Central University of Kerala, President IALSE and Director of the conference, is known to all of us. He has been organizing all these programs for the last 2 days with his team from Kasaragod. is a life skill trainer par excellence, a research guide of international reputation. Warm welcome, Mustafa sir, to this august assembly. We have on the dais Ms. Rema Bide ma'am, Secretary of Life Skills Association and Organizing Secretary of this international conference. A person who is really committed to life skills and an outstanding human being and very good technical skills she has got. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. Professor Dr. Maya S. is one of the senior professors of Madhya Training College, a research guide par excellence. She is the organizing secretary of this international conference. She has been doing splendid work for this program. Professor Dr. Maya, warm welcome to you. All of you are having significant and influential roles in education and life skills. I don't want to mention each one of you since we are running short of time. I would like to welcome all the seasoned life skill trainers and galaxy of educators from around the world. Warm welcome to you all. I would like to extend all of you a beautiful 2024 and 3 days of outstanding deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As a token of love, we honor the dignitaries by adorning with Ponnada. I request His Beatitude, more and more Basilius Cardinal Clemens Catholicus, Major Archbishop of Malankara Syrian Catholic Church, head and patron of MSc colleges, to honor the Minister Sri V. Muralidharan, Honorable Minister of State, External Affairs and Parliamentary Affairs of Government of India with Ponnada. Now, I request Dr. A. Radhakrishnan Nair, Founder, President IALSE and Chairperson ICLSE 2024, to honor His Beatitude, more and more Basilius Cardinal Clemens Catholicus, Major Archbishop of Malankara Syrian Catholic Church, head and patron of MSc colleges with Ponnada. Thank you, sir. I request Professor Dr. Joju John, Principal, ICLSE Training College and Convener, ICLSE 2024, to honor Shekhar Sheshadri, former Director, NIMHANS Bangalore, with Ponnada. I request Professor Dr. M.N. Mohammadunne Elias Mustafa, Professor and Head Department of Education, Director ESNCLSE, Central University of Kerala, President IALSE and Director ICLSE 2024, to honor Sri Gigi Thompson Sir, IAS, retired former Chief Secretary, Government of Kerala, with Ponnada. Thank you, sir. Lighting the lamp can bring warmth and tranquility to your space. Let me invite the chief guest and other dignitaries to light the lamp. Requesting you to raise for lighting the lamp.
দেখো আলোয় আলো আকাশ, দেখো আকাশ তারায় ভরা, দেখো যাওয়ার পথের পাশে ছুটে হাওয়া পাগল পারা, এত আনন্দ আয়োজন সবই বৃথা আমায় ছাড়া। ভরে থাকুক আমার মুঠো, দুই চোখে থাকুক ধারা, এলো সময় রাজার মতো, হলো কাজের হিসেব সারা।
Thank you all. Kindly be seated. It's time to officially inaugurate the function. I invite Sri V. Muralidharan, Honorable Minister of State, External Affairs and Parliamentary Affairs, Government of India, for the inaugural address.
Namaskaram and good morning to all of you. His Beatitude, more and more Basilius Cardinal Clemis Catholicos, Sri Gigi Thompson, IAS retired, former Chief Secretary of the Government of Kerala, Dr. Shekhar Sheshadri, former Director, Nimhans, Bangalore, Dr. A. Radhakrishnan Nair, former President of IALSE and Chairperson ICLSE 2024, Dr. Joju John, Principal in charge of Mar Theophilus Training College and Convener ICLSE 2024, Professor Dr. Mustafa, Professor and Head of the Department of Education, Central University of Kerala, Professor Dr. Maya S., Professor Mar Theophilus Training College and Organizing Secretary of ICLSE 2024, other dignitaries on and off the dais, delegates who have assembled here on this morning to attend this 9th International Conference on Life Skills Education 2024. Namaskaram to all of you. Let me offer warm greetings to the organizers and participants of the 9th International Conference on Life Skill Education. I would also like to welcome all those who have come over from outside Trivandrum to this very beautiful city of Trivandrum, the capital of Kerala. Being a resident of Kerala, I consider it's my prerogative to welcome you all. I appreciate the efforts, the collaborative efforts of the Indian Association of Life Skill Education and Mar Theophilus Training College, Thiruvananthapuram, for organizing this very important conference. Bringing together experts, practitioners and policymakers from around the country. And I hope since this is an international conference, there will be some delegates who have come from abroad also, to discuss the vital role of life skill education in youth development, which will offer a valuable learning opportunity for participants. The theme of the conference, Global Synergy for Sustainable Development, Integrating Life Skills for Systemic Change, is particularly relevant at a time when the world has prioritized issues like climate change and sustainable development as one of the core areas. And I am sure that the valedictory function will be addressed by none other than the Honorable External Affairs Minister of India, Dr. S. Jaishankar, whom I can say with my personal experience, the most competent authority who can speak about the issues related to all these issues, especially in the global context. Friends, the world today presents us with both challenges and opportunities. Our effectiveness depends on making informed choices that contribute to the improvement of humanity. From war in one region to the challenge of climate change, health crisis, and global conflicts, the present themes are characterized by challenges that transcend borders. To achieve sustainable development and address these pressing global issues, nations need to collaborate, share knowledge, pool resources, and coordinate policies. I would like to inform the gathering that India has already made significant progress in this area under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. In fact, many of the activities that has been undertaken by India, it promotes to the efforts that are being made by global entities. And life skills, integrating life skills for a systemic change, that is a most relevant topic in the present context. The Mission Life, launched by Prime Minister, aims to address the challenges faced by our planet through human-centered, collective efforts and robust actions that enhance sustainability. Our national education policy is also designed with a commitment to align with the Sustainable Development Goals. Friends, as outlined in the concept note for this conference, global collaboration is essential to achieve sustainable development, and this effort must commence with educating the younger generation in life skills with a specific focus on sustainability. The World Health Organization and UNICEF also emphasize these priorities. The UN SDGs also prioritize life skills as a key component in SDG 4, that is quality education, and SDG 3, good health and well-being. Experts in the field will agree with me when I say that integrating lifestyle and life skills would enable individuals to contribute to the broader goal of sustainable development. Such an alignment with nature, Mother Earth, was an integral part of our ancient educational system. It is India's heritage, so it is important to understand the traditional mechanisms that work in harmony with nature in the past. The recent G20 summit held under India's presidency also reflected the same spirit with the theme of one world, one family, one future. The student-teacher relationship, which In earlier times, I would not say that the Guru Shishya can be translated in the real sense to teacher and student. Because the concept behind the Guru Shishya was something different. The present teacher-student relationship is something entirely different. So I will not directly take that meaning in that sense, but still I would say the Guru Shishya Parampara focused on the holistic development of the student by nurturing both the inner and outer self. Education emphasizes values such as humility, truthfulness, discipline, self-reliance, and respect for all creations, which automatically nurtures students to appreciate the balance between human beings and nature. Education in India has a tradition of being practical, achievable, and complementary to life, as evidenced by its acknowledgement in many international forums. This validation reflects the principles that our nation has long embraced. Friends, you may be aware that the government led by Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji has been prioritizing skills which are required in the present context for the young generation to come up as responsible citizens on the one hand, and as well as face the challenges that the global scenario presents before them. The national education policy is a transformative policy change that has been reshaping the educational landscape in India by integrating life skills, artificial intelligence, technology, and entrepreneurship. The NEP focuses students' skill sets, treating such activities as integral to the holistic education it aims to achieve. Friends, in this context, especially the issues related to the challenges that are faced by the young generation, because they are exposed to a new lifestyle. The scenario in the society, in the family, that has undergone a great change. So in this context, the present generation, they are facing much more stress, much more issues than perhaps all those who are assembled here of the previous generation. So the young generation will have to be trained in coping up with these skills, with the stress, emotions. They will have to be made aware. They will have to get trained in how to solve the various problems that they face, to get attuned to critical thinking, capabilities of critical thinking, effective communication skills, the process of decision making. These are all areas perhaps which I am not sure whether the earlier generation had to face these problems the way the present generation has to face. Or perhaps we had not defined these issues in the earlier scenarios. Perhaps the earlier generations also might have undergone these issues. But in those days, we had not differentiated the various nuances of these issues. So we were not very much worried about these issues. So in the present context, these issues becomes all the more important. And these life skills empower the young people to take positive actions, to protect themselves and promote healthy and positive social relationship, which is the requirement of the present times. In this context, this conference attains very high importance. So a comprehensive plan needs to be developed to ensure that the students the young generation acquires these skills. So recognizing the needs needs of this generation, and access to inclusive and equitable education and promoting opportunities for lifelong learning, NEP has tried to address these issues. The Government of India promotes the use of technology to bridge the gap and foster soft skills in an effective manner. There are numerous technology-based opportunities that foster fundamental skills. For example, the Ullas. Ullas is an effort is a mobile application that focuses on promoting functional literacy, vocational skills, and important life skills which are relevant in the present context, such as financial literacy, legal literacy, digital literacy, and empowerment of citizens to be involved in nation building. It fosters a culture of continuous learning and knowledge sharing in communities throughout India. Our educational institutions needs to incorporate these skills into their curriculum and provide students with an opportunity to learn life skills from or adapt life skills, imbibe life skills from a young age. The UGC has also revised the guidelines for the implementation of life skill courses for undergraduate students. These guidelines cover new modules such as social media, cyber security, cognitive and non-cognitive skills, personal finance management, constitutional values, and patriotism. So I would like to urge the institutions whose representatives are present here especially, that they should need to cater to graduate and postgraduate students as well as diploma courses to take note of this and implement it. By doing so, they can provide exposure to these values, rights and duties, which will enable learners to develop the citizenship skills essential for successfully interacting in a pluralistic, democratic society. Friends, this conference is an excellent platform for providing exposure, transferring knowledge, and motivating young people, particularly the children, to pursue a path that stimulates their creativity and nurtures talent. I invite experts from around the world to examine the national education policy and its specific aspects relating to nurturing children in harmony with nature and culture. Also study the various initiatives that India has made and present it before the world, which will aim to produce a set of citizens who will work along with the world, the rest of the world, to achieve these goals. I am confident that the 3-day conference will help children explore various aspects of life skills and guide them in developing the competencies they need. I extend my best wishes for the success of the conference and hope that these proceedings which will definitely be brought out and will become a reference manual and will be highly valuable to students and researchers in the field of life skills. With these words, let me conclude. Namaskaram to all of you.
Thank you, sir, for your motivational and futuristic words. His Beatitude, More and More Basilius Cardinal Clinis Catholicus, head of Malangara Catholic Church and patron of MSc colleges, has been the pillar of dedication, determination, and guiding spiritual force for all our academic endeavors throughout these years. His venerated presence and insightful thoughts makes the occasion a blessed one. I welcome you, Pidave, for the benedictory address.
Namaskaram. Good morning to you all. Honorable Minister Sri Muralidharan, respected teachers and experts on the dais, and my dear friends. We have just heard the beautiful message of the Honorable Minister Muralidharan, inviting us to explore the possibilities of developing life skills and to know our strength. Let me start with my personal experience. I was about to begin my ministry as a bishop in New York in 2001. It was the month of November and getting into the winter, slightly cold, and for me it was enough to search for a good jacket. That was in New Jersey, close to New York, searching for a jacket fitting to my taste and fitting to my wallet. And then one of my priest senior, he helped me, Father Peter. He took me to different shops, and after 4 or 5 shops, I was really tired. I said, yes, the next shop, whatever be the quality of that, we will buy one because I am tired. Yes, we went to a next shop, and to my satisfaction, I saw one jacket and we purchased it. It was not a bad price, about $260. It's not a bad price because I did not pay, he paid it. So I took it, came back, and then in the evening we opened the packet and I saw made in India. I was really surprised. Then Father Peter told me, this you would not get it in India. This is export quality. Then I whispered to him, we are not bad. Because this is being sold in the first level class of shopping centers. In line with the message of Minister Muralidharan, I would say, know our strength and be proud of what we have. We are all happy and we are all proud to be called Indians wherever we are. And on this day of this beautiful gathering of the experts and the respected teachers and the students, future teachers, we are really delighted that the Indian Association of Life Skills Education is collaborating with Theophilos Training College in organizing such an international conference regarding not simply development, significant sustainable development. Not for a progress which lasts for a few years, but sustainable development is the theme. In our tradition, Guru is the one who dispels darkness, and learning is accompanying the Guru, observing him and learning from him. Indians, we don't need self-help books because our core value system is the other-centered and the vision is Vasudhaiva Kudumbagam. We see the collective beauty and strength kept for everyone and kept for all. The world, a beautiful family. When we look around, we see variety. We can make our choice. Either see variety as a contradiction or perceive it as a complementary one. And that's the beauty. Our Guru, Sri Narayana Guruji, said, Avanavan alma sukhathinnayi ആചരിക്കുന്നത് അവരൻ സുഖത്തിനായി വരണം. What you do for your fulfillment and inner harmony, let that contribute to the fulfillment and harmony of your colleagues. Life skills as defined by the World Health Organization, the abilities for adaptive and positive behavior and that enable individuals to deal effectively with the demands and challenges of everyday life. We need to lead a life in harmony, not just with humans, but with the environment as well. As we meet Pope Francis in Rome for our various meetings, he strongly reminds us, respect the Mother Earth. It is our common home. He wrote 2 official encyclicals, that is the official teaching, on protecting the environment and keeping the Mother Earth safe and protected, so that everybody will have a share, the goodness that is being shared for all. He was supposed to come to the UAE last month, but due to his ill health, he had to cancel the trip, but he always remained with such beautiful deliberations for the entire humanity. I'm personally very happy that one of our colleges, Mar Theophilos Teachers Training College, is also collaborating with many other good people of goodwill and agencies in organizing such a wonderful international conference, inviting all of us to think of that makes us proud of our country. This is a campus with 19 institutions, Marivanios Vidyanagar, including a center for the mentally challenged people. And for your information, and if you get time, please visit them. We have a house called Snehaveed at the end of the campus, where we have 120 inmates. Those people are from different mental institutes. At one point of time, they say, we have no more space. You can go home. To where? Nobody knows. So this house is for them, and we take care of them. So the campus is not only dealing with the academics, but also dealing with the humans with the maximum care and respect. We need to work for the betterment of our country. As the minister said, we are progressing, and we are one of the counted powers of the world. Not focusing on the arms and ammunitions of our country, but the real wealth of our country lies somewhere else. Our strength is the vision for the entire world. Because our country said, we are one family. The word global community and so on came much later. We have said first, Vasudhaiva Kudumbagam. And we have wished the entire world, Loga Samasta Sukhino Bhavandu, perceiving the strength of a community is that look at the world as a family, look at the humanity as one unit, and try to say we are strong and we have the power to design the beauty of humanity. I wish and pray that your conference, your coming together, your staying together, and your reflections and the deliberations will help us to think of our country as one of the most dear place where we could stay and think for the generations. I have a small experience of staying outside the country for a few years. And Dr. Shekhar Sheshadri, he is the former director of NIMHANS. Though I was not admitted in NIMHANS, I stayed in Dharmaram College, your next door, for 3 years. And we always used to say we are close to the mental institute, but not yet admitted. We are very happy that such great persons from different walks of life are assembled here to ponder. And I, with my limited exposure, I must say, this is the best country that you can live. And India being the best locus for everyone. And for everyone, there is a dignified space to stay, not for a few months for vacation, but for generations to say, this is my home. Thank you and God bless you.
Well, that was an insightful speech. Thank you, Pidavi, for blessing the occasion with your presence and valuable words. I invite Dr. A. Radhakrishnan Nair, Founder President, IALSE, and Chairperson, ICLSE 2024, for the Presidential Address. Thank you for blessing us.
Respected Chief Guest of the Day, Sri V. Muralidharan Sir, most respect Reverend Archbishop Basilios Cardinal Climes Catholicos, our keynote speaker, Dr. Shekhar Sheshadri, my mentor, Guru, Sri Gigi Thompson Sir, Principal of this college, Dr. Joju John, President of Indian Association of Life Skills Education, Professor Mustafa, Secretary of Life Skills Association, Mrs. Rama Bide, Professor Maya, Professor of Martha Phyllis College, the galaxy of personalities who are here to attend this international conference, Professor Emeritus Professor Dr. Ramachandran Sir, delegates from Sri Lanka, delegates from Nepal, Maldives, and all those delegates who have joined online from across the country and globe, and the faculty members, students of Martheophilis College, the delegates who are participating in this ninth edition of our International Conference of Life Skills Education, organized by Indian Association of Life Skills Education and Martheophilis College. Dear friends, it is one of the great occasion for the life skills educators in the country. We started the journey as an association in 2010, way back when we are all working in Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Youth Development as faculty members there. And our first conference we conducted started 2009 was our first conference in Rajiv Gandhi Institute. And from 2009 to 2024 now, in all these conferences, we have one participant without, absent is Dr. Sunitha Ranjan, who is sitting here, our former president of the association. She never missed a conference. And all the conferences she was organizing, in fact. And there are other people like Shubhasri here, but Shubhasri missed in between several conferences. But anyway, I am very happy that all these people are here with us today to, facilitate the process of promoting life skills education in the country. Dear friends, in this conference, the beauty is that we have a whole lot of collaborating agencies, similar agencies who are working for the promotion of life skills education, understanding the importance of it in developing the capacities and capabilities of our younger generation. We have Bhaviga Foundation, which is working in Trivandrum, working, very close to the concept of life skills education. We have a collaborating agency like a Family Planning Association of India, one of the pioneer organizations which is celebrating its 74th anniversary of its existence, based at Mumbai. They are wholeheartedly collaborating in our program. We have Jyotis Center Schools who are giving us a great support, and we have our Center for Life Skills, Center for Teachers Education supporting us. We have an organization from Sri Lanka, Emotional Intelligence and Life Skills. We have another Life Skills Training Institute from Nepal. Like that, the World Curriculum Geneva is supporting us. Our Comparative Education Society is with us. Like that, several organizations are there in this effort to steer this conference. The idea of bringing various agencies together is to share experiences. It is not that, somebody is doing something good and somebody is something, not to that mark. It is this international conference is an opportunity for each and everybody working in the area of life skills to share their experiences and to study from the experiences which other people have gathered. And at the same time, give an opportunity to the researchers across the country, across the globe, to share their research studies. In this particular conference, we have more than 150 researchers have, submitted their abstracts for presentation. And almost 120 abstract papers are going to be presented. Around 34 are going to be online presentations, and all others are presenting in this conference. Apart from that, we are discussing on various aspects of life skills, life skills and gender, life skills and mental health and well-being, life skills for differently or disabled persons, like that, different areas of aspects of life skills we are discussing in this two-day conference. This year, one aspect which we have considered more is that, now we have our National Education Policy 2020 before us. Government of India is looking to implement that in letter and spirit. Now, unlike any other policies, it is one of the very important things. Unlike any other policies, a government is determined to implement a policy. And that is basically because education is the cornerstone of the progress of any nation. So that is why they are doing that. And one of the person who is pioneered this national education policy is with us, Professor Ramachandran, who has authored this national education policy, and we are very much happy that even though he can't walk properly, he was here from early morning onwards to today. Immediately after this inauguration, he is addressing us in exclusively on national education policy. Why I stressed on that? Because this national education policy core, the core of national education policy is not developing knowledge among the people. The core is to develop skills, attitude, values along with knowledge in the people. The nation understood that knowledge alone is not going to make the nation progress. Skill is one of the most important thing to make the nation progress, and the national education policy focuses on that. But even though focus is more on that, in certain area like school education, this life skill is not being introduced vehemently. Earlier, even before the national education policy, in CBSE system, there was life skills education. Module is there, but not taught properly because there is no examination on that. So nobody cares about it because there is no grading for that. Now they have made a comprehensive thing and introduced, so there is no takers for it. So if we look at it, I would say life skills education per se is absent in school education across the country. Some states, some small efforts due to some NGOs are happening. But from government side, school education, life skill is almost a kind of nil in our nation. Some public schools are doing, but barring that, there is very less. UGC in the higher education system has taken an effort now. They have introduced a module, an 8-credit module. UGC themselves have prepared and put it in the public domain and asked all the educational institutions to implement it. Mandatorily implement it for all the graduate students in the country, cutting across the stream, irrespective of the stream. Normally people think it is a psychosocial skill. Why should we learn it? Those who are not learning the psychosocial skills are working just like an AI, artificial intelligence thing. There is no humanity in them, in artificial intelligence. So that is the limitation for the machine thing. Whereas human thing is totally different, where they are using their cognitive ability. So even in this, our UGC has introduced this thing, but the challenge of implementing that is Herculean, because cutting across the stream, if you want to introduce life skills education in our educational system, imagine how many educators you require for teaching the children, teaching all these children in life skills. How much resource you require? I am sure government is not going to give us money. So UGC is telling you take the support of agencies which are working in the field of life skills and use them and do it. I am very thankful to Gigi sir that he has come out with an idea how this can be done through an external agency support in the higher education institution. He is in discussion with various educational institutions how to do it effectively without pressurizing the educational institutions too much. So I hope he may narrate that in his address. What I want to tell is that life skill is being focused in our national education policy, and I hope that in this 2-3 days discussions, that each and every one of us will keep that in mind, and when we are going to discuss the various subjects under this our conference, you focus on the national education policy also, come out with ideas. We will consolidate those ideas and we will submit it to Government of India for its consideration. We will be, our wish is that we may prepare at least 2-3 approach paper or working paper to submit to government. My wish is that we have a special sitting on teacher education, because in teacher education, life skill is this in India. Even in the latest teacher education curriculum framework also, life skill is absent. So then we are talking about it, but in the structural form it is not coming, then how it is going to happen? So I hope that in the discussion we will be in a position to come out with some idea so that we can flag it before the committee to consider it very seriously. Second is the empowering the disabled life skills way. We have to do a lot in that sector. So in that discussion, we would like to bring out a paper to submit it to Department of Disabled Affairs. Another one is mental health and well-being, life skills for mental health and well-being we have to do. So like that, 2-3 different area we have to work upon very seriously, and that would be going to be the outcome of the conference. I think I took 2-3 minutes more than I have been allotted. Sorry for that. I wish the conference all success, and I invite each and every one of you to actively participate and be present in the deliberation. This we have arranged for your participation, not for our knowledge building. It is for every one of us. We can see Trivandrum in the evenings, but during the daytime, please participate in the deliberations and we can make it a very big show. Wish you all the very best. My thanks to Mar Theophilus Training College for their, earnest support for conducting this program. More about them in the last day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for those valuable words. Next, I invite the dedicated, dynamic personality, Shri Gigi Thompson IAS, former Chief Secretary, Government of Kerala, who had been an able administrator, a humanitarian, and a sports lover, to address the gathering with his words and experiences. I welcome you, sir.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm extremely delighted to participate in the 9th International Conference on Life Skills Education. At the very outset, let me congratulate the organizers led by my dear colleague and friend, Dr. A. Radhakrishnan Nair, the founder and president of ICLSE, and the chairperson of this conference. This conference is a testimony to his commitment to popularizing the concept of life skills. As the managing director of Bharat Bhaviga Foundation, I'm extremely happy to associate with this conference. Friends, mastering life skills is a topic that is as essential as your morning coffee. These are things that they should have taught us in the school, but they didn't, because apparently algebra was deemed more critical than adulting. Friends, this conference aims to popularize the need to enhance the skills and the need for mentoring. Classical literature can teach us many of the business lessons we need in life today. The Odyssey, which is 2,700 years old, is a perfect example. While fighting the Trojan War, King Odysseus delegates the care of his son to Telemachus, to a mentor. History offers several examples of facilitating mentoring relationships. Dronacharya mentoring the Pandavas and Kauravas, Jesus mentoring his disciples, Socrates mentoring Plato, Plato mentoring Aristotle, Aristotle mentoring Alexander the Great, and Freud mentoring Young. Friends, I am one of the few IAS officers in this state who get plenty of invites to talk to the school children. Whenever I get an opportunity, I grab those opportunities with both my hands, because I feel it is very, very illuminating to talk to the young boys and girls. Whenever I go to a school, I am welcomed by a huge flex board depicting the pictures of all the boys and girls who have scored A+ in every other subject. For a moment, I will be perplexed. I will lose confidence. My God, if there are so many brilliant children in this school, what will I talk to them? How will I manage them? But the moment I start talking, I get a feeling that these children may be brilliant, but they lack confidence. I leave 10 minutes every time for interaction, but seldom does a child comes to the forefront and offers his or her comments or asks a good question. They are scared. They don't have the confidence to come to the forefront and talk to 3-4 people in public. I am reminded of a poem written by a friend of mine. Those who can't follow Malayalam may kindly excuse me. This is about a small little child who was brilliant otherwise, but was lacking in confidence. Let me quote that poem, and then later your friends can translate. Sunita should take the help of your neighbor to get it translated. Probably you will understand it because it's very simple Malayalam. It is about a boy, a small little boy who was brilliant but then lacked confidence. This boy used to get scared the moment he sees a cane. He gets scared. He starts crying when he is beaten. When the thunder strikes, he cries. When the firecrackers burst, he cries. So one day his mother, she did, she showed a looking mirror to the boy, and the moment he looked at the mirror, he realized that he is what he is, and then from then onwards he became very confident. It's a very simple poem. Vadigandal pedi kuttana, adigondal pedi, idivettumbol pedi kuttana, വെടിപൊട്ടുമ്പോൾ പേടി പേടിത്തൊണ്ടൻ കുട്ടനൊരിക്കൽ പേടിച്ചങ്ങനെ കരയുമ്പോൾ ഓടിച്ചെന്നവൻ അമ്മ കൊടുത്തു കേടില്ലാത്തൊരു കണ്ണാടി കരയും തന്നുടെ മുഖമൊരു വട്ടം കണ്ടേൽ പിന്നെ കരയില്ല വടി കണ്ടാലും കരയില്ല അടികൊണ്ടാലും കരയില്ല ഇടിവെട്ടിയാലും വെടിപൊട്ടിയാലും കുട്ടൻ പൊട്ടിക്കരയില്ല. So the moment the mother instilled confidence in the child knew what he is, and then he started behaving in a very proper manner. Now friends, one of the significant problems which I see in today's education system is a lack of proper grooming. Parents are too busy to spend their time with the children, and teachers are too busy to ensure that the students get A+ in every other subject, and the management is too busy to get 100% pass. The net result of all this is the haphazard growth of our education system. They lack self-assurance, independence, and the ability to take decisions. We need to rectify this cardinal mistake. And it is for this purpose that we decided to come out with a solution. We have formed a Section 8 company called Bharat Bhavika Foundation, and we have come out with a program called Bhavika, aiming at enhancing the life skills of school children. We launched this program on the 11th of September, and within 3 months, we have got 10,000 students under the Bhavika umbrella. What we're doing is very simple. We give them pre-recorded classes on important subjects on every day. We upload it in our website, and the children are given passwords so that they can access it at any point of time. On Monday, we teach them yoga. It's only for 15 minutes. We know that children can't concentrate for more than 15 minutes. Maximum maybe for 20 minutes. But so we have restricted it to 15 minutes. Monday, we teach them yoga and pranayama. Tuesday, we teach them communicative English. Wednesday, we teach them general awareness. Thursday, we teach them mathematics. And Friday, we teach them life skills. And this program is now webcast on almost every day. For the last 3 months, we have been doing it every day. And children have started following this. And we are very thrilled that there are 10,000 students who have joined Bhavika by this time. I've been going around various schools and colleges trying to impress upon them the need to enhance the life skills of children. Already the point has been very well established. Without improving the life skills of our children, it is impossible to reach the heights which our Honorable Minister was mentioning. 90% of our engineering graduates are unemployable. Why? Because they can't speak, they can't talk, they are not confident, and they don't know how to express themselves. I am advising a college, a medical college nearby, and with my great enthusiasm, I invited some experts from Birmingham University to come and recruit some of our MBBS students. And they said that your students know, but then unfortunately they just can't express themselves. What's the point in taking them to England? So this is the problem. This is a major problem that we are facing. Unless you improve the skills, we just can't improve the education system in our country. We will not be able to reach the top 10 countries in the world as we are projecting. You see, what are these life skills that we need to improve? Other than confidence, one is adaptability. You see, it's like trying to fold a fitted sheet. You know that it must be done, but it's a real puzzle. What Darwin once said, it's not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent. It is one of the most responsive to change. So let us be more adaptable than a chameleon at a disco. Friends, second, of course, is communication. Effective communication is like trying to assemble an IKEA furniture. You have the tools, you have the words, but if you don't follow the instructions carefully, it might end up a little wobbly. As Bernard Shaw once quipped, the single biggest problem in communication is the illusion that it has taken place. So let us communicate with clarity, or we might end up with metaphorical wobbly furniture. And then of course, is critical thinking. It is a superhero power we all wish we had during group projects. Einstein once pointed out, the important thing is not to stop questioning. Curiosity has its own reason for existence. So let us channel our inner Sherlock Holmes and question everything, even why we still use fax machines in some of our offices. Then, of course, one is emotional intelligence. Yesterday, our friends from Sri Lanka, they went to the nearby dental college and made a presentation on emotional intelligence. And today I got the feedback. Children said it was an outstanding session, even though you could not complete the session in toto. They said it was very, very interesting. So this is how things improve, you see. Emotional intelligence is like seasoning of life. I have learned that people will forget what you said. They will forget what you did. But people will never forget how you made them feel. So let us sprinkle some empathy and understanding into our interactions. And of course, next requirement is time management, which every one of us talk profusely about this subject. And this is a skill which we pretend to have in our resumes. As one great thinker humorously stated, either you run the day or the day runs you. So let us not let the day take us on a wild ride like a roller coaster with a broken seat belt. Friends, another quality which we need to improve is resilience. It is the basis, the foundation of life skills. Success is not final, failure is not fatal, but the courage to continue is what counts most. So let us roll with the punches like a true champion in the ring. And of course, I would say financial literacy is another quality that which we need to develop. You know, financial literacy is like playing Monopoly but with real money. You know, the best investment you can make is on yourself. So let us invest wisely and avoid ending up with the Chalai street rather than the MG road. You know, and of course, is the teamwork and collaboration. It is the real man of the match in a world that is more interconnected than your Wi-Fi. Helen Keller once brilliantly said, alone you can do little, together we can do so much. So let us join forces like Avengers, saving the world from the chaos of misunderstood emails and missed deadlines. In conclusion, we need to embrace these life skills with the enthusiasm of someone finding Wi-Fi in a remote corner. You know, as we embark on this roller coaster called life, remember that it is not about avoiding the twists and turns, but learning to enjoy the ride. Friends, I wish the conference all the best. I'm really looking forward to the outcome of this conference. I hope you, after deliberations, will come out with some practical suggestions as to how to improve these most important skills that is needed to improve our quality of our students and the quality of education in particular. Thank you, friends, for your patience.
And that was a well-crafted speech, sir. Thank you for reciting the poem, and thank you for the insightful words. And obviously, we will not forget how you made us feel, sir. Thank you, and thank you so much. And next, it's time for the keynote address. I invite Dr. Shekhar Sheshadri, former director, NIMHANS, Bangalore.
Let's start with some basic clarity on the issues at hand. Global synergy. It is said that synergy is a concept that the combined value and performance of two entities will be greater than the sum of the separate individual parts. Which means that the combined power of a group of things when they are working together is greater than the total power that is achieved by each working separately, which means that teamwork at its best results in a synergy that can be very productive. So synergy is a term, as you all know, that's commonly used in the context of finances, mergers, acquisitions, and so on. But in our context, in the context of this conference, it simply means that two heads are better than one, that it is the habit of creative cooperation. It's teamwork, open-mindedness, and the adventure of finding new solutions to old problems. But it doesn't happen on its own. Now, this creative cooperation can occur when we jointly discover things. It is the idea that when people interact with each other, genuinely they're open to each other's influence and they begin to gain new insight, and the capability of inventing new approaches is increased exponentially. When we speak of equality, therefore, there is often a misconception that equality means treating people the same. Equality is not about treating people the same. Equality is actually about recognizing differences. And valuing differences is what drives synergy in a society that is increasingly divisive. Do you truly value the mental, emotional, and psychological differences among people? Or do you wish everyone would just agree with you so that you could get along? So that's global synergy. Let's park that concept for a while and look at sustainable development. It's been defined in very many ways, but the most frequently quoted definition from our common future is the Brundtland Report. Sustainable development is development that meets the need of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So there are 4 pillars: human, social, economic, and environmental sustainability. So it's a broad process. And if you look at the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the 17 SDG goals, I bring to your attention 5 that are of particular relevance to our preoccupation and our efforts: health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, reducing inequality, guaranteeing peace, justice, and strong institutions, and building partnerships. But I'm sure you're aware that these 17 SDG goals have 169 targets and 247 indicators, 92 of which are environmental. So as practitioners, as teachers, as pedagogues, how do we look at parameters that really look at the 6 SDG goals which address themselves particularly to life skills? Systemic change. Now, conceptually, the definition of systemic change is actually quite clear and consistent with the roots of the term in political activism, from civil rights to universal suffrage. Systemic change means that change has to be fundamental and affects how the whole system functions. Now, the term suffrage is actually the right to vote in elections. But from those who are from the Christian order, you would also know that suffrage in the Book of the Common Prayer is the intercessory petition pronounced by a priest in the litany. So there are 2 uses of the word suffrage. So how do you really make systemic changes? And I draw upon the thoughts and sentiments expressed by Cardinal Catholicus, by Mr. Thompson, as well as the Honorable Minister of State, to basically give you some closing thoughts on how we embed life skills into this understanding of global synergy, of sustainable development, and of systemic change. The Honorable Minister referred to climate, and you may wonder, what does life skills have to do with climate? Look at what happened in Chennai recently. Now, when you put climate and development together and you build indiscriminately, therefore basically clogging the path that water can otherwise take in cities like Bangalore and Chennai that were really built on a whole system of lakes which emptied into each other. And then you acquire land and build. No wonder even hi-fi residential communities like the one in Bangalore got flooded and people had to be basically transported out in rescue rafts and so on. If you look at landslides as it occurs in the sub-Himalayan regions, Uttarakhand, Himachal, the foothills of the Himalayas, Nepal, Upper Bihar, in the Brahmaputra passage and so on, what happens to people who are displaced? And forced migration because of displacement places a tremendous amount of mental pressure on the families because of loss of livelihood. And nowhere is this constriction of ecology been more experienced than in the COVID pandemic. So what do we mean by global in the lives of the children that we seek to assist? You remember someone said, think globally but act locally. Now, what is global for a child? What is the ecology, the ecosystem, or the universe of the child? It is often the family. And therefore, when Mr. Thompson speaks of communication, and you look at a family, and the way that synergy occurs in a family, that a parent could say, we have a family gathering, we need to plan the menu. Shall we sit together and decide what each person thinks would be nice and make a collective decision? Or this person could say, we have a family gathering coming, I have to do all the thinking, is it? Now, how do these forms of communication actually play out in the manner that a child conceptualizes what family integrity and cohesion actually means? I come to a point that Cardinal Catholicus made when he spoke about Snehavir. Rudolf Steiner, the Austrian philosopher who founded the principle of anthroposophy, that branch of philosophy that deals with the optimization of human potential. So there's the anthroposophic practice of medicine, there is the anthroposophic practice of education, which is the Waldorf schools, the Steiner schools. And there are residential communities of adults with intellectual disability called Camp Hill all over the world. The only Camp Hill community in India is in Bangalore. Let me tell you something about the Steiner philosophy which resonates with what Cardinal Catholicus said. Camp Hill communities are intentional communities. They are not service providers. The service provider model is I set up a service, I charge Maya, she puts her family there, I provide some service and the matter ends there. In an intentional community, people who look after special friends believe that they benefit as much as the person to whom they are rendering service. It's a completely different model. And this model of social skills, of life skills, and the kind of philosophy of giving of yourself, was also referred to in earlier times when life skills started as Shramdan. It is the giving of one's energy, it's the giving of one's parishram that really constitutes how connected you are to your social ecosystem. There are also certain subtleties here that we spoke about issues pertaining to gender, about disability and how marginalization takes place, and how is it that when we go to civic spaces, why do we not see people with disability? Where are they? And the combined percentage of disability, you put intellectual disability, autism, hearing, speech, locomotor, is anywhere between 10 to 20%. Where are they? Why are they kept in homes? Is it because of the discomfort, the shame, the stigma that family members, especially if these children have challenging behaviors? So how do we open up civic spaces to make them more disability friendly? How do we really create a society dispensations as far as gender is concerned. People who work on gender have often spoken about why gender is equally important for men. Unfortunately, the term gender is equated with feminism and it becomes a woman's issue or a women's issue. It is not. It is equally men's issues. It's my issue, it's your issue, it's our issue. And both Michael Kaufman and Michael Kimmel, who work on masculinity, particularly one of them in a TED talk, said that he was in a group where there were several women and they were speaking about how oppression was a common experience of all women, and that's what the white woman said. And the black woman put up her hand and said, I have a question. When you look at the mirror, what do you see in the morning? And the white woman said, I see a woman. And the black woman said, you see, that's the problem. When I look at the mirror, I see a black woman, because privilege is invisible to those who have it. Privilege is invisible to those who have it. And Michael goes on to say that he was in another program where a man spoke about reverse gender discrimination to say that good jobs were being taken away from deserving men in the name of gender equity. And the title of his thesis was that a black woman took my job. A black woman took my job. And Michael says, I have a problem with one word in the statement, a black woman took my job. And the word is my. How did you think it was your job to be taken? Why not a black woman took the job or a job? Where did the sense of entitlement come from then? I therefore feel that the theme of this conference comes at an exceedingly critical phase in the history of humanity post-COVID, and in many other emerging scenarios that Mr. Thompson has also alluded to when he speaks about the whole earlier concept of algebra being more important. Sir, I particularly refer to our concerns about quota. The prevalence of suicides in quota is extraordinarily high. Now, these are 18-year-olds who are sent from all over the country with tremendous amount of financial investment, self-generated pressure and family expectations to study there to get into medical and engineering colleges. They live in isolation, unsupported, with their mental health needs not met with. When Professor Radhakrishnan spoke about our efforts to really address life skills in the context of disability, in the context of education, and in the context of mental health, it is not that I wish to be a prophet of doom, but ladies and gentlemen, mental health is a ticking time bomb. Let me tell you this, it's a ticking time bomb. And unless we gather together to address what global synergy means in the context of sustainable development, and what does systemic change mean, and how do we therefore pitch life skills into the kind of pedagogies that we practice in schools to enable children, therefore, to come to the point that Radhakrishnan Nair made, the difference between knowledge and skills. And I quote my conceptual guru, Mr. Frank Zappa, a rock musician, may his soul rest in peace. He says, Zappa is known for many Zappaisms. I will tell you 2 or 3 and then I'll come to the core one. He said, the world consists of 1% protons, 1% neurons, 1% electrons, and 97% morons. He also said, why test uranium? Everyone knows the shit explodes. But Zappa says, information is not knowledge. Knowledge is not wisdom. Wisdom is not truth. Truth is not love. Love is your willingness to engage with the youth that you're dealing with in the culture of conversations and in the context of skill building. And this is why organizations of the nature of the Entrepreneurship Developmental Institute in Gandhinagar, for example, remarkable syllabus of how they work on it, Just an offside story and I will end. I am a chair professor in the National Forensic Sciences University. It was earlier known as the Gujarat National Forensic University. Through an act of parliament, the Loknayak Jayaprakash Narayan Institute of Criminology in Delhi and the Gujarat National Forensic University were merged and they become the National Forensic Sciences University, Gandhinagar campus and Delhi campus. Now they have a campus in Lucknow, Guwahati, Agartala, Hubli, Goa, Bhopal and Uganda as well. It's a vegetarian campus. There is an enterprising young man who set up a stall outside this vegetarian campus which has about 180 students from various African states, from Kenya, Uganda, Ghana and such places. So he set up this small stall. He has a gas burner and a small receptacle with he has water, he has paper plates and he has 3 bottles, one of which has salt, one has pepper and the other has chaat masala and little red powder. And his entrepreneurship is, tell me what he sells. He buys them in bulk and he sits there from morning till evening. Boiled eggs. That's all he sells. He buys boiled eggs, 500 of them at 2 rupees each in wholesale. He sells them for 20 rupees each. So he's figured out the ecosystem. That the reason I'm giving you this example is that the marriage between global synergy, sustainable development, life skills and systemic change is elegant in its simplicity. It only calls for alertness and social cohesion. It calls for a culture of conversations and for a willingness to essentially engage so that all the points that have been raised, the point that Cardinal Catholicus raised about complementarity, the point that the Honorable Minister raised about differentiation of contemporary contexts, the point that Mr. Thompson raised about adaptability, about communication, about curiosity, and about how we manage our lives, and the point that Radhakrishnan made about why this association, this conference, and the future that this association will engage with, and what all of you as pedagogues will engage with, is going to transform what we believe it will be a truly vibrant India. I also stand here representing a national initiative and integrated resource for child protection and mental health called Samvad, which I have the privilege of being an advisor to post my retirement 2 years ago. We are operational in 29 states. A lot of our work, as Radhakrishnan knows, is about life skills because we work with the most vulnerable populations who have undergone adverse childhood experiences. Everybody does not have a wonderful childhood. And some childhoods are marred and marked with adversity. And how do we recognize the marks of the damage sometimes that are caused by attachment injuries and then provide them a scaffolding and infrastructure that truly celebrates their identity and contributes to the evolution of a personhood that is vibrant. In conclusion, therefore, I submit to you that the true purpose of education, literacy, numeracy, career development, livelihood notwithstanding, I'm not taking away from the merit of those outcomes of education, but I submit to you that the true purpose of education is the development of an egalitarian personhood, the development of an identity which is socially responsive and responsible, and the development of a personality that is imbued with aesthetic sensibility about life, nature, relationships, emotions, music, theater, and the aesthetics. Have a wonderful conference, and we look forward to meaningful engagement in the next 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you for your inspiring words, sir. Next, Let us take a moment to express our sincere gratitude to all the personalities who are present here. I invite Professor Dr. M.N. Mohammeduni alias Mustafa, Professor and Head of the Department of Education, Director, ICLSE, Central University of Kerala, President, IALSE, and Director, ICLSE 2024, for the vote of thanks.
Most respected President of this program, our beloved Professor Radhakrishnan Nair, sir, esteemed Minister and esteemed Bishop and the well-known figure in the field of life skills, psychology, intervention, social psychology, and all kind of things. Shekhar Sheshatriji and beloved J.J. Thompson sir, and the principal of this college and convener of this conference, Joju sir, and beloved secretary of ICLSE, Rema Bede, and organizing secretary of this conference, Professor Maya, and the veteran gurus of life skills, education, and different domains of knowledge who are sitting off the dais. And I do hold all the gurus who are sitting here and contributed much significantly to the field of education and social empowerment of our country and across the globe. And dear young aspirants of life skills, young aspirants of education, and young aspirants of social commitment, very good morning to one and all. And if I exceed a little bit more, it will be jumping into a good afternoon. So therefore, being a teacher, my important advice to me is, Samayam arindu peshu, Sabhaye arindu peshu, peshathirindan paludu. This is very, very important. So I know the time, I know the context, the audience who are sitting in front of me, and I know sometimes it is keeping quiet, it is good. But Thanksgiving is the journey we have to reinforce, and we have to reinstate, and we have to demonstrate after the inaugural function of a conference. And our thanksgiving to all the time, effort, and exercise taken by all the resource person and expert who came here to inaugurate, to bless, to deliver the keynote address, presidential address, and special address, and welcome note, is that we will together march ahead to fulfill the vision and to make a sustainable future for the young kids who are in an aspiring and very enthusiastic manner looking to us, because to them we cannot say tomorrow, because it is to be given in the present day where their flesh and bones are being formed and shaped. So therefore, my dear experts, but as a token of gratitude, we have to just put 1, 2, 3 remarks on their presence here. And beloved minister wonderfully explained the significance of
this conference, the significance of the message, and the significance of the entire, the thoughts and all. And continuously, on following that, our bishop had set a clear kind of first life skill, self-awareness, believing in your strength and perform well. Then after that presidential address, Radhakrishnan sir he is the Radha of Krishna. So Radha believes that Krishna is of mine. But we believe that Radhakrishnan sir is all of us. So that is the gratitude which we want to express to sir. Then, you see, some people know, I'll stop, sir, but without just mentioning one or two persons, I cannot conclude. I know that time is short of. Our Sheshadri, sir, no, there are few persons who inspire us by words. But there are few persons who inspire us along with the thoughts. But there are very rare persons who inspire us along with their presence and actions. So I could be able to see him from the moment I had an acquaintance with him, and even my daughter is a big fan of this very young, energetic youth icon of the country, our beloved Shekhar Sheshadriji sir. Salute to your intellectual wisdom and sharing here. And Gigi Thompson sir, I was just recollecting my chemistry learning. I heard that, I know that electron was discovered by J.J. Thomson. Here is a Gigi Thompson who comes with discovering the electronic configurations that are there in the young minds of them. Our prayers to all the effort, and we will be with you in hand. Go ahead. See, all prayers to you. That is our token of gratitude for the effort you are taking for this. Then Jojo sir, our principal sir, I thought that I am a very good life skill practitioner, then multitasker and all. Before coming here to the Martha Phyllis, now I felt that I have to learn a lot from this gentleman. I give big applause. Sir, we will work together and go ahead. Then I salute all the experts who are here and all the persons who are presenting papers and who contributed significantly. And as the president and director of the conference, I hold all of you to my heart and believe that the dogmas of the complexities of the present day world need new tools and new competencies. It is our responsibility to find out new tools and new competencies, and we promise you that we will be involved in such a meticulous effort with our team of ICLSE and the college. Thank you very much, and thank you for all the support taken from the college and the media persons, all the supportive staff, students. Once again, thank you very much. Nadakkuvan vazhi ethrayundini kodumveyil odungum sandhyakkethrayundu dooram. But with strong footsteps, we will go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just as an author skillfully constructs a plot, life unfolds beautifully when guided by the mastery of essential life skills. Here, diverse ideas collide and brilliance is born. Let us part with wisdom and enlightened minds. So I request you to raise from your seats for the national anthem as we conclude a formal function. जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे जय हिंद.
The invited guests will be served with tea here itself. Other participants and students kindly proceed to Mathaphilis Training College. Buses are also arranged towards the college. The subsequent sessions will begin by 12:30. Kindly proceed to the college. Thank you.
Friends, all the resource persons, invited guests and delegates, please proceed to Mathaphilis Training College, and our friends of the college who are from this college and from nearby institutions, they can have tea and snacks here. All the conference participants
Hello. 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 Good afternoon, everyone. Before starting the session, I request the moderator, Dr. A. Radhakrishnan Nair, and the panelists, Dr. Pramila Thapa, Mr. Roshan Dalabandra, to please be seated in the stage. The function of education is to teach one to think intensively and to think critically. Intelligence plus character, that is the goal of true education, said Martin Luther King Jr. Good afternoon, one and all present over here. Today, we have gathered here for the symposium titled The Prospect and Retrospect of Life Skills Education in SARC School System. Talking about life skill education, as we all know, it's a crucial aspect of learning that goes beyond traditional academic subjects. It encompasses a wide range of skills and knowledge that are essential for individuals to navigate daily life, work, and relationships effectively. Life skill education aims to equip students with the tools they need to thrive in various aspects of their lives. In many educational systems, including the SARC school system, there is an increasing recognition of the importance of integrating life skills education into the curriculum. By providing students with opportunities to develop these essential skills, schools can better prepare them for the challenges and opportunities they will encounter in their personal and professional lives. And this not only contributes to individual growth and success, but also plays a role in building stronger, more resilient communities. So without any delay, let's begin the session with a silent prayer. Thank you. Officially welcome moderator. I invite Jyotsna, research scholar of FTTC. Honorable dignitaries, teachers, research scholars, and dear participants, a very good morning to all of you, and a warm welcome to the symposium on the prospect and retrospect of life skills education in SARC school systems. We are gathered here to delve into the crucial topic of life skills education and its impact on the SARC school systems. As we navigate through the prospects and retrospect, we hope to gain valuable insights that will contribute to the enhancement of educational practices in our region. Life skills education is a cornerstone in nurturing well-rounded individuals equipped to face the challenges of the modern world. Today, we are honored to have a lineup of esteemed speakers who will share their expertise and perspectives on this vital subject. Today, we are fortunate to have Dr. A. Radhakrishnan Nair sir with us as the moderator of the symposium. Dr. A. Radhakrishnan Nair brings 30 years of experience in youth. Sir, we are privileged to have you as the moderator of the symposium. Please join me in welcoming Dr. A. Radhakrishnan Nair. I am pleased to announce to you the distinguished speakers who will be sharing their insights during this symposium. Each of these speakers brings a unique perspective and wealth of experience to the table, representing different facets of life skills education across the SARC region. We have amidst us
Dr. Pramila Thapa, Associate Professor and Founder of Life Skills Education Institutes, YHSA, Nepal. Mr. Roshan Dalabandra, Nutritionist, Consultant, Emotional Intelligence and Life Skills Training Team, Sri Lanka. Mr. Nendo Chering, Principal Specialist, Shanghai Kha MSS from Bhutan, who will be joining us in online. Professor Dr. Provicia Rani Karmakar, Professor in English, Institute of Modern Languages, Jagannath University, Dhaka, Bangladesh, who will be also joining us in online. And Dr. Gauri Hardikar, Senior Vice President, World Curriculum Secretary, IOCES, Mumbai, India, who will be also joining us in online. I extend a warm welcome to all the distinguished speakers. Also, I welcome all of you gathered here to the symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, Josna. Now, I welcome the moderator, Dr. A. Radhakrishnan Nair, Founder President, ICLSE, to initiate the discussion.
Dear friends, our esteemed panel is not a panel discussion, it's a symposium. The esteemed speakers who are joining us in this, any problem? Yeah, dear friends, now we have a wonderful session, which is it's a unique thing which we are having this time. We are going to discuss upon what is happening in the sphere of life skills education across the SAARC nations. Today we have speakers from Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh and from India. We have 3 speakers from online mode and two speakers are doing it offline. We would have been very happy that everybody could have joined us, but due to various reasons, few of our delegates could not join us offline. Anyway, that's not a very big issue. My only concern is that we are starting something around 45 minutes late. Not even 45 minutes, 53 minutes late. So my request to our presenter, but still, those who are waiting from 11:45 onwards in front of their computers to join in this program, we should do justice to them also. So what I would like to tell, is that, every speaker will speak for 10 minutes, and then if any queries or discussion is that we can discuss, and then I will give my concluding remarks. The thing is that our next session we have to start at 2:30. At least that session we have to start on time. So if we want to start one session on time, then we have to limit certain sessions. Here we could have started at 12 o'clock because of certain technical cliche that we have delayed a little bit. Now we have 3 friends joining us online. I hope all are receiving us. Everybody is hearing us. Gauri, are you hearing? Okay, good. What about Chering? Chering, are you audible to us? Chering from Bhutan, are you audible? Are you hearing us now? Okay. Yeah, we have to hear us also. And then we have Pramila from Bangladesh. Madam, are you hearing us? Yeah, very good. So that all the 3 are at present online because of the technical issue, we don't know when they are going to be offline from us. So anyway, what I would suggest is that our speakers offline here will be muted for some time. First we will hear from our online speakers, so that before they are getting off, we have to hear them first. So we will hear them first. I am not going to give an introduction now because we want to save time. If we have time after everybody's presentation, I will give my views on the subject which we are discussing at present. The overall subject which we are going to deal here is what is the status of life skills education in the nation which they are representing, and is there any plan to take it forward, what are the challenges which they are facing, and the ways and means how to overcome that. So we can discuss it further, and this is the overall idea which we are taking to move further in this discussion. Friends, I will first request our friend from Bhutan, Mr. Naindo Chering, to make his presentation. He is principal specialist, that is the designation he is having. He is a school principal, a specialist from Bhutan, and I request Mr. Naindo Chering to please address us. I request you to confine your talk with 10 minutes. Okay? Chering ji, please. You are not audible. We can see you. You are not audible. So you can come to closer to your mic and please speak.
From here you have to connect.
Huh?
From here you have to connect.
Where we have to connect the code?
I think these laptops will mute.
Inviting us to present a small presentation of life skill education in Bhutan. I would like to request the organizer can you share my slides which is sent to you? If not, I can share from here as well. Do you have my slide? Okay, so can you hear me? Okay, now I'd like to start this. I will be talking a brief insights about life skill education in schools in Bhutan. And my name is Nindu. I work as a principal in an inclusive school where we have children with disabilities as well. Can you move to the second slide? Next slide, please. Okay. In Bhutan, we have many objectives and goals to develop life skill education in the children across the country. But here I'll be touching on three major goals for having life skill education in Bhutan. We are actually looking into the holistic development of the child. So life education is not only focusing on the academics, we take care of the holistic development of the child, that is overall development and individual. We are going beyond the academic achievements because this skill is very important for the individual's life. We are also practicing these skills in the process of teaching, learning and day-to-day living. So every day in the schools, every day at home, we also practice life skill education because this is important for their livelihood. What happened? Should I share? I think I will share because that is an issue somewhere. Okay. Okay, now this is happening. Okay. So we also prepare student life skill to live the life independently for now and future. We are actually taking care of the life skill education not only for now, we are also thinking about their future, how do they live their life. Can you go next? Okay, there are 10 core life skills that we teach that is actually practiced and taught in the schools across the country. Go to next. So one is the you can say self-awareness is one, empathy is another one, and third is decision making. Can you go to fourth? Then critical thinking, creativity skills, interpersonal skills, coping up with emotions, coping with stress, and communication skills, and problem solving. So these are the 10 core life skills that we teach in the schools across the country. These are the core life skills that is practiced in these schools as well as at home. Can you move next? So we also, now we don't teach life skill education separately. We align this life skill education in the teaching and learning. Since my school has children with disabilities, we are also looking into 3 areas. That is, for general students, 10 core life skills are infused in teaching and learning program of the schools, both in academics and non-academic curricula in Bhutan. So all life skill education is actually integrated. It is infused in the teaching learning program in all the subjects. That is for the general students who can actually cope up with the general curriculum. For those special education needs students, for children with disabilities, we also teach them and make them practice social skills. We also make them do daily living skills, and vocational skills are also taught and practiced daily for the preparation of independent living now and future for in their own small ways. Changangka is an inclusive school with general students and special needs. So we also have a different life school program for individual students who can actually take up these skills and practice in the process of learning. Next. Okay, so we also teach specific skills development for children with disabilities. We have around 124 children with disabilities. We teach them specific skills like cooking skills for our group of children. We also have tailoring skills for group of children who can actually cope up. We also have laundry skills for the group of children. Also have art. So these are 4 specific skills we teach to children with disabilities. We also make these children practice this skill, and the core objective is one day life on these specific skills. So this is what we do. And go to next. Okay, so now collaborations to develop skills in children. And we also call it the school, very important environment for the school students and also for the children with disabilities. So we always do collaborate with parents, we do collaborate in the community, and we make sure that even parents understand what life skills are taught in the schools, and these skills are also practiced at home. We also connect with parents, community, so that we understand what is also practiced at home, so that we also continue teaching this in the schools. So the main core objective is these 2 homes, the home and the school, these 2 environments. Collaboratively, we are making children having independent living skills. The main objective, the core objective of life skill education
across the country, across the schools in the country, the core objective is one day they will live their life independently with these living skills. So the academics are important, but more important is living a life is more important. So this is something that we always take care. And these life skills are taught in the process of a program in the school and at home. So the challenges that we sometimes see is sometimes we see some disconnection between home and the school. And that is something, a challenge that we see, and we are having a dialogue with community so that we can always get it done. So with this, I would like to say thank you for listening to me. Hope you have got few things from my sharing. With this, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shering, for being very precise.
Thank you very much
for making a very precise. And
thank you.
I think we will take questions at the end, because otherwise we don't know the timing and all.
Okay, no worry.
Mr. Shering has narrated the life skill scenario in Bhutan, and he has highlighted that they are not having the standalone life skills program. They are integrating it with their particular stream, so that without the standalone life skills program, they are in a position to inculcate life skills in the among the children. And Bhutan is the first country in the world who have developed the happiness index. So they are the first country in the world who has come out with the happiness index, and the happiness index which they have developed has been adopted by UNDP, and the UNDP in their human development report has come out with this happiness index across the globe. How much our people are happy. That is what is assessing through this happiness index. And in creating or developing happiness in the people, life skill is one of the most imperative thing which is required. Thank you, Charing, for joining us. And now
Thank you very
I
much.
will Professor Pradhiba Rani Karmekar from Bangladesh. She is Professor of English in Institute of Modern Languages in Jagannath University, Dhaka. I request you, ma'am, for your presentation.
Thank you, sir. May I request you to present anyone to present my PPT on behalf of me? Yes. I'm very happy to be within you in today's excellent symposium on the prospect and retrospect of life skill education in SARC school system. Am I audible?
Pradhiba ji, you speak a little bit higher because we are not getting your voice.
Okay. I'm very happy to be within you in today's excellent symposium on the prospect and retrospect of life skill education in SARC school system. Am I audible, sir? Am I audible? No? No? There's no.
You are audible to us. We can hear you very well.
Yeah, we can hear you well. I think Nair sir is muted. Sir, you're muted, I think.
Yes.
Now we can hear you. You can speak now.
Okay, sir. Okay. Though the first thing attracted me in today's symposium is the title, The Prospect and Retrospect of Life Skill Education in SARC School System. May I request you to present my slides along with my presentation? In Bangladesh, we know that I'll start from generalization of children. I'll focus on child education and primary education. We know that children are our future leaders. They display extraordinary variations in patterns of development, and life skill education can help our children in building their basic skills, as Sir told, that lifelong education. That means today is not tomorrow, tomorrow isn't today. We are thinking of tomorrow, not today. That's why throughout the world we have been thinking of life skill education. And Bangladesh has made remarkable progress in expanding access to education for children. Very recently, the country has entered a new era of education with a new curriculum based on life skill and competency based learning and celebrating distribution of books as a book fair. So, I would like to present and show my PPT because it's visible there how happy the children are with the books. Hello, sir. Let me. Yes. Thank you. So, second slide. Second slide. I have some questions that children are happy with the books. Children are happy as a participants of getting the book. It's good. But the thing is that after getting the book in Bangladesh, some criticisms have been noticed. And these criticisms are based on life skill education. That means earlier we had we had focused on theories, but now we have focused on actually life skills. In Bangladesh, we have focused on humanities, arts, science, and all other subjects equally for higher secondary education. And not only that, in schools, teachers are requested to cook with the children. I have some focus on and critical reflection on life skill education. Let us see the second slide, that what we have in our education system. We have our pre-primary, second slide. We have our pre-primary education, 1 year preschooling for children aged 5, primary education compulsory for children after 5 and up to class 5, secondary education from class 6 to 10, and graduation after 12 years of education, post graduation, after graduation. Please go to the next slide. So at primary level, we have focused on literary skills, like from the first day of the school life or preschooling, children are taught what is meant, how to make words with the first letter of our native language, and how to make words with A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Okay, that's good. I love this because we have to know how to write. Writing is itself a skill. We have to literate. We have to know how to speak. We have to know. But besides this, we need to know how to behave. Even from childhood, we need to know it's also a skill life needed to be a good in life. That is, presentation skills is quite uncommon in the books, in the curriculum, in the education system of Bangladesh. So, lot of students are being unemployed even for children. I have been noticing that those who are techno saturated, they don't want to talk. So, at the beginning of year 2010, Bangladesh declared, Honorable Prime Minister of Bangladesh declared that Bangladesh will be digital Bangladesh. So, Education Ministry of Bangladesh actually it runs the skills for education, life skill based education, and for every education we know, Minister of Education, we get the books also at the year on state of the year. Now, I'll focus on what is life skill for children. The repertoire of skills acquired after the child's basic coordination of knowledge from parents. Go to the next slide. Family and environment. Throughout life, as a human being, the basic question that he needs to face is, are you skilled? Very basic question we face, how much you are skilled. So, life skill has been identified as an essential resource for developing psychological, emotional, cognitive, behavioral, and resilience skills to negotiate everyday challenges and productive involvement in the country or community. These skills are known to be key contributors in negotiating and mediating the challenges that young people face in becoming productive citizens. As for children, we have been thinking of adding life skills, as I have already told that we have now life skills on cooking, on actually preparing arts and crafts. These two life skills have been added. But after adding these two life skills, we have noticed that lot of criticisms have come from different domains of the country. Just excuse me a bit. Sorry. So in country, we have seen that they, after adding cooking and arts and crafts, guardians are asking, will my child be literate for knowing how to cook? He or she will be able to cook when he or she will grow up. Will you teach your child to just take care of your home and household chores? Why? I have sent my son to school for studying, for getting a certificate. That is my question. We have been organizing seminar. I have been waiting till morning to say something to you. But my question is that, are we psychologically, emotionally fit to meet the challenges of life skills and to incorporate life skills in education? Until we change our mental setup, we'll not be able to be global citizen. So, what is the retrospect? If we go back to COVID-19 situation, I would like to focus on that, how vulnerable we are. Bangladesh faced a very vulnerable population. I had also lost my dearest mother. But the thing is that children, they got vaccine after much debates that they need also to be protected. So this is moral education. This is essential education, medical education. I think it's also life skills education. Please go to the next slide. I'll now focus on the textbook. This is the recent textbook, English for Today for class 2. Similar setup is there. Here, that's written is how to greet, what are the numbers, how to say hello. Hello, I am Shubha. What's your name? I'm Shubha. I'm Rafi. Thank you. So, how you are talking with each other, it gives you a skill to meet a new person. So I think we have just we have tried to make a child know that he or she is a part of this global community having diverse people. But I would like to request, I requested NCTB that from next year, please bring some new name from different religions. There are minorities here, Hindu, Muslim, Buddha, and Christian. And earlier, they made that, hi, I am Jack, I am John. So, no, there are names from my cultures, my communities. It will add a different skill of adaptation. When you are preparing sheets, please try to bring different people to increase the child's adaptability. And there are also other things we have added and in our textbook, like how to talk, how to act, how to react. But the thing is that reaction, and there is no book like we have Bangla, we have English, we have math, we have global studies, we have religions, but we don't have any book of ethical studies. For religion, we are teaching our student ethics. Like earlier, we had some different religious stories, but now we are bringing to practical life to let the child know that yes, this from these stories, what have you learned? You have to apply in your real life. So where is the application? Where is the government finance to act like that, to organize drama, to organize seminars, to participate our kids here? There is no action and there is no reaction. We have been teaching but not getting the assessment. So I have suggested the challenges that we need to hear, that we have to give the child some tools, but schools have only very common tools like a projector, duster, a board, no financial supports, no such that, but government will give because government is very willing to help this life skill based education. We need to improve our application skills, our oral communication skills, debates, our interpersonal social skills, our creative skills, our written skills, our analytical skills, our social awareness skills, our psychological skills, our media skills, our environmental skills, our cooking skills, our management skills. So, cooking skills very important for be independent person, and we have to meet the fourth industrial revolution. So, for that reason, I think that we have to think of critical thinking skills. Emotional intelligence will take place of human being, but let human being be more powerful to let emotional intelligence to be with us. Let us be with the emotional intelligence, not be the AI to be our guy, just a guardian. We will be guardian to be to run emotional intelligence. We have to know the judgmental skills. We have to know complex problem solving skills. Our children are very vulnerable nowadays. They think that chicken is the best food. No, they think that when they are in poverty they are done. No, never. Human life is the best gift on earth that one can once get. So this resilience, this confidence should be actually part of teaching. Flexibility skill, invisible, and computation skill from math is also very important. And STEM like skills, I have written an article last week on STEM. We also need STEM, but STEM should elaborate its domains. So I'll end my talk with challenges and things to do, suggestions, because we need more mental skills. We need also copying skills. For copying skills, we can start dictation in schools, because it's also some, it can give some psychological benefit. I don't have the time to interpret it, illustrate it. Ball throwing and catching skills increases mental ability and improves the And also jumping skills increases the other physical structure, climbing skills, poetry recitation skills to be happy, and to listen, from listening the child gets to know in mind. Adaptive skills, as I have told, innovative skills, skipping and hopping skills, and business skill like shopping skill. We can send the child to buy something, but everywhere you need the incentive, you need the money, you need some family practice. So family education, parental education should be included in life skill education, because a child will not know the life skills from schools only. This is life. The word life means the persons with whom he or she will be living. So they should be taught, they should be taught. So let us hope that we'll help each other to grow and develop our future. As for challenges, I can say my one initiative written and mentioning the in Ministry of Education that yes, the book NCTB is very excellent, but you need to give some input to the teachers of the higher secondary schools. Teachers even don't get the money enough to buy paper and pencils for extra assessment. So please give them some benefits, some mental support, as well as visible support, so that they can utilize life skill and the country will be developing like any other skills. Thank you very much. Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Pratibha, for making an excellent presentation on what is happening in Bangladesh in the sphere of life skills education. You have given a classification of what is happening from primary to higher education, post graduation, and one thing which we noted is that you have not only focusing on life skills per se, you are touching upon the survival skills and functional skills also for children. When this life skills and functional skills, survival skills, everything put together, that only enable a child to prosper in their life, so that they can face their
Holistic
life
development, yes.
Yeah, more confidently they can face their
Life.
And thank you for that, and
Thank you,
thank you
sir.
very much. We'll stay back. When if there are some queries from our participants, they can ask you that. Okay.
Okay, my
We have
email number is here, sir, in my PPT. I'm in my chat box. I'm giving anytime, any question, any minute.
Okay. Yeah.
Please let
Okay.
me know.
I request you to develop it into a full article and send to us, so that
Okay,
we
sir.
can
Yes.
publish in our journal.
Yes, sir. We have to work
Thank
together.
you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Now I request Dr. Gauri Hardikar to make the presentation as far as the Indian scenario is concerned. Only concern I know that you may be constrained to confine yourself with the 10 minutes, but our request is that you have to confine within 10 minutes, whichever way you can do it. And I request you to make your presentation.
Thank you very much, Nair sir. Good afternoon, everybody. And it's a pleasure to be here with all of you to share my views on this topic. Just give me a moment while I share my PPT. I hope I'm visible to everyone and audible as well.
You are audible but not visible.
Yes, yes.
Okay, just a minute. Am I visible now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. And I hope my PPT is visible as well.
Yeah, it is very visible.
Thank you, sir. So good afternoon, esteemed moderator of this session, our dear Nair sir. I always think of him as the life of life skills. My esteemed colleagues on the days and off the days, all the dignitaries who have gathered here for the session today, and dear students. So the theme of the conference, which is Global Synergy and Life Skills Education for Systemic Change, this brought to my mind a quote by Gandhiji, where he said that if we have to teach real peace in this world, we must begin with the children. And I guess the focus of this session today is about how, what is the status of life skills education in the school systems of the various SAARC nations. And we have heard beautiful discourses by our colleagues, Mr. Shering from Bhutan and Professor Protiva from Bangladesh. And I hope to add on a little bit by sharing my experiences. And what I'm really looking forward to is listening to the views of the esteemed audience on this as well. Starting with the retrospect of life skills education in India, and what are the key insights that we might draw out on that? Now, this is a very broad topic, but since time is very short, I have tried to limit myself here. Education in India has deep colonial roots. And this has led to the colonial system of education still being largely prevalent, where we have instituted in education a group of students who wrote, memorize, and who go and regurgitate that knowledge in the exam. And there is very little focus on actual application of knowledge. And I guess in all the systems which have had colonial rule, this might be a common challenge that education focuses. Now, Nair sir said today in the inaugural address that education is the cornerstone of development of a nation. And what I would like to say as a life skills educator is that life skills are at the core, at the very core of quality education. So, if we look at life skills education in India in retrospect, what we see is life skills education in India is mainly in responses to the challenges that young people face. Now, what are the challenges that young people in India and possibly in SAARC nations face? Firstly, productive employment. How do I get work which will ensure that I can live a good life? So, productive employment. The second main challenge is social or political conflict. And this is evident not only in India, but I think in various countries of the SAARC nations. And last but not the least, discrimination, which is based on gender, caste, class, and race, and very much evident in a diverse society like India. Now, if we say life skills are the abilities to live life well, it also means that these are abilities to overcome the challenges that life puts in front of us. Their abilities to realize the opportunities that life also offers us. And oftentimes, life skills are the abilities to create opportunities within the challenges that life skills presents in front of us. So, what are the expected outcomes of life skills programs in India? A review by Nashida says that most of the programs in India focus on knowledge and skills to protect children from abuse and to refrain them from risk taking behavior. Now, this approach is the preventive approach to life skills education, where we are empowering individuals with certain skills, the psychosocial and cognitive skills that they need to keep healthy to focus on their well being. Now, here, one important thing that I would like to flag is when we talk of life skills education, there are three parameters which are very, very important. Knowledge, yes, skills, yes, but also really important is attitudes and values. The systemic review by Nashida says that mostly the programs are focused on knowledge and skills. Attitudes and values are not focused on when we look at life skills education programs. Now, UNICEF countries, organizations like UNICEF also run programs in India. They aim to foster social harmony, equity, etc. But the global evaluation of life skills programs also highlights that there is a tension between life skills education programs and conservative social norms. So there is some kind of a conflict between the program that is instituted and the norms of the society where life skills education has to be implemented. And I think when Shering sir from Bhutan also spoke, he said that there is some kind of a little bit of a conflict between the home and the school. Yeah, so that is what is highlighted in this review as well. So, what are the key insights from a retrospective analysis of life skills education programs in India? Now, these are programs which are run largely in schools. For some time, they were a part of the curriculum in CBSE. They can be programs which are run by external agencies. Many NGOs are involved in life skills training and they give it in schools as an add-on program. Life skills education in India has not been through the infusion model where life skills are integrated in the subjects, but mostly they are taught as standalone skills. CBSE had a very rigorous teacher training program as well. But what comes from all these programs which are run is three key insights. The first thing is that there is less emphasis on attitudes and values component in life skills education, which is, I think, very, very important, not only for application, but also sustained application of life skills to overcome ongoing challenges of life. The second thing is that there is a conflict with social norms. Now, what happens is when we apply the models of life skills education, like we do in school education, we generally what happens is we just take a model which has worked in the global north and we try to apply it in toto in the school system in India. But because our cultures are very different, many times what happens is the same model might not work. So there is a conflict with the social norms. And lastly, most of the programs are planned to achieve individual outcomes. So the programs are target the individual and they plan to empower the individual to probably realize potential, to make decisions, to not do risk-taking behavior, etc. Now, if we look at it in the larger context, what is actually happening here and what the issue that I would like to highlight on as I move to the prospects is that because of these key three insights, the life skills education programs are not in line with the culture of the Indian social system. And I would like to say the same thing probably happens in the SAARC nations because these models are not models rooted in our cultural system. And when that happens, the mismatch is really something that does not let the outcomes of the program be achieved because the child learns something. For example, assertive behavior is something we teach as a part of communication skill. The child learns it in the school and then the child goes out and tries to practice it at home and in society. Now, the cultural norm in society is that young people need to be seen, they should not be heard, and elders are to be respected. Now, how do we translate assertive behavior so that it balances putting forth a person's views as well as respect for elders, which is ingrained in our societies? This is an outlook that is missed in the life skills programs. And that is something that I would like to focus on a little bit in the next part of the presentation. So society in India, as well as I think in most of the SAARC nations, we follow collectivist cultures. Now in collectivist cultures, the focus is not on the individual, but it is on the group. Today morning in the session, Professor Sheshadri spoke about synergy. It is about how the power of all is more than the power of one, right? So that is what our cultures focus on. And this is something that is largely ignored by life skills education programs in India today. Now, if we look at the collectivist cultures and if we look at the global challenges that we face, for example, the pandemic clearly showed to us that unless we care for others, we will not be safe, right? If we look at the global conflict that is happening all over the world, unless we respect diversity, unless we are willing to hear a viewpoint different from our own safety will be compromised. So these are really things that I'm putting forth for all of us to reflect on. Now, what are the prospects of life skills education? And a thought that I have is a shift from the individual perspective to a more relational approach to life skills education in India and probably in the SAARC nations as well, so that we can balance individual development and the cultural norms, growth of the community with the individual. Is the relational approach to life skills education new? No, it's not. When Delors spoke about the 4 pillars of learning, he spoke about learning to live together as a very important pillar. This was also highlighted in the UNESCO document, which says these skills are really important in day-to-day life. So how do we bring in the relational approach to life skills education. So when we teach the individual, we teach the individual to use the skills in relation to himself or herself, as well as in relation to the society around him or her, right? Let me give you an example. Suppose there is a boy, and through life skills education classes, this boy has realized self awareness or goal setting. This boy has realized that I would really like to go abroad and study and maybe work there as well, because that is a field which attracts me and that is the kind of life which attracts me. Now, if this boy comes from a joint family system, which is very prevalent in India, yet in smaller towns, especially, and that boy is expected to be there for the senior family members when they need them. How is this boy to balance his individual aspirations with the norms of culture in which are ingrained in him? And this is the balance that we need to teach the child if we adopt the relational approach to life skills education. Is it possible, and will it help overcome the challenges that we highlighted? So if you remember, we highlighted 3 challenges. I would like to share quickly the case of Ruma Devi, who has probably used the life skills. I don't know whether she underwent any formal training, but she's wonderfully used life skills not only to advance herself, but to advance her entire community. Ruma Devi is a woman from a very backward region in Rajasthan, called Barmer. She was married when she was 17 or 18 years old, which is the norm there. The family into which she married was not financially well off. So she initially started with using her embroidery skills to provide resources for the family. Then she realized that this is something which other women in her community can also do. And from 2 women, today, Ruma Devi runs a self help group of 30,000 rural women in small villages in Rajasthan, who use the skills that their culture has taught them. And they use the skills to become financially independent, not only for themselves, but also to uplift their communities. So, this is an example. Ruma Devi is an example of overcoming the challenge, getting productive employment, dealing with social conflict. She would have faced a lot of social conflict and discrimination when she set out on her journey, but she's triumphed it. And I think if we look at this change maker as the role model, we can actually see how a relational approach to life skills education can be transformative for our young people and help to bring about system change. Quickly moving on to the different skills. So, for example, instead of teaching an individual to be clear about individual aspirations, why can we not include individual aspirations as well as an awareness of what is it that the group wants to achieve, which is very important in cultures like ours? Instead of teaching empathy, which is feeling for the individual. Sir, I'm finishing in 1 second. Just maybe 2 seconds. Yes, sir. Empathy for the individual. Why can we not teach solidarity? And an example is Gandhiji. When Gandhiji saw that so many people around did not have enough clothes to wear, he said, I will give up wearing clothes. Connection of me to you, so that the pain becomes shared and we can collectively work for against injustice. So if we shift from individualistic approach to relativistic approach, today morning Reverend Sir shared about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, ingrained in the Indian culture. If we are able to really live up to the beauty of this, Nair Sir keeps saying we should look at the Indian culture for life skills education. And I think if I am to look at the prospects, I would say if we really study this and we are able to implement it, the prospects for life skills education look very, very bright. Thank you very much for very patiently listening to me. Sir, sorry for taking up a little more time. I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gauri, for bringing the larger picture of the Indian education system, and the life skills education should be culture specific. Now, there is no doubt about it. It should be culture specific, and unfortunately, what is happening in India is that we have taken life skills education from the West. We are following either the model of WHO, UNICEF, UNESCO, and the UNFPA models, not Indian model. Or nobody has tried to develop an Indian model of life skills education also. That is a great, I would say, I can't say it is a mistake or it's a problem or whatever it be. We are not following following Indian tradition in life skills education. That is the problem which we are having. Anyway, we life skillers can think of it and try to develop an Indian model of life skills education. So anyway, we are on crossroads in developing a model for that. Thank you very much for bringing that idea into this platform. Thanks a lot. I know that we have a lot to tell, but if time permits, we can talk later. And now I will request our representative from Nepal. We have Pramila Thapa with us. She is a former registrar of Purbanchal University, now associate professor teaching behavior. I don't know whether behavioral science or nursing, whatever she is teaching, but she is running a very big, initiative in life skills education in Nepal. And now I request Pramila Thapa to address us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay. Need to share.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Respected Professor Radhakrishnan, sir, and other my colleagues from different countries, teachers, students. This is a great pleasure and honor to be invited and come over from Nepal. This is beautiful place. I'm quite familiar with South India, so it's exciting to be here. So Radha sir and Rama have asked me to present about prospectus and retrospectus about life skills education in Nepal. So talking about myself, this is new for me because last 1 year honors I'm working in life skills education. I'm trying to learn my own ways. And then sometimes I used to have communication with the business, or I used to have some queries, and I used to get solution from other business and other my colleagues. So talking about landscape of life skills, business in Nepal, current reality and future horizons. This my presentation. I'm concentrating about the database, resource base, and then what would be done in different countries and where we are learning. This perspective I'm talking because I'm from university level, so I don't have experience to teach a small kid. I miss this great opportunity, so I have not come in, not having experience how to find learning behaviors. I know so many things. So maybe later we get this opportunity also. Can you? Please, can you share my PPT? Okay, next one. So here in this topic, I'm going to cover about conceptual framework about life skills educations and status of life skills education in Nepal and future prospect in Nepal. So here I have done one meta-analysis study also that is going to be published. Soon they will publish because I have not taken data here. That is very nice data I have collected in this meta-analysis. Later we can see from some of the journal. Next, please. Next slide, please. Okay. So here, talking about conceptual frameworks, I have seen all our speakers. They have given different WHO, UNESCO, and different models about like skill educations. I am also coming across about World Health Organization. I was, oh, please, don't drink. Can you go this one? Oh yeah. When I was in class, at that time I was taking class to my student, and then immediately I got disturbed. Okay, I asked the students, which are the social media you are using? Can you write it? I put it my WhatsApp. We have WhatsApp group, and they posted and same purpose. I have not entered. See, one student used more than 5 social media. Can you imagine how they will affect it? Social media have lots of positive and negative impact in our life. So this is the my students, the sample copy I have taken. My student scenario, I have not written. They only have written. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, this data I have taken from Gallup in 2022. This data has conducted more than 1 lakh participants with 122 countries. So here I have taken only Nepal context. So they have taken one negative perspective and positive experience. So negative experience Nepal had average 40%. Then positive experience you can see 27% only they have happy to learn by doing new things. And how we can get the thriving stage, how we can get the resiliency stage. So that means we have to see the data. This data conducted from America and 122 country they have participated. See now our status where we are. Because some country we didn't have good result. I saw some country got a 73, but other country I just taken in Nepal context only. So this is nice data it has mentioned. Next please. So there is a problem, but there is a solution. Problem is not permanent, only change the permanent. We have the change because we have business models. That models we have to apply into practice so that we can increase our happiness, healthy, and our high performance. You can make things, you can engage, you can make things to others also engage. Things will be all right. Okay, next. So here, for that, you can develop different happiness hormones. There is a dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin. Dopamine, definitely, you can have your feel good. That means you have your trust, your motivations, so that your small works, your different type of activities you can maintain dopamine, serotonin. If you are able to maintain your mind, definitely you have high social bondings. So oxytocin definitely that helps with your empathy, your trust. So concentrate, there is a ripple effect. Because I have written and published few articles about this happiness hormones also, how happiness hormones can work, how we can connect with animals, what things we can learn from animals. We have that conversations also, we have that discussion also. You can see the subject and you can see, because different people have given different views about these hormones, things are makings, and then others critical thinkings. Next slide, please. So this is the history of Nepal from Gurukul system to recent development has gone. Phase-wise has gone. Now recent development. Next, please. Next slide, please. So recent developments here, Ketan Bhautema Mathemati is the vice chancellor, one of the renowned vice chancellors in Nepal. He has highlighted that yes, like this education is needed for holistic education and productivities and positive skills. Then government also has introduced how the 11 to 12 class and others class also they have included the moral education. But I am not much familiar with the school level of education, so that we can see how it can work with finding of like educations. Then another Kapil Dev Reddy, he highlighted that yes, Nepal, so we are not working like skill education, lifelong education, but this is really a wonderful technique for 21st century. He has highlighted and he has 2 or 3 articles. Only one article I have seen from Kapil Dev Reddy from Nepal. Then government also highlighted in 15th plan of Nepal has promoted policy to devise like education system Nepal through change in mentors, curriculum, and others community-based learning habits. Next, please. So here that also, because we just allocated one model, so this type of models, we have different studies on activities, we have to incorporate that persons also, because life skill education not working, not concentrating only children, so we have to concentrate different area. Like we can see think of like international life skill education, there is the different categories. We have to go and see other what can be applied, what can be developed different models about life skill education next. Next, please. Okay, here, this also I have taken some of the study I have already published, some of the study it is on the process. The role of self-awareness, see that this is the theme of this year. The role of self-awareness, understanding the link between breastfeeding challenges and employee satisfaction. So this is the theme of this year. So we have developed some questionnaires and just we are understanding how people are facing, because we are not developing any theoretical frameworks and any models. First, let me see the descriptive things that only we can go for other like critical thinking and other models. So any study first we used to have descriptive information that only we can go for others investigations. Then another is very good topic, you know, this I collected more than 600 questionnaires, but this is standard questions I got from my friends from other countries. And they also got nice feedback about cell phone use and impact of physical and mental well-being of university students. Then another social media use, needs, use and quality of life. This we have conducted 25 countries. This month I think that also will get published because 10 countries only included that this topic, because Malaysia, one of the Malaysian professors, he has taken this principal investigation authors. This also is nice in study. Then another this I have given in his course that on impact of emotional intelligence enhancing psychological empowerment. So this study also I have submitted in his course. Like moderating and mediating the role of emotional intelligence, because I am emotional intelligence student, so I cannot leave these positions. And between mobile phone use, effective commitments, and mobile phone use, academic performance, and well-being. This type of study I have some of the I have submitted, some of the already published. Next, please. Next, please. So here I just have different interaction sections every week. That sections we used to talk about green habit, green attitude, green skills, sustainable habit, sustainable education. Because sustainable education, sustainable habit and attitude that is connected in our life education. So while listening from that speakers, really we are lacking on that. If we are not there, if we don't have that sustainable habit, if we don't practice that things will not be possible, sir. So there is so many articles they have written. You can see and visit. This is really very good information. So they have connected different dimensions. Next, please. Thank you so much for providing platform and listening smartly. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pramila. I know that the time is so short that she has to rush through, and she has, presented various initiatives she has taken in Nepal for the promotion of life skills education. And as I told you, recently she has taken another initiative, and every week she is organizing a lecture through social media, through online mode, and she has connected a lot of international fraternity in mobilizing life education in Nepal, and there is a long way to go, and we are all there to work together to achieve that initiative. Now we have our representation from Sri Lanka, Sri Aroshan Dalabandra, whom I know for more than a decade, and we had a training program together in Rajiv Gandhi Institute, and he is a nutritionist consultant, and he is one of the pioneer in emotional intelligence and life skills training team from Sri Lanka. Roshan, the stage is
And then you can keep it top. Just keep it. Yes, just keep it. I will shorten my presentation as much as possible. Let's give it time for our stakeholders. Right, so here we go. So I just want to take a picture from the Sri Lankan framework where I want to show and share it with you. That is how long is coming from the history, from the ancient time. So I will just give you kind of a very brief background. I'll go over what I'm going to discuss with you today. I'll give you a very brief background about the life skill education in Sri Lanka, and then we will have context. And then further we'll very briefly talk about education policy, and then we will utilize several words going to the agenda. And then probably the 21st century framework where Sri Lanka will take over the platform, and then some highlights. So if I look into the background, like of course in the global, education is a key factor in developing human factor and supporting countries and so sustainable social economic development as well as sustainable peace. The global community has committed to the education by particularly sustainable development agenda, which aims to provide equitable and equal education, ensuring quality learning and skills that will matter for the challenging world dual industry and the sustainable development goal is 4 areas of education, and they will focus on automation and digitalization. Also, areas in the education related to the agenda that have been focused on demand and better focus on. If I come back to the cultural context, Sri Lanka, the reading history we have around like 3,000 years, while unwritten histories go more than 23,000. I just got a picture. I'm sorry, it's not clear. Actually, most of the letters are very close, like the Kerala, like the Malayalam letters, which shows that Sri Lanka become the reading history, where like people have an ability on writing and even reading. Sri Lanka is a country rich in natural resources and the natural beauty, pretty much similar like Kerala. And among the Asians, nations feature higher literacy rates and very strong social and health needs stand out in Asia. Also, like Sri Lanka, we have been very prominent and some of the weak education. Sri Lanka has steady macroeconomic growth over 5 per annum over the last decade, improvements. When we look at the national average of unemployment, the rate has been maintained around 4%. However, by saying that, the youth unemployment rate ages between 20 to 24 remain at a higher level, like 17%, where that says that our education is not really good, but for there's a mismatch, for there's a gap. Constantly with the country context, so the Sri Lankan country education system has overcome like 3 major challenges to achieve national goals, being sustainably developed, nation with sustainable peace by 2030, They are supposed to work on these three areas. One is that work equality, relevance, and impact. Learning outcomes among secondary school curriculum. Learning more focus. The second, the low enrollment rate, where states specifically have to look in like science and technology and more employment students. And the third, gaps in institutional capacity for human resource development. Even when we talk about human resource development, even that comes to even teaching sector as well, for the teachers. Luckily, we do have an education policy and it's evolved over the last 75 years. So the WW we was started in 1993 and it was approved by the Parliament. Since then, Sri Lanka has been committed for free education for all children between age 5 and 16 at present, while the changing the government of the education policy evolved over the past 7 decades. The government has education policy governed by the concept of productive system and habitat, where we talk about the importance that makes human resource development primary responsibility of the government. I am not going to talk about much about this sustainable development goals during the agenda, but if you see under the 3.4, they have given primary skill development. I think this is the most important part that I want to share with you today. So I'm looking forward to work on the 21st century skill framework, where they are talking about 16 life skills. When you look at that, there are three pillars are there: fundamental literacies, competencies, and then character qualities. Where most of the life skills are embedded from the competencies, while they are trying to embed other two areas like fundamental literacy and character qualities. They are trying to incorporate life skills into all these 16 areas. I just want to give a very brief glimpse on that, how our classes are. I think it's pretty much similar to the Asian context that we have like grade 1, the primary education, and grade 1 and then the junior secondary education goes grade 6 to 9, and the junior secondary education gets start with grade 10 to 11, and then the senior secondary education phase 2 goes between 12 and 13. So even this is the most important part which I want to share with you. Like in primary education, we are looking at basic life education, as well as the junior secondary education looking the foundation for the life. And the secondary education phase 1, we are looking at the foundation, career readiness, and the last one is academic and professional. This is the most important part. Where we sharing experience, the way of sharing experience. Our education is like, it's to be like, okay, it need like, it's example, because I don't do it. Specifically, I have to make files for the exam, so all the parents have to be full pressure to the grade 1 to 5 in the scholarship exam. If you go back to the remember my previous slide, from the grade 1 to 5, we are trying to provide the basic rights. If our students are giving much pressure from the scholarship exam, where the science skills, I think not very well. So we have developing. And the second part, the knowledge-based assessment. We do the assessment of children, mainly the knowledge base, not the academic. Where we have to think about the assessment method. Third part, actually, we look at the theory. Theory and they don't matter about national experience. All the teachers are trying to cover within the short period of same theories. The last one is the the skills of experienced teachers are lack to teach the life skills. The second one, are trying to implement teach them. So where we have to work, put the child into the middle and work on change the education system. And lastly, I think this is the most important thing we can take on, like I think Parents are the other part that informs of life skill. They think about like just achieving the education qualification just enough for them. It is not because though they have very good results, sometimes they cannot come up with their general issues in their life. In terms of finally, this is the thing of message for you. Incorporate the life skill into the curriculum, being poverty on the curricular reforms, I think they will all application and and continue to collaborate, innovate, and prioritize integration of life skill education across all the levels of learning, empower group, and to be a more resilient, capable, and convenient to integrate. If one thing to have hope for our business. Thank you very much. So, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
For the way you emphasize and clearly make it out. After hearing all the presentation proposals, organization, in life skills education, we are still in the EEC. Very ECC. Every child, we are not even in an education. You know, that is the field where we are all. You know, recently, when one days back, I visited the markets, I went to Gucci Islands. And I get that now, what is the beauty of in the even in all the brand life skill have that kind of a interaction, so I don't know. But still, the thing is that life skills being taught or is being talked, is being talked that way. We are seeing literature in all the SAARC countries, what is happening in life skills. UNESCO will give a status report on life skills, what is happening. If you look at it, we know that not only SAARC countries, almost Asian nations also, this life skills similar. In Western world, they have integrated life skills into the curriculum, and it is not a standalone subject. They embedded everything. They integrated the subject in such a way that students are getting all the skills during their the school days itself. When they become a graduate, they are very bored and they bother about anything, anybody, and they are stand on their own legs. But that is not happening in now delegates presentation also. Friends, due to the lack of time, you all excuse me that we are unable to take any question. Anyway, Dr. Pramila and Mr. Roshan is here. We are now going for lunch. You can be with them, and whatever query you want, you can ask them. And in the evening at 7 o'clock, we have arranged a dinner, special dinner, only a typical Kerala style dinner. It is also not a, at present, the typical means, you know, you are only asking Swiggy and Zomato to supply, even in Kerala villages also. But we are giving some traditional dinner. It is also not a dinner at that time, but anyway, traditional food items that we are providing dinner. At that time, we have arranged a discussion of all the people, those who want to connect. Those who want to connect, they can discuss and they can, you know, exchange ideas. It is called the greet and the meet. Anybody is open to discuss with anybody, that permission be made. If you are not discussing at that time, you can discuss during our dinner time also. With these words, I conclude the session, and I hope that it is okay for all of you because time is a major concern. At least next session we have to start on time at 2:30. So we will be starting next session at 2:30 in 2 or 3 places. Okay, thank you very much and thank all my panelists who have made their presentation online and offline. We have a beautiful exhibition here on life skills and Panchatantra stories. Teaching life skills about Panchatantra stories brought by Professor Uma Joshi from Jaipur. You please have a look around that exhibition also. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Join us for the lunch.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Nendo, sir.
Thank you very much.
I hope we will meet you in person sometime. Thank you, Professor Khatri. I have noted your Gmail.
Gathered here. It has been such an honor to be a part of this wonderful event. On behalf of the organization of ICLSE, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the moderator of the session, Dr. Edana Nair, who delivered an overall idea of the session and handled the session throughout. Thank you, sir. On the behalf of ICLSE, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the eminent personalities, Dr. Pramila Thapa, Mr. Roshan Dalagandara, Professor Portima Rani Karmakar, Mr. Neonda Shuri, Dr. Gauri Hadigar, who were the symposium speakers of this session. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir. I would like to thank each and every one of you for being here and making this session a great success. Once again, thank you all. Thank you.
Now I invite Dr. Sir to lead us into the and to Dr. Dusha Dalazalzala.
Thanks a lot around the organization.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Every moment is a new beginning. A very warm good afternoon to one and all present here. Honorable dignitaries, deemed delegates, invited guests, staff and our lovely students. Here we are all together for the 9th International Conference on Life Skill Education, and I, Anekha Haji, extend to you a very warm welcome on behalf of Ma Theophilus Training College and Indian Association of Life Skills Education, Chennai. The function of prayer is not to influence God, but rather to change the nature of one who prays. So, it is the mark of our tradition to invoke the blessings from God Almighty. So, I would like to call upon Jyotika Shaji for the prayer service.
जगदीश्वरा वंदनम परिपावना वंदनम परिपालका वंदनम जगदीश्वरा परिपावना परिपालका वंदनम അനന്യമാം നിൻ അപദാനങ്ങൾ അവർണ്ണനീയം അതിശയം തവ തിരുനാമം അനശ്വരം ജഗദീശ്വര പരിപാവന പരിപാലക വന്ദനം വന്ദനം വന്ദനം.
So with that, we here begin the Teen Talk session on life skills for personal and academic excellence, and I invite Adina D for the welcome address.
It takes courage to grow up and become who you really are. E.E. Cummings. Good afternoon, respected guests, speakers, students, and friends. I'm privileged to welcome you all to the Teen Talk organized by Ma Theophilus Training College, Trivandrum, and Indian Association of Life Skills Education. Teen Talk puts forward an opportunity to seek the answers to the concerns that might intrigue the teens. Firstly, with immense pleasure, I welcome Sri Vijayan IPS, our keynote speaker of the session, even in his absence. He is the Inspector General of Police, Kerala. He is a 1999 batch official of Indian Police Service. He is the founder and chief architect of Student Police Cadet, a youth development initiative. Next, with much privilege, I welcome Dr. Shega Sheshadri, the moderator of this session, a child psychiatrist with over 35 years of experience in the field of child mental health. He is the former senior professor at NIMHANS, Bangalore. Next, I invite the students who are present here. Nincy Rex Thomas from Navajeevan, Jasreel Maria Jain from Navajeevan, Shilpa T.S. from St. Mary's, Sia Shamnat from Jyoti Central School, Ashik and Aisha from St. Mary's, Nanma S. from Holy Angels, Minna Ranjit from Christ Nagar, Naira Naushad from Pothankot, Devagi D.S. Kamal HSS Varadakada, Gauri Priya S. Venyaramoda, Parvati U.V. Venyaramoda. So, next I hand over the mic to Dr. Shega Sheshadri to give a detailed view of the session. I wish you all make most out of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any names were left out? Right. Then Goretis, Arsha and Nella. And?
Nasrin from Elisa.
Those of you who are in the door, you can come on this side so that in case more people come in, you can have space. There's a fan here, you can get some chairs, park yourself under the fan here. This is a very unusual session. While you see these big pieces of paper, typed and all that, 2 pages, written 2 pages, nothing, couple of typed pages, a book which he has written and brought. But basically what we have here today is collective teen power. Collective. So you can put your hands up, all of you, and say that we are here to share with you teen power. Right. Now, here's what we're going to do. In Teen Talk, many people who do life skills assume that we know everything about these people. The people who know best about what concerns them and what their lives are these people themselves. So let's not make any assumptions. Just because I'm 92 years old, no, I'm not 92, but I'm just saying, just imagine if I was 92 years old, that I know everything about you. I don't. So what we're going to do is, before we hear some deep sentiments from each of them, we're going to do a quick round where we're going to hear from all of them. If there was one thing in their lives which they want to change, one thing in their lives if they want to change so that they feel affirmed and happy and positive. You cannot say the one thing I want in life is for my parents to disappear. That, let's give them that much of, so we'll leave that aside. So we'll start with you. One mission, if you want, which will really make you feel positive, what is that one thing? Who will help me translate? So you can use that mic, No, she said, can you translate? Yeah. No, she didn't say what I said if you could translate. Can you put that mic on, please? That mic? What I said, if there's one thing in her life, if it changed, it would make her feel affirmed and positive, what would that one thing be?
ജീവിതത്തിൽ എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒരു കാര്യം ചെയ്യാൻ ജീവിതത്തിൽ ഒരു മാറ്റമുണ്ടാകും, ഒരു പോസിറ്റീവായിട്ട് തോന്നും എന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അതെന്താണ്?
I think my fear.
Please make a note of that. Please make a note of that. And I'll tell you why this is important. Most people do not accept any aspect of the self which puts them in a bad light. I want you to commend the courage of this person to acknowledge that I have fear and I want to do something about it. Please make a note of that. You can sit, don't get up. One thing in your life, if you wanted to change, which will make you feel happy and positive and affirm, what would that be?
മോൾക്ക് സന്തോഷം ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന ജീവിതം മാറും എന്ന് തോന്നുന്ന എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒരു കാര്യമുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അത് പറയും. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു കാര്യം സംഭവിച്ചാൽ ജീവിതത്തിൽ ഒരു മാറ്റം ഉണ്ടാകും, സന്തോഷമുണ്ടാകും എന്ന് തോന്നുന്നെങ്കിൽ അത് പറയാം.
എൻ്റെ ദേശീയം.
She would like her country to change.
Is it desham or dvesham?
Anger, sorry, it's anger.
Sir, no, sir, my mother is better than yours. Not desham, dvesham.
Okay, desham, anger. She should be able to control her anger.
If I could help more people, I would be certainly happy.
Talking about social networks, I'm leaving these ideas with you because when we do iterations, more and more rounds of what each of them is saying about their teenage lives, how teenage lives are sometimes characterized by fears. Fear of what? We'll do that in the second round. How they're characterized by sometimes by anger. Anger about what? With what? With who? Why? How much? What does it do to you? What do you do to it? Is anger good? is there something known as justified anger and unjustified anger. If you see unfairness taking place in front of you, should you be angry or not? So there's something known as justified and unjustified anger. So keep that in mind. Talking about social networks here, the importance of social networks. So are our social networks constricted? Do parents say that you're hanging out too much with all these people, you're wasting your time, and therefore you feel constricted? Good point.
So actually I want to tell that by interacting more with people globally.
Okay, so how much of exposure to the global world, sometimes we are restricted into what we call as our own little ecosystems. But the world is too large. Am I given the space and mobility to really experience the world in all its space and largeness?
If I could socialize more with people and control my emotions.
Control over emotions?
Like now teenagers and children are facing a big problem of freedom. We are hearing the news of child abuses every day. So
Now we are getting serious here. We are talking about the tensions around freedom, and we are also talking about whether, if there is a lot of freedom, is there the chance of abuse? And will abuse come down if we don't have freedom and we are restricted? But then there is the negativity of restriction. It's a tension that requires some complexity to deal with.
The one thing I regret doing is taking science, so I wish I could change.
Choices. Choices.
my time management skills.
Time management.
Bad temper.
Dvesham. Dvesham.
I want to stop comparing myself with others.
Comparativeness. Comparing who we are in terms of individuals. Do we have a valence, a positivity based only on who we are, or in comparison? And why is comparison sometimes a problem?
I want to clear my stage fear.
Stage fear, which is essentially social, how do we present ourselves socially? Kind of talking about social anxiety.
I think everyone has one mindset towards sports that most of the people won't succeed if they win in that area, so I want to change that.
Alright, a mindset. Well-meaning relatives will say, what? You want to do bachelor's in physical education? And I met a wonderful physical education teacher today of this college. One of the few people, Mustafa, who's done 800 meters in less than 2 minutes. But there is this notion that only certain kind of professions have dignity and value and others don't, which is a huge problem. And I'll tell you how this problem plays out. Many of you have seen me in this particular scenario at some point of time, but just for you to know what sometimes happens at home. Child comes to the father and gives this paper and says, Acha, report card. Acha looks at report card, looks at child, looks at report card, looks at child, looks at report card, looks at child, and does. Nothing is said. Nothing is said. Or, acha, report card. Looks at report card, looks at child, looks at report card, looks at child, and goes. Or, when will you improve? You will never improve. You will be a cook. As though there is no dignity in being a chef. Why are children like you born? This, my friends, is emotional abuse. The child, not as a child in struggle of identity, but a child only as a metaphor of what your expectations and your investment is. So my question to all the big people here is, Those of you who are heterosexual and believe in this institution called marriage, number one, why do you marry? Number two, why do you have children? Why do you want to be a parent? Are your children business investments that you'll invest in them so that when you're old and infirm, they will look after you? Children are not business investments. They are human beings who are looking at an achieving of their own spontaneous identity. If there's one thing that you would change, what would that be?
Actually, I'm from Sri Lanka. I just want to my country become a developed country.
Look at the theme of this conference: global synergy, systemic change, life skills, and sustainable development. But those of you who are following the political narrative of what is happening in Sri Lanka because of the financial situation of the country and how petrol prices and gas prices went up and what that does to the quality of living and to people's mental health and their sense of well-being. We have a representative from a neighboring country which is once upon a time part of this entire subcontinent. Thank you very much, my friends, for raising the idea that our teenagers are also preoccupied about the situation of the world. We have a notion sometimes that teenagers and adolescents are burdensome, they are selfish, they are willful. That is not true. They are rich resources that we have. It depends on how you invest in them to basically create a citizenry and a workforce that will contribute to the richness and the development of any country that they belong to. Right.
I could overcome my insecurities. Insecurities.
Insecurity.
Insecurity. Good point. Fear and insecurity related concepts.
I wanted to stop wars because it's very miserable for the people, and why there is happening wars because human life are very miserable.
Very important point being made here. Our teenagers are preoccupied not just with their lives and their dresses or their going out or their freedom. It's also about freedom, the concept that you spoke about. It's not merely freedom of the self, but it's freedom of all the kinds of, and if you look at UN statistics, there are more than 150 active wars going on in the world right now. Inter-country, sectarian. Look at what is happening in Ukraine, in Gaza, right here in Manipur, because of the sectarian violence which is going on in Manipur between two tribes, one in the valley, one in the hills, and so on. Good point.
I would like to change my laziness and fear to take initiatives.
You want to change your name?
Laziness.
No, I want to change my laziness.
Laziness. Again, a very courageous acceptance that so life skills means recognizing also some of the deficits we perceive in ourselves. The openness and the courage to be reflective about who we are, what our plus points are, and what our not so plus points are, is equally a life skill issue.
I would like to count on my blessings.
Look at that. She says, there are enough things in the world to complain about. And she's appealing to the teenagers to say, look guys, let's count on our blessings then. As a counselor, however, I will never tell someone who's in distress to say, why are you complaining? Because people are starving. You cannot disrespect. That person's distress is more important. It doesn't matter whether the rest of the world is starving. So you never compare a person's distress with someone else in a position of worse distress. You don't do that in counseling. But the fact that there is a teenager here who recognizes that there is enough in the world to complain about, but I would like to count on one blessing, is a question of perspective. And what this demonstrates is that the teen of today is capable of self-reflection and is also capable of perspective. This is a real-life demonstration for you of this phenomenon.
Emotionally, I am very weak, so I want to become more stronger in such situations.
Okay, so emotional stability.
First of all, I want to say one thing that I trust everyone blindly. So I don't want to trust like everyone because it always gives me so many such situations.
Very important issue here about trust. What is the level of trust that, do I trust that my parents will respect my choice? Do I trust that my friends will be loyal to me? Do I trust that my hard work will bring dividends? Do I trust that my boyfriend or my girlfriend will be loyal to me over long term? Do I trust in my own feelings? There are different kinds of trust dynamics and dilemma that teenagers face, which we're basically tabling for your attention. So this is the first round you've heard of what teenagers have to say about an important aspect of life that constitutes their lived reality. Their lived reality. Not my opinion, but the subjectivity of their lived realities, not what I think or what anyone else thinks, that these are their thoughts. Let's give them a big hand. We're going to do a second round now. Are there anyone from the organizing committee here?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, hello, sir. No, it was just for time management. We had till 5, right?
4
Till 5, and what's the time now? 5 to 3. We're going to have the IG joining us at approximately 3 o'clock, and then we'll take a break then and dive in. So, hang on to your sheets. We will be coming to that. We're going to do a very interesting activity now. We're going to start from here, and we're going to construct a story about teenagers and their life, line by line. Each person will be telling a line of the story, and the story is going to build this way and go this way. So you're going to start by saying, once upon a time in Thiruvananthapuram lived so and so. You know, it could be a girl, it could be a boy, it could be 13, 14, 15, 16. You can make a choice. And once you've laid that introduction, you pass the mic to her and you build the story. You tell the next line of what her family was like or his family was like, and then what happened, and then what he felt or she felt, and then what happened, and then how it all went out of hand, and then who did he or she speak to, and let's see how the story proceeds to see how teenagers actually negotiate the narratives that occur in their lives. You ready, guys? Everyone is ready? Right? Okay. Loudly, you don't have to get up.
Once upon a time, there was a girl who was lived in Thiruvananthapuram. Named Radha. Age 12. She is the person who trusts everyone without any reason. In many occasions, she was often, she trusts everybody blind-eyedly, so many times she was fooled by many people in her lives. So she was very sad. She trusts everyone even at the first sight she met. So one day she wanted to change her mindset about people. So she wanted to trust someone after knowing them really well. In school, she met a friend, and first she didn't trust her because she was trying to fool her and was telling her to share her things and was just forcing her to do something she did not wanted to. So she was actually a little introverted, so because of that, she didn't fight against what her friends were saying, as you said. So the test that she conducted to her friend broke their friendship down before it even started.
and she felt so sad and she wandered along the school ground and she was sitting on the steps. There she met a boy who trusted her. A boy who trusted her, who promised her that he would never ever leave her. And from there the friendship grew to brotherhood.
Her parents scolded her for her low grades in examinations. It made her more distracted.
But she felt like this friendship was improving herself.
But her parents started to thinking it's more than friendship.
Okay. Don't give me brother sister stuff. Okay. Yeah.
The boy confessed his feelings for her.
She had a trust issue because her family always fights, and it makes feels her if she trusts once in a life, she will also have like their parents' life. She will live that like that.
After some times, that boy leave her.
The main issue of that was the girl would ask everybody that she saw to buy something from Amazon.
She was emotionally very weak, so she was crying all the nights. After that, she never trusted anybody with her.
Story.
Teenager's life in a nutshell. Through a very simple life skill activity of narrative building. Now I'm going to throw the question to the audience. You heard the story. Tell me elements of teenagers' lives that you actually heard played out in the story. You can just put your hands up and yell out. Any aspect of teenagers' life that resonates with you. Yes. Trust issues. An urge to be socially accepted, appropriate. Yes. Okay, trust. What else did you find? Sorry?
More sensitive.
Sensitivity to, right? Fear of acceptance, fear of rejection, both of acceptance and rejection.
Waves of happiness and sadness.
So it's basically waves of, instead of a stable mood state or a stable emotional state, there are waves which kind of go up and down, and you feel a kind of tumult. It's tumultuous, and sometimes it's kind of up and down. If you don't know how to ride the waves, and the waves are very choppy, you feel a little out of sorts, particularly if you don't know how to swim there. So you brought to light some of the critical elements of a typical teenager story as it would play out in teenagers' life, 13, 14, 17, 18 as the case may be. Now what we're going to do is just give me a heads up when the IG comes, so that he's not here yet, right? Right. Now we're going to do another quick round where I don't want you to read from the paper that you've written, but I want you to share in a couple of lines to build on what you said at the beginning about what you would like to change about your lives. And we've heard a kind of story which is a typical story, but this story can have many variations in it. So let's have a quick round of sharing in 2 lines, 3 lines, 4 lines. Okay, 5 lines, 6 lines, but not 10 lines, so that we give everyone here a chance to hear a deeper sense of how you perceive your lives and what are the kind of struggles that you face. And it need not always be problems. You're not always talking about problems. We've heard a share from here which said that I'm not unhappy. There are things that make me unhappy, but I'm not unhappy because I have many blessings. So, just because 6 things happen to you that make you unhappy doesn't mean that you're an unhappy person. There's a difference between things that happen to you and who you are. And that difference is important to perceive. So, let's, for a change, start with the back row and then we work this way. In a couple of lines, and as loudly as possible.
Can you tell it again?
You already said you have a problem, no? Can you elaborate on it?
Can you elaborate
few
on what you
more
said?
lines. Few more lines about
About what you said. About your country and as a teenager, what you feel about it.
Okay. Currently in Sri Lanka, having a huge economical crisis, and there are many youths don't have job opportunities. Also, people don't have money. So actually, I want to create a job opportunities and also develop economy by becoming more entrepreneur.
I want you to pay attention to this very important issue here. You remember what I said, that often when we look at teenagers and adolescents, we have a tendency to look at them through the lens of a problem. They are troublesome, they are disobedient, they do stuff that we don't approve of, they engage in risk behaviors. And here you have a narrative to say, I'm conscious of my citizenship, given the political history and the current state that my country is in. And I would like to be a part of that youth movement that looks at a revitalization of my country and its resources. So what would it mean in terms of an early entry into career and the workforce? And how do I balance my work and my educational qualifications? It would interest you to know that in many countries, people do their graduation and then they take a gap year to work and see what the work world is like, and then they go to do masters and PhD. Unlike in South Asia, where there is this pressure all the time that you must have a professional qualification. Now, NEP 2020 aims to change that. They say you can have carryover credits, explore job opportunities, work, you can always come back later and do higher qualifications. My friend, I commend you for your patriotism to your country. Patriotism is alive in our teenagers.
I wish I knew what I wanted to pursue after 12th. I have a lot of interest and I don't know which one to focus on.
Okay, so what is being articulated here is that the world is becoming such a global village with so many choices that I really don't know what to do. It's almost like being killed for choice. You know, you go to a supermarket, 30 years ago there was only one type of bread to buy. Now there are 25 different kinds of bread. You don't even know which bread to buy. So a point that is being articulated here is, how do we help people negotiate the enormous amount of choices that they have at hand in order to make a choice that is then affirming to them. My choice, I was enabled, I like it, it has worked, it didn't work, but that doesn't matter because I was allowed to make my choice and I was allowed to make my mistakes. And I was not castigated for it. It is quite all right to make mistakes. There is nothing wrong in making mistakes. So nobody can blame you for saying that, you know what the adult parent systems tend to do, right? Told you now? Didn't I tell you? Didn't listen now? See what happened now? So how can we avoid this kind of stuff is the point being raised. So yes, ma'am.
I think I think I'll say in Malayalam, I want എനിക്ക് യുദ്ധങ്ങൾ അവസാനിപ്പിക്കണമെന്ന് പറയുന്നത് എന്തുകൊണ്ടെന്ന് വെച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ യുദ്ധങ്ങൾ കാരണം ഒരുപാട് മനുഷ്യർ ആണ് അവിടെ പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ അനുഭവിക്കുന്നത്. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഒരുപാട് ജനങ്ങൾ യുദ്ധങ്ങളുടെ പേരിലും യുദ്ധങ്ങൾ കാരണം അവരുടെ കുടുംബങ്ങൾ ഇത് അവരുടെ സങ്കടങ്ങളെ കാണാൻ സാധിക്കാതെയാണ് നമ്മൾ പോകുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഒരു വശത്തെ ജനങ്ങൾ സന്തോഷം ആഗ്രഹിക്കുമ്പോൾ മറുവശത്ത് ഒരു രാജ്യത്ത് അവർ ദുഃഖങ്ങളാണ് അനുഭവിക്കുന്നത്.
Because of war, many families suffer, and we also see children suffer. So,
what is being articulated here is essentially empathy, which is located in a social context. Somebody once said that lack of empathy is not essentially a lack of feeling. Rather, lack of empathy is primarily not a lack of feeling for another person's predicament. Lack of empathy is primarily a lack of imagination. It is your failure to imagine what the other person's life is like that. The marginalized, the slum dweller, the war-ravaged. And at this point of time, we are joined by our Honorable IG. Sir, just to please give him a big hand of welcome. Jayan sir. Sir, just to tell you very briefly, first we would like our MC to give us an introduction to you, and then we will carry on with we'd like to hear from you.
So, good afternoon everyone. So, today as a delegate we have Sri Vijayan Sir, Inspector General of Police, and he is a renowned personality, and for the next 1 hour he will be there with us sharing his experience as a keynote speaker. So all of us can welcome him.
Thank you very much. Sir, what we have done so far is that we've spoken to these teenagers about the most prominent wish in their consciousness, which will make them feel one with the kind of identity that they wish to have. We had some very interesting issues. I wish I lost my fears. Not I wish I was a great person. I wish I lost my insecurity. I wish I didn't have to struggle with the tension between freedom and expectation. We have a friend from Sri Lanka who spoke about the financial situation that the country is in, and to speak of how he perceives his own responsibility as a youth to see how he should organize his career should he get to a work situation much earlier than he otherwise would have. We have other people speaking about their own experiences of understanding that there are conflicts and wars and armed conflicts and insurgency and inner city turmoil going on, something, sir, that you're very familiar with as a policeman of many years' duration there. But collectively, a lot of them have articulated their own subjectivity about what it means to be a teenager. We would love to hear from you, sir, about your sense of the teenager of today. Little bit of sharing also, sir, about your own teenage years and how you got motivated to take the UPSC exams and how you got into the police force, before we get into more discussion with these teenagers and your own sense of as a civil servant and as a member of the law enforcement agency, what you see sometimes as the predicament of the youth, particularly in the state of Kerala. Sir? You can use that also, sir.
I'm totally confused. I'm totally confused because the sense that when I interacted with Mr. Radhakrishnan, he was taking that there's a conference going on here about the life skills. So I thought that I think I'm a person living with the teenagers most of the time. You might have heard about some other program called Student Police Cadet Program, ORC, SWEEP and all. So I think even right now, I'm in the midst of nearly 2 million children across India. means spreading across around 13,000 schools in India. One thing, first of all, a few sentences on the life skills, which, this is one area, when someone Google it, or you try to study, I think too many numbers being produced actually. Whoever, anything put on a skill, then it is called as a life skill. So I think someone tried to imbibe it or develop it. That person may not be knowing that where to focus actually. So I was thinking that, life skill has to be, because when we developed this student police cadet program, we were thinking that it's a program we would like to be something which is, which takes into account the challenges and opportunities of 21st century. Because most of the youth development initiatives which are designed, either as NCC or NSS, all done in the 20th century. NCC in the first half of the 20th century, the compulsions, opportunities, challenges were totally different. And when we address something for the millennium children is something, as you people, generally been thrown open to many things. Which at 20th century parent or teacher, unfortunately, are not able to guide you people. That's a fact, because we never seen it, never experienced it. So this is something, it's a very, very big challenge before both the millennium children and the parents. And someone last week when I was attending a conference saying that the predicament of the 21st century children or school education or college education system is that we teach the millennium children by the teachers of the 20th century using the 19th century syllabus. So this is something. So what I summarized it that the skills in 20th century means something, the knowledge, the ability or the knowledge, the abilities, the skill set that enable you to lead a happy and successful life in this world. That's all I think, that to enable you a happy and successful life. So in this case, I think one compared to my childhood actually in a sense we can say that less parenting and less schooling was there. That was one advantage. Less parenting was that they were not dictating on me, or they were not being following me, they were not being chasing me, or either chasing my dream or disturbing my personal ambitions or lives. Because one advantage was we are numbering, there are little more numbers in family. We are 7 in my family, my eldest, the brothers and sisters. So the thing is that the attention relatively will be less. Second thing, the teachers had a larger vision. The most often, I think, less bothered about the syllabus, more bothered about the life. That was the advantage. Less bothered about the syllabus and more bothered about the life. So in such situations, that time we thought about it is all disadvantages. Actually, there is a demerits or something bad. When I compare my life with my children of your age, I think that we were most luckiest people that one. So here, I think 4 sets of skills, if you people can focus on, I think that the 21st century children will be most happy and successful. One set of skills you want to discuss it in detail, that is the ability to identify the problem, analyze it critically, and within a creative, critically analyze it and make a decision on it. I think decision making is one critical area which we have to, that is the one challenge before the you people most. Because the options was relatively less in front of us. But here there is very much. You have, for your diversion, whether you go to the Google it, or go to ChatGPT, or go to the social media, or go to the email, or go to YouTube, or you to the Reels, or whatever, maybe there are lot of opportunities. We are not having any such options. So here that is the one decision when you study, when you focus on your academy, something like that, where to focus on it. Or we can say in another way, there is more opportunities, more chances of distraction. In that situation, how you can take by the mind and put into something that is very focused one is a big challenge. Next one is the creativity. There is a book I was reading, that one I wanted to show you, that you fall in love with the problems, not in solutions. Fall in love with the solutions. Fall in love with problems, not with the solution. So that's, a set of solutions. There was a conference, Qatar Educational Conference. It was concluded, I think, 2 weeks ago. The focus, it was the application of artificial intelligence in education was the main focus. But they mostly discussed about actually what should be taught to a child. So the final decision was that actually enable the children to identify problem, to discuss in detail, to critically analyze, find out a solution of their own. So the thing is that my tendency will be that when I identify a problem, I may discuss with you. I will try to impose upon you my solution also. So here here solution will be more creative. So another skill set is creativity and ability to communicate that one to the people. Because if you fail in communicating, there are many ideas might have come in your mind or many people's mind. But Uber, or that take the case of Google or Microsoft, any number of inventions, because the people were not only imaginative, but they were able to communicate it also properly. Next set of thing is that I think that's very important thing. We were discussing about the empathy. Empathy, I also agree with the lack of imagination. Empathy is the one thing, our exposure also very limited. Because generally, we are very much, the generation is coming is largely getting confined to the limited world. Limited exposure is one reason, I think. Actually, they are not been exposed to the true realities of the life. That limits the imagination also. And that limit, not only that one, mostly that is the syllabus-oriented school system largely failed to in training or making a behavioral changes towards by including that, incorporating the empathy skills as such. So these are the some of things. And then the digital skills. Digital skills means there are a lot of digital skills is one area. I think it is to be essentially important. One is that what are the digital possibilities available? Second, through digital equipments available, gadgets available, where are the information is being centered. Very important. Next one is that how to verify the information. Whatever information you get, whether it is true or fact, how will verify it. And the last one, or not the least, but the thing is is the ability to that is a digital ethics. Because digital ethics, these four things. One is that digital literacy about the various gadgets and equipment, and digital possibilities within that world, and ability to verify, and don't be led by the misinformation or the so-called deep fakes and all. And then the deep fakes is another big challenge. It is now being faced. And then that is keeping a digital ethics. So these are the areas, and then the thing is that ability to learn, relearn and unlearn. Continuous learn. My daughter, she wants to be in science field. Initially, she prepared for science and got into ICLSE. Then she said, I don't want to join ICLSE. Then she joined technology in BITS. Then now she is, and simultaneously she did her master's in MSc. Then now she is working with JP Morgan, and internship just now started along with the college. She is interested in finances actually, and really looking after the counterparty risk analysis of the various. So I asked that you are interested in science, then you are into technology, then somewhere you are looking at the economics, and now you are into the counterparty risk analysis based on large volume of data. So I asked that whether you have been taught by anyone this one, any school or colleges about this. She said no, but then how could you manage it? She said that is the one thing that taught us, that ability to learn and relearn and unlearn. So if you have an ability to learn, unlearn and relearn, and I think along with the empathetic and such essential skills, I think the life will be happy and successful. My childhood, I told you that it is less, people say that relatively less fortunate, but we are most fortunate in many ways because we are exposed to the nature. We are exposed to the 4 seasons of the nature, that is monsoon. We will never miss monsoon. We never miss summer. So, and then that is, our teachers were more compassionate, and they will talk about more narrate lot of stories of various people, various things and all. We never missed any festivals of our local area, and we were actually, most often, if we have a lunch box for 2-3 people, we'll share with 5-6 people together. So, and often, because of less, we were given life skills were taught on the roads also, because one bus, we may have, a bus has to accommodate nearly 100 students. So that survival fitness, the survival instinct was developed. So my childhood was much, much better than my children. That was, I consider. Then get into civil service. I am not a right person to guide you people right now, in the sense that I entered into service 23 or 24 years ago. But get into civil service means, ability to, means a continuous passion towards, knowledge seeking and knowledge gathering, analyzing, expressing it is very much required. It is better to start in the early age. Then, you will create a natural taste towards it. Rather than, a guide or a coaching-centered civil servant. The national dreams are really a passionate person who understands the things, who analyze things, who is empathetic with the society. Such people can do much better in civil service. So, I think in an early age, if you can do it like this, you will be relatively better off. But otherwise, if you want to techniques and all, that we'll talk some other time, because it will be much better. It is a very dry one. Then get into civil service. I thought that this is an opportunity. I don't see any other agents, any other organization. You may be getting, Sundar Pichai may be getting 2,000 crores or something per year, but we may be getting very, very less compared to any private people. But the opportunities without to serve the people, or the boundaries are very, very very high. And if you have a serving mindset with the service and all, I think many people will say that there is. I too have several types of experience throughout my service, but civil service is the one area which gives immense opportunity to follow your passion, to do good for the service, to help the needy people, and many other ways also. So that's all I would like to say. If you have any question, I will be more happy to answer. Thank you.
Sir. The Honorable IG has referred to 3 parameters: expression, empathy, and ethics. Among all the narratives that took place here, if you really put everything that came, whether it's fear, whether it's insecurity, whether it's a country status, whether it's dvesham, not desham, but dvesham, it's all embedded in these 3 very critical elements that has been shared with us. It's about how ultimately any negotiation is embedded in communication. How effectively do we communicate, and how effectively are we aware of the universe of the person with whom we are communicating? And is communication therefore really two-sided? Or is it that I come with my preconceived notion and I'm hardly listening to you even though you're speaking there? So that's one important point that he made about the importance of expression and eloquence in communication. And then about the fact that how if every choice and action of yours is built on the foundation of empathy, empathy not just towards the other, but empathy even towards yourself. How do you learn to be kind to yourself? Otherwise, what happens in the whole teenage thing, whether it's a career choice issue because of too many choices, or a career choice issue because people are constricting and restricting you, expectations. that how can you be empathic with yourself? And while the Honorable IG referred to ethics in the context of the digital world, the whole context of ethics actually pervades the entire fabric of our lives. How ethically do we lead our lives? And this is what the theme of this conference is. When we speak of global synergy and we speak of sustainable development, it's the ethics of our life. Do we waste food on our plates? Do we chuck plastic? These are the ethics of life that, ultimately that. And so climate change is not something out there that has nothing to do with us. It has everything to do with us. And I think that's the point that the IG really raised. And the last point, of course, is while he may be a law enforcement officer, one of the things that I know because of my experience of having worked with the National Police Academy, the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel National Police Academy in Secunderabad, also with NEPA in Northeast and several state police academies, is increasingly people are conscious of the concept of social policing. And people are saying when you see a policeman, what should you experience? You should experience comfort. What happens is when you see a policeman, you experience fear. And it should not be like that. When you see a policeman, you thank God, police mama has come. Now nothing to worry that. So the concept of, I've had a lot of conversation with Rajan sir. He was in CP's Bihar cadre, that he was the director of the NPA on the whole concept of social policing. Because with KPA Ilyas, Nagaland cadre, who was in charge of the Center for Child at the National Police Academy, he's been repatriated from Nagaland. We worked a lot on social policing in the concept of children, sir. Thank you very much for sharing your experiences, and I hope you'll stay with us while we navigate from the confusions of too much of choice to the distress that occurs because of the world situation too. Each of these teenagers, sir, are articulating their position as far as the reality of their teenage lives are concerned. Some personal, such as fear and insecurity. By all means, speak about it. And a little more than the one line that you said. And some more generic and more global in that sense. And we're going to take about half an hour to do this. And then we have a couple of closing activities to close the session. So I hand over the mic.
I already said my problem is laziness. I am very lazy in doing projects given from schools and all. I will always think like I will do it tomorrow, I will do it tomorrow, but it may become a great burden.
Please relate this to something that someone said about time management and relate it to what Sir said about the ethics. The ethics of how you manage your day. Are you organized? Which is not to say you must become regimental and military-like, but is there a certain ethic to the way that, so there is something known as work ethic. So ethics is not just honesty, loyalty, confidentiality, breach of ethics as hacking and all that. Those are ethics in the context of, let's say, the criminal justice system. But there is an ethics of day-to-day life, which is if you see someone hurt, do you assist or not? If you see someone hurting a younger child, do you intervene or not? So there are ethics in the common fabric of day-to-day life that, and if you relate what you said to the concept of time management, even that becomes an ethic of how we lead our life. And there's nothing right or wrong. There's no formula that this is how you should lead your day. But as long as you have your own system and that makes you comfortable, that's an ethical way of leading life. Ma'am.
While we are telling our while we are telling our parents to buy something, we should understand what we have and we should count on our blessings. That's what I have to say.
Whose side are you on? I'm just kidding. The point being articulated here, the point that's being articulated here is how conscious should a teenager be about the reality of the family that he or she belongs to? Or do I take a position to say, I don't care what work you do, what your income is, what your savings are, I need this and I need it at any other cost. Now, if some teenager is not conscious of the limitations of the family, that doesn't make that teenager good or bad. That's not the point that is being made here. The point is, to what extent is this consciousness? And it comes back ultimately to the point that IG sir made about empathy. Do you really understand the reality of the family that you come from, so that while you may have aspirations and needs, you tailor it or you framework it within the reality that you belong to? So it is not wrong to desire, but there's a difference between a need, a desire, and a luxury. Wanting a sports shoe is a need. Wanting a branded sports shoe is a desire. Wanting a branded sports shoe that is signed by hand by Sanju Samson is a luxury. So that's the kind of decision making. So it's not wrong to have needs.
I don't have any aims in my life. I just listen to what others says and I'm just confused what to take and what. So I just want to clear that.
Thank you very much for that share. Again, it is quite all right to say I don't know what I want to do. Everybody need not have the kind of clarity that many of us had great clarity when we were 3-year-old. When I was 3-year-old, I was very clear what I wanted to be. I wanted to be an engine driver. So that's okay, because these are charming thoughts and dreams that people have. But it's quite okay, and relate that to what your friend said here, that on the one hand there are too many choices. On the other hand, there's not that much of information on the basis of which that. On the other hand, go back again to what Sir said about schooling. Right now, 21st century children in schooling, 20th century teachers, and 19th century methods. Are we really tailoring our education to provide people like you the clarity that the world is full of choices? Now, supposing you wanted to tell your parents, Amme, acha, I want to be a stand-up comic. Would they be receptive of that then? So I think that in order to reconcile or resolve the tension between teenagers and the parent and the adult system, the dialogue and communication, as Sir pointed out, communication has to be two-way. This dialogue cannot only be one-sided. So thank you very much for that.
Now, Vijay sir has to leave at 4 o'clock. So if any questions which participants or our youngsters has to ask him, you can ask. Any client, I know that many of you might be interested to ask questions. And after that, this interaction we will continue. The session is up to 5 o'clock. We will have enough time. Any one of you has to ask any questions or your concerns or not only questions. If you anything you want to ask, you can ask him. Many of you might be heard about the student cadet police, Students cadet police. In your college also it might be there, no? Student police. Students police cadets, SPC. Yeah, many of SPCs might be here. You know who is the architect of SPC in Kerala or in India?
He's sitting right here.
Yeah, he is sitting right here. He is the person who created SPC, Student Police Cadets. It is, more than what NCC is doing in the country. In every schools in Kerala, irrespective of aided, unaided or self-finance, whatever it is, SPC is functioning. And they are doing excellent work, not only in developing, discipline in social service and many more areas. SPC is working, and it is his brainchild. And now this model has been adopted by many of the states, and in Indian government also is promoting SPC. So keeping that in mind, if any queries to anybody, you can please ask for 10-15 minutes. Okay? You can also raise your questions.
Sir, what are the questions?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, please go ahead. Please, Mike, please.
One second.
Please come forward.
Sir, in your opinion, what are the positive and negative aspects of the youth today, and how do you think we can improve ourselves for a better tomorrow and for a better 2047 that we are wishing for?
We have the 1/3 of Indian population is below the age of 40. That means around 400 million, 40 crore. Half of the population is below the age of 25. Means around 65 crore. This one, the 40 crore below the 40, it much more than the total population of USA, much more than the total population of Europe. So we generally consider, some people say it is a demographic dividend, some people say it is a demographic bulge, some people say it can be a demographic liability. Here the youth, India, from the Indian point of view, India is, even though culturally is one of the oldest nation, it is the youngest nation as far as the population demographic nature is concerned. The youth of one side, I don't find anything wrong with the youth as such, because very vibrant, when during the COVID period, especially the flood and on in Kerala, the way they came forth, in the camps, relief camps, and in assisting the people and all, it is amazing. When I visited several camps across, most of the student police cadet, the youngsters from other colleges, schools and all, they were contributing immensely. I think there is, I told you that there is a confusion or an inability in the elders in mentoring and helping the youngsters. Because one is that, of course, that educational system. I'm not blatantly, complaining against the education system, but the way the society is moving. Unfortunately, our teachers are not able to cope up with that one, or don't have that much of a mindset. It's not, you should be empathetic towards your teachers. That's why, first of all, I say that. Because you people are digital natives and we are digital immigrants. Any immigrant is always hesitant to accommodate with that culture. You people actually, when we are born, when you are crying, you are creating any trouble and all, you are given at a very early age a gadget called mobile phone. It is much more than a mobile phone. Much more than a computer. That it is having camera. Any computer doesn't have a camera as such on that time. You can easily handle. It is even torch is there. All sorts of things in one set is called a mobile phone. And a search engine, it is either it is Google or Yahoo, it can give a lot of information. In such situation, you people are born to that one. And we were from reluctantly, and I may have a mobile phone of iPhone 14 Pro or something like that. But I will mostly using either to send a mail, sometimes a Facebook posting, and then to make a call, WhatsApp call or something, or other regular call. But you people are more introduced to the things, that is, what are the possibilities of all these things. The youngsters, I think, are not being properly, but this information word, these things and all, your mental age is relatively very less. So the wisdom also may not be that much. So this information and this capability, how to use it, you people may not be able to, may not be properly trained. This is the responsibility of elders. But that responsibility could not be largely done by the parents and teachers and the organizations called police, social justice, various other organizations. Because all these are the mindset and instruments which they are using is highly outdated, which is largely applicable in the 19th, 18th, 20th century or like that. So this is something like. So here, the youngsters, I think that here it is very good thing. I would like to listen some more, because what is going inside your mind? What do you think that one? That has to be captured. Suppose I am designing a policy. Suppose I am designing a curriculum. I should not go by my own learnings during my B.Ed years I also did a degree in education in 1994 or something like that, UGC, JRF and all. So that time the situation was totally different. Now what is going inside your mind? How I will be able to help you out in this world? That is what should be enough focus. So here I say that youngsters are very, very, very dynamic, informative and all. But unfortunately, it is a transition period as far as the when you become parents and all, when you become teachers or the society leaders and all, you will be both, you will be guiding digital natives by digital natives. That time this confusion may not be that much. One important problem you people are facing, I think that you were talking about that one, that's decision making. This question is also decision making, how to, what I should ask to my parents. That's decision should be making, or then this other procrastination of things and postponing things and all. What is decision is one. Decision, Anthony Robinson very well defined it is, desire plus action is called decision. So you want to do something, I want to complete this study today, okay? Then you sleep, that is called desire. Suppose you want to complete study this much portion today, and start doing right now also, that is called decision. Here another issue is that, big issue, I say that, there is, in Kerala, world over, prevalence or the availability of drugs and intoxicants are very high. We people, in 2018, we registered around 16,000 cases. 2022, the cases have gone to 32,000. There's exactly 100% increase is there. The quantity we seized has gone 3-4-fold increase. But the prevalence of drug is very much present, very much felt all over Kerala. Not here alone. When you go for further studies outside India, outside Kerala, outside India and all, one decision you people, I find my children also, that is, this availability, some people there will be to influence you, some people will be sometimes give you free of cost. All drugs generally will, Vimukti has conducted a study among 600 addicts. They said that is, 80% of the cases, initially drugs was given by the peers at free of cost. Slowly led to this world. So how do you say, are you capable enough to make a decision and say that, no? I think now in the present world, the most important thing as far as a youngster is concerned is that is abilities to say no to something. It can be any sorts of abuse. It can be physical abuse, sexual abuse, and it can be, this type of substance abuse. That makes you capable to survive in this world. So I say that this ability, I think, something little bit more to be trained. Ability to make decisions, trained, that little bit lacking. Because you people are not, you are not inferior compared to my young period of as a youngster. thing is that the situation, the scenario is totally different. Scenario is totally different. There are so much of there is during the COVID period, after post-COVID scenario is that most things has become more contactless. You need not, a drug peddler need not come and approach you. There are many people, I did not give all the details and all. There are various types of portals, webs and all. You can, any person who wants, there will be, and you will take these terrorist elements also. Now, no one is directly attacking this one. They will tutor the guys behind the curtain. A handler will be there far away places. It can be sometimes in Iran or in Israel or somewhere else. Will be tutoring. In such situations, when your ability to understand, you are being going to be misled, and this is the time I should keep a distance from that one. And this is the time I should inform my parents or to my teachers or to the police organization, because it's going to be dangerous. Such decision, ability to take such decision is very much important. Unfortunately, the relatively huge prevalence of the drugs among the youngsters shows that they are not able to take that decision properly.
Thank you, sir, for the very comprehensive frameworking of indeed the subject of this session. And thank you very much for that question that came from the audience, because it gave us the opportunity to listen to IG sir to expand our frame of reference as we approach towards the end of the session there. So let's continue with some more thoughts which you're also very keen to hear. So let's start.
Sir, I want to ask you one thing.
Please go ahead.
Sir, you said that there is a long year gap between us and the education. Do you really think that our government should change this current education system?
Government of India, after 36 years, and a huge change has been made called New Education Policy. New Education Policy, earlier days the education system is largely lecture-based method. One teacher will come. There are generally my teacher, my favorite teacher, she used to have one hand one stick, another hand one textbook. There will be a chalk also. Now this world is totally changed, information through various sources, well look at. There is a rotten teaching system to a competency-based teaching system. When a subject is being taught, you should experience it. You will feel it actually. You should go through that one. Such a situation. For example, when you are asked, suppose I teach you, the capital of India is, New Delhi. As a teacher of olden days, 20th century, I was more happy that I could teach you New Delhi. But the question is why New Delhi? Suppose the Mumbai is almost center. Why it is not Trivandrum? My wife used to tell she belongs to Patur here. The world capital should have been Patur. Why it is not Patur? So, and how New Delhi came as as the capital of India became. Because earlier days, Britishers was largely spent their lifetime all in Kolkata. Now, then why it was being moved on? So, this type of questions and answering to that one. Then you also, because it can be, need not be because of the, because geographical thing, it may be a political compulsion it might have gone. Deeper understanding about an issue. Thereby, you are not just mugging some information. You are actually will be built up in decision making in future. Because suppose you become a civil servant or a political leader, when you have to take, you might have heard about a story now going on. Earlier, Andhra Pradesh was together. Later, it was bifurcated as Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. One CM, that is Naidu's government, they decided Amaravati as the capital. The next dispensation came, they say that Vaishal should be that one. So is it because of any political dislikeness, or it's because of some logic? Or when we take a decision, it should not be something biased or something against someone or some prejudices and all. What all things to be taken into account? So education should be enabling a person to make decisions. So this type of teaching, that is competency-based teaching, is one important change which has been made in the curriculum of the proposals of NEP. Another thing is that everyone is a collaborator in learning. You people were talking about various things. You are collaborating. I am a teacher. I am collaborating. Your parents also collaborating. The community is collaborating. And the knowledge is being co-created. Co-created knowledge will be more well-tested and more acceptable also. Such things, experience-based learning, art-based learning, sports-based learning, role model-based learning, such things have been proposed by the NEP. But I say that, very, very slowly we are moving in that direction. Very, very slowly moving to that direction. Everyone is responsible. Even now the parents, suppose they go for an open school, they will generally ask what are the scores. Why less mark in physics and not that much which she has scored in that biology, English or something like that. Actually, nobody is not much focusing on the A plus in character, A plus in life and all. Mostly they will physics, chemistry, biology and all these things. Parenting also has to change. When the parents continuously ask scores, marks set in the school, how teacher can focus on this type of things? Teachers are largely focused on the aided by, and they are so tired, that they are just like every day running, just like running around 20 kilometers per day, like they are morning to evening by running from syllabus to syllabus, they are tired. And finally everyone is tired, but nothing substantial is happening here. So there is a new education policy. New education policy actually gives a lot of space for an improvement, but society is highly mobile. 2020 new education policy, now we are 2023. When we start implementing, that will become outdated. Really agile. So, and a very agile, fast responding system only can have, as you wish, that gap could be reduced. That's why the Western education and all is very often far ahead of us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that question, because it again places certain concerns that teenagers have about, everybody is talking about national education policy. All that is actually going to affect you, but do you really know what this policy is, or is it only the Professor Kasturi Rangans and the people sitting in the education ministry and many pedagogues present here who know about it, but the actual consumers...
One interruption. You people demand for the new education policy.
Right.
That you can literally implement it in your classroom.
Right. Thank you very much for raising the question. So we're going to quickly hear 12 more comments on teenage lives, and then we're going to wind up with something very interesting, and I promise you that we'll wind up exactly on the dot of 5.
Fear, it affected my life very badly. It affected my desires, my opportunities, everything. That's why I thought fear is the one thing I want to change in my life.
Thank you very much again, that when opportunities get compromised because of certain feelings that you go through, an insight and recognition into some of the limitations of how one reacts is the start of change. So congratulations on that.
Seriously, anger is the problem I'm facing. I don't know, there is no reason, seriously. But I would like to change that bad nature. I am very secret in that nature. And my New Year resolution is to change my anger or control the anger.
Well, thank you very much for that. I think it was in the Second Coming of Christ, the poem called Second Coming of Christ, when the poet says that the evil are full of fury and light, and the good have nothing to say. Stated in a very simple way, it says that as guilty as people who commit hurt to others are those who watch and do nothing. So there is a difference between justified and unjustified anger. So anger for the right reason, which doesn't mean you have to yell and scream and kick and shout and spit and bite and hurt. But there are healthy ways of communicating anger. But thank you very much for that. Sure, go ahead.
Sir, after working in SPC for these much years, what do you think an SPC student is different from other students, or what make SPC student different from others?
There are several studies and all been done by independent agencies, and I don't go to that one and all. But they are connecting more to the reality. Because one thing, we focus on 7 dimensions of a personality. That is the physical dimension, thinking dimension, ethical dimension, emotional dimension, like that 7 dimensions. Each area we are giving exposure to that. Each area. Along with in democracy, democracy is the almost we can say the last experiment in the human progress. That is the highest level. From that we can say in Marxian way, that is primitive society to slavery to landlordism to capitalism to socialism to, we can say that we are reaching to the democracy. Democracy is everything is by us and for us. So in democracy, our ultimate scripture is constitution. Everything is decided by constitution. That constitution is decided by the people. So, SPC, at least I don't say that, I will not claim that they are fully aware. They are more aware about the constitutional principles, basically the fundamental rights, more about fundamental duties, and what is the constitutional values. These 3 things, I say that first of all, my obligation as a citizen, my obligation or my duty as a citizen is been aware. Second thing, we have several values, religion especially promotes several set of the values. Our eternal values are the values prescribed by the Constitution, enshrined by the Constitution. That is the, liberty, fraternity, this equality. This set of the values, which is secularism, this type of the values which is enshrined in the Constitution, that should be imbibed in every person. That person is called citizen. In democracy, you may be Hindu, you may be Christian or Muslim. That immaterial. In democracy, whether you are a citizen or not, that is important. Whether you are a citizen or not. If you are to be a citizen, you should first be guided by your duties, then you will be guided by the values, then you should ask your right. This should be the sequence. I think to some extent, we could build up that values in our children.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, one more question.
Sir, myself Gauri Priya. I was one among the 17 students who got the opportunity to visit New Delhi in the Independence Day celebrations as part of being a winner in the Man Ki Baat quiz competition conducted by Nehru Yuva Kendra and Global Givers Foundation. So when we got the opportunity to interact with the Honorable President of India, she mentioned us about a care lift who initiated the program Punyam Pungavanam in the Golden Pilgrimage of Shabarimala, and we were very proud that he is a Malayali, he is a Kerala, and it is none other than Sri I.G. Vijayan sir. So how did you feel when the Honorable Prime Minister mentioned about you in the Man Ki Baat program that he is being conducted monthly in radio?
I don't know, you may be asking that how Prime Minister came about this one. That I am totally unaware. But you know, if you have a mindset of understanding problem, you are empathetic to the problem. And if you want to be part of solution, not the problem. You know, India is a gold minefield. It's a minefield in the 21st century is problems. Because India has enough problems. So we interact with the problem, understand it, try to find out your own solution. This Punyam Pungavanam, that is, when I was special officer in Shabarimala, the major problem was the waste management. So we thought that is what type of a solution we can find out. So that was the result. And when we communicate with the people properly, we collaborate with the people, there will be larger acceptance. Thereby this became a relatively good success. And success will create both sides.
Good evening, sir. My name is George Mehta. I am from St. George's Model Education, Nalanjara. Sir, may I use Malayalam? Sir, നമ്മുടെ കൊറോണ ആഫ്റ്റർ 2020 ശേഷം നമ്മുടെ കുട്ടികൾ പല സെക്ഷനായിട്ട് തിരിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. നേരത്തെ കുറച്ച് ഇൻട്രോവേർട്ടും കുറച്ച് എക്സ്ട്രോവേർട്ട് ആയിട്ട് കുട്ടികളുമുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ നമ്മുടെ ഈ കൊറോണയ്ക്ക് ശേഷം നമ്മുടെ കുട്ടികൾക്കിടയിൽ പല പല സ്വഭാവ വൈകൃതങ്ങൾ അത് വൈകൃതങ്ങളായിട്ട് പലർക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത് ഓരോരോ പുതിയ ടൈപ്പ് സ്വഭാവങ്ങൾ നമ്മളിങ്ങനെ ഡോക്ടർമാർ പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പം ഇപ്പം നമ്മളിവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്ന ഇത്രയും കുട്ടികളെന്ന് പറയുന്നത് അവരിൽ ഒരു ഭാഗ്യമുള്ളവരല്ലെങ്കിൽ അങ്ങനെ നമ്മുടെ സ്കൂളുകളിൽ എല്ലാ കാര്യത്തിനും ആക്റ്റീവായിട്ട് നിൽക്കുന്ന ഒരു ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഓഫ് സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് ആണല്ലോ. അപ്പോൾ ഇതിന് പറ്റാത്ത കുറേ കുട്ടികൾ നമ്മുടെ സമൂഹത്തുണ്ട് ഈ കൊറോണയ്ക്ക് ശേഷം. അപ്പം അവർക്കായിട്ട് നമുക്കൊരു കൗൺസിലിംഗ് സെക്ഷൻ നമ്മുടെ കേരള പോലീസ് തന്നെ നൽകുന്നുണ്ടെന്ന് പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ അതിന് ഞാൻ ഒന്ന് ശ്രമിച്ചതാണ്. ടിൽ ദ ഡേ, അതായത് നവംബർ 3-നോ 4-നോ ആണ് ഞാൻ ആ നമ്പറിൽ വിളിച്ചത്. അതിനൊരു നമ്പർ ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, അത് വിളിച്ചിട്ട് നവംബർ 3-നോ 4-നോ എൻ്റെ ഡീറ്റെയിൽസ് മൊത്തം അവർ ശേഖരിച്ചു. എന്നിട്ട് നിങ്ങളെ വിളിച്ചോണം എന്നറിയിച്ചു. അതായത് രാവിലെ 7:40 വരെ ഇതേവരെ എൻ്റെ ഫോണിൽ അങ്ങനൊരു കോളോ മെസ്സേജോ അതിനെപ്പറ്റി പിന്നെ അവരൊരു അതിനെപ്പറ്റി അവർ പിന്നെ അത് ഒരു ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചിട്ട് പോലുമില്ല. അപ്പം നമ്മുടെ സമൂഹത്തിൽ അതായത് പബ്ലിക്കായിട്ട് കൗൺസിലിങ്ങിന് പോകാൻ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുള്ളവർ, നമ്മുടെ സ്കൂളിലൊക്കെ ചിലപ്പം കൗൺസിലേഴ്സ് വന്നാലായി വന്നില്ലേലായി. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെ പബ്ലിക് ഔട്ട് കൗൺസിലേഴ്സിന് കാണാൻ പറ്റാത്ത കുറേ സെക്ഷൻസ് ഉണ്ട്, കുട്ടികളുണ്ട്. അതായത് വെളിയിൽ പബ്ലിക്കിന് ഈസ് ഓക്കെ, ജെന്റിൽമാൻ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നല്ല കുട്ടിയാണ്, ക്ലാസ് ടീച്ചേഴ്സിനോട് ചോദിച്ചാൽ പറയും അവൾ നല്ലതാണ്, അവൾ എല്ലാത്തിനും ആക്റ്റീവാണ്. ബട്ട് അകത്ത് നമുക്ക് കുട്ടികൾക്ക് പല പല പ്രശ്നങ്ങളുണ്ട്. അങ്ങനത്തെ ഉള്ള കുട്ടികൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി എന്താണ് കേരള പോലീസിൻ്റെ ഭാഗത്തു നിന്ന് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ പോലീസിൻ്റെ ഭാഗത്തു നിന്ന് സാറിന് പറയാൻ പറ്റും?
Shall I answer in Malayalam?
Yes, sir. Yes.
ഞങ്ങൾ 24 മണിക്കൂറും തുറന്നു വെക്കുന്ന ഒരു സ്ഥാപനമായതുകൊണ്ട് എല്ലാ സൊല്യൂഷനും ഞങ്ങളോട് ചോദിക്കരുത്. പക്ഷേ ഇത് എൻ്റെ ഒരു ഫെയിലിയറാണ്. കാരണം ചിരി എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു ഹെൽപ്പ് ലൈനിൻ്റെ കാര്യമായിരിക്കും നിങ്ങൾ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്. 9497900200 അത് ഞാൻ തന്നെ ഇനീഷ്യേറ്റ് ചെയ്തതാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അവിടെ കുറച്ച് കോളുകൾ വരാതെ കിട്ടാതിരുന്നതെന്ന് ഞാൻ അറിഞ്ഞതിൽ ഞാനത് എങ്ങനെ അവരെ ഒന്ന് മനസ്സിലാക്കിയതാണ്. പക്ഷേ ഞങ്ങൾ ഏകദേശം ഒരു 60,000 ആളുകൾ ഓൾറെഡി അതിൽ അഡ്രസ്സ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. കാരണം ദർ വാസ് എ ഹ്യൂജ് ഡിമാൻഡ്. വാട്ട് ഈ സെഡ് ഈസ് അബ്സല്യൂട്ട്ലി റൈറ്റ്. ഈ 2020-2022 ആ 2-year പീരിയഡിൽ അവർ ചിൽഡ്രൻ വാസ് ലിറ്ററലി ലോക്ക്ഡൗൺ. ആൻഡ് നമ്മളൊക്കെ പല രീതിയിൽ എക്സ്ക്യൂസസ് ഒക്കെ പറഞ്ഞ് വി മൂവ്ഡ് ഔട്ട്. ആക്ച്വലി ചിൽഡ്രൻ ലിറ്ററലി ലോക്ക്ഡൗൺ. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞതിന് ശേഷം ആദ്യം നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യേണ്ടിയിരുന്നത് ഇവരെ നോർമൽസിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരാനുള്ള ഒരു എഫേർട്ടായി. കാരണം ലിറ്ററലി ലോക്ക്ഡൗൺ ദേ വർ പുഷ്ഡ് ടു ദ ഡിജിറ്റൽ വേൾഡ്. ടിൽ ദാറ്റ് ടൈം ഡിജിറ്റൽ വേൾഡ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു വേൾഡ് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിലും സാധാരണ ഒരു വേൾഡിലായിരുന്നു നമ്മൾ ജീവിച്ചിരുന്നത്, ഫിസിക്കൽ വേൾഡ്. ഈ കോവിഡിൻ്റെ ഒരു പ്രത്യേകത ഉണ്ടായത് ക്ലിയർലി 2 വേൾഡ് ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്തു. ദാറ്റ് ഈസ് ഡിജിറ്റൽ വേൾഡ്, ഫിസിക്കൽ വേൾഡും വിർച്വൽ വേൾഡും. ഇന്ന് ഒരാൾ എവിടെ ജീവിക്കുന്നു എന്നുള്ളതിൻ്റെ യഥാർത്ഥ കണക്ക് അയാൾ മെൻ്റലി എത്ര സമയം എന്നിൽ എൻഗേജ് ചെയ്തിട്ടാണെന്ന് നമ്മൾ കണക്കാക്കുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഇന്നത്തെ യങ്സ്റ്റേഴ്സിൽ നല്ല ശതമാനം ആളുകളും മെൻ്റലി കൂടുതൽ സമയം സ്പെൻഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് വിർച്വൽ വേൾഡിലാണ്. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഈ കള്ളന്മാരും കൊള്ളക്കാരും എല്ലാവരും തന്നെ എന്തു ചെയ്യും? ഏത് സ്ഥലത്താണോ ആളുകൾ കൂടുള്ളത്, ഉത്സവപ്പറമ്പിലാണെങ്കിൽ അങ്ങോട്ട് പോകും, പിന്നെ പള്ളിപ്പറമ്പിലാണെങ്കിൽ അവിടെ പോകും, ഏതെങ്കിലും സ്ഥലത്തേക്ക് പോകും എന്നതുപോലെ ഈ ഇപ്പം ആളുകളെല്ലാം വിർച്വൽ വേൾഡിലായതുകൊണ്ട് അങ്ങോട്ടേക്ക് മൈഗ്രേറ്റ് ചെയ്തു. അപ്പോൾ അവിടെ ഒരുപാട്, അത് മാത്രമല്ല അത് കൂടാതെ തന്നെ അത് ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരുപാട് ഡിസ്റ്റോർഷൻസ്. പക്ഷേ നമ്മൾ ഈ ന്യൂ 2 വർഷം കഴിഞ്ഞ് ഒരു സ്കൂളൊക്കെ റീഓപ്പൺ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ അറ്റ്ലീസ്റ്റ് ആദ്യത്തെ ഒരു 3 to 6 months ചെയ്യേണ്ടിയിരുന്നത് ഇവരെ തികച്ചും ഫിസിക്കൽ വേൾഡിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് നോർമൽസിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരാനാണ്. അപ്പം നമ്മൾ ചിന്തിച്ചത് എന്താണെന്നറിയോ? എൻ്റെ പോർഷൻ തീർന്നില്ല എന്ന് അല്ലേ? നിങ്ങളെല്ലാവരും അങ്ങനെ ഉണ്ടായത്. പിന്നെ വീണ്ടും കെമിസ്ട്രിയും ഫിസിക്സിലേക്കും അതേ സ്പീഡിലേക്ക് പോകുമ്പോൾ ഈ മെൻ്റൽ ബിഹേവിയറൽ ഇഷ്യൂസ്, മെൻ്റൽ ഹെൽത്ത് ഇഷ്യൂസിനെ അഡ്രസ്സ് ചെയ്യാതെ പോയി. മെൻ്റൽ ആൻഡ് ഈവൻ ഫിസിക്കൽ ഇഷ്യൂസിനെ അഡ്രസ്സ് ചെയ്യാതെ പോയി. ഈ ക്രിക്കറ്റ് അതുവരെ ഗ്രൗണ്ടിൽ പോയി കളിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരുന്നവരെല്ലാം എന്ത് ചെയ്ത് കമ്പ്യൂട്ടറിൽ തന്നെ കളിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങി, മൊബൈൽ ഫോണിൽ കളിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങി. ഇതെല്ലാം ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിരിക്കുന്ന ഫിസിക്കൽ ഡിസ്റ്റോർഷൻസും ഉണ്ട്. ഇവിടെ ഒരു കാര്യം, ഇത് പോലീസ് ഓർഗനൈസേഷന് സോൾവ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഒരു പ്രോബ്ലം അല്ല കൗൺസിലിംഗ് അറേഞ്ച് ചെയ്ത് തീർക്കുക എന്നുള്ളത്. കാരണം ഞങ്ങളൊരു മാൻഡേറ്റ് അല്ല. ഞങ്ങൾ അവിടെ ഈ പ്രശ്നം ഉണ്ടാകാൻ കാരണം കുറച്ച് അൺഫോർച്ചുനേറ്റ് ഇൻസിഡൻസ് കുട്ടികളുടെ ഇടയിൽ വളരെ ഗൗരവമായ അത്യാഹിതങ്ങൾ സംഭവിച്ചു തുടങ്ങിയപ്പോൾ അവരെ കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ വേണ്ടി ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി നിർദ്ദേശിച്ച ഒരു സൊല്യൂഷൻ ഉണ്ടാക്കണം എന്നുള്ളതായിരുന്നു ശരി. പക്ഷേ ഇത് ഏറ്റെടുക്കേണ്ടത് നമ്മളെ പബ്ലിക് ഹെൽത്തിൻ്റെ, മെൻ്റൽ ഹെൽത്ത് ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റുകളൊക്കെയാണ്. അപ്പം ഞങ്ങളിപ്പോഴും ഒരു പ്രോഗ്രാം ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. അത് ഡിജിറ്റൽ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിലേക്ക് ലാർജ്ലി കൺസ്ട്രക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അത് പോലീസിൻ്റെ അല്ല, ഞാനൊക്കെ അസോസിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു NGOയുടെ ഭാഗമാണ്. പ്രൊജക്റ്റ് വൈറ്റ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പ്രോഗ്രാം ചെയ്തു. അതിൽ നമ്മൾ വിൽ കൺസിഡർ ഈ പറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്ന റിക്വയർമെൻറ്റ്സ് എടുക്കുകയും ദേ ക്യാൻ കണക്ട് ദ പീപ്പിൾ, ദേ ക്യാൻ ഹാവ് എ വെരി കോൺഫിഡൻഷ്യാലിറ്റി ഇൻ ഡിസ്കഷൻ ഒക്കെ ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന ഒരു പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം നമ്മൾ ട്രൈ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട് ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ. അപ്പോൾ ഇയാളിതോട് പറഞ്ഞോടുകൂടിയിട്ട് ഞാൻ അവരുടെ ഒരു മീറ്റിംഗ് ഇന്നോ നാളെ വെക്കും. അപ്പോൾ ഇതൊന്ന് ഫാസ്റ്റ് ആക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് നമ്മൾ പറയാം, മനസ്സിലായില്ലേ? അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ ഈ പറയുന്ന നമ്പറിൽ ഞങ്ങൾക്കൊരു 108ഓളം സൈക്കോളജിസ്റ്റുകളൊക്കെ അസോസിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷേ അതൊന്നുകൂടി സ്ട്രെങ്തൻ ചെയ്യാനുള്ള നടപടി എടുക്കാം. പിന്നെ നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ ഒരു ഡിജിറ്റൽ ഡി അഡിക്ഷൻ സെൻറ്റർ തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടുണ്ട് 6. പിന്നെ DDAD എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് അതും ഒരു 6 സ്ഥലങ്ങളിലുണ്ട്. ട്രിവാൻഡ്രത്ത് ഒരെണ്ണമുണ്ട്. അതിൻ്റെയൊക്കെ സൗകര്യങ്ങളും നിങ്ങൾ ഉപയോഗിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി ശ്രമിക്കും, നിങ്ങൾ അഡിക്റ്റഡ് ആണെങ്കിൽ. പറയൂ. ഏറ്റവും നല്ലത് പോലീസിനോട് അടി വാങ്ങിക്കാതിരിക്കുന്നത്. 2 പോലീസിനോട് ഇനി വാങ്ങണമെന്ന് നിർബന്ധമാണ് ഏറ്റവും ലാസ്റ്റിലായിരിക്കണം. ആദ്യം അച്ഛൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് നിന്ന് അമ്മൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് നിന്ന് 2 വാങ്ങിക്കുക. അപ്പം അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ടീച്ചേഴ്സിൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് നിന്ന് വാങ്ങിക്കാൻ ആഗ്രഹം ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ. പക്ഷേ പോലീസിൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് നിന്ന് വടി വാങ്ങിക്കാൻ പോകുന്നത് ലാസ്റ്റ് റിസോർട്ടായിരിക്കും. ഞാൻ ഇതെല്ലാം ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ കാലത്ത് സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയയുടെ കാലഘട്ടമായതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ അടിക്കണമെന്നൊന്നും ഞാൻ പറയുന്നില്ല. കാരണം അത് ജുവനൈൽ ജസ്റ്റിസ് ആക്ട് അനുസരിച്ചൊരു വയലൻസ് ആയി. പക്ഷേ നമ്മൾ പലപ്പോഴൊക്കെ ഈ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യമുണ്ട്, ശിക്ഷയെയും നമ്മൾ ഒന്ന് ഉണർത്തി വിടുന്നതിനെയും 2ആയിട്ട് കാണും. നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ ഉറങ്ങി നമ്മളിങ്ങനെ രാത്രിയിൽ ഇങ്ങനെ പഠിക്കാനിരിക്കുമ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെ തല കുത്തി ഇങ്ങനെ ഉറങ്ങിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുമ്പോൾ അമ്മ വന്നിട്ട് നമ്മളെ തലയ്ക്കൊന്ന് തട്ടുന്നതിന് ശിക്ഷയായിട്ടാണോ കണ്ടത്? നമ്മളൊരു ഉണർത്തലായിട്ടാണ്. നമ്മളൊരു വഴിയിലേക്ക് തെറ്റിപ്പോകുന്ന ഒരു വഴി ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു യാത്ര ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ നമ്മളല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു വെള്ളം ഒഴുകിപ്പോകുമ്പോൾ അതിനൊന്ന് തിരിച്ചു വിടുന്നുണ്ടല്ലോ, അതിനെ തിരിച്ചുവിടലായിട്ടാണ് കാണുക, അല്ലാതെ വെള്ളത്തിനെ ഡിസ്റ്റോർട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നതായിട്ട് കാണാം. അത്തരം കറക്ഷൻസിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഉള്ള, അതും വെരി ഗുഡ് ഇൻറ്റൻഷനോട് കൂടിയിട്ടുള്ള കറക്ഷൻ ആണെങ്കിൽ അതിനെ ഒരുപാട് ഡിസ്റ്റോർട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ട് നശിപ്പിക്കുന്നത് ഗുണത്തേക്കാൾ ദോഷമായിരിക്കും ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ദോഷങ്ങൾ ഒരുപാട് ഇവിടെ ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു.
we're going to be, thank you very much for that. Yes, sir, Jenny.
As a token of love, I request Professor Dr. Sheshadri sir to hand over a memento to IPS Vijayan sir. Sir, please. I extend a deep sense of appreciation and heartfelt thanks to Sri Vijayan IPS, Inspector General of Police, who amidst all the busy schedule took out time to grace this occasion. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Before another 15 of you leave this hall, as it is, we've lost half the audience, but we're going to continue with this narrative because there are some very important issues being shared and articulated here. So we're going to continue with 12 more stories, which will be done in about 12-15 minutes, and then we'll wind up the session.
I said about like if I could help more people, I would be much happier. Because of the present situation, I'm only able to help my classmates and friends. If I could go out and help people globally, I would achieve a more sense of happiness. But that doesn't always go as planned, because the thing is, whenever I go out from my house, my grandparents always said me, "Child, be careful, don't talk to strangers." And I know they care for me, and that's why they say it. But I've been hearing this from a very young age, and I've found people, and I have found my own students in my class feeling very hard to open up to different kinds of people. Even though my grandparents say this, I pay lay attention to that, because I think talking to other people is a bliss. I take it as a time to learn more things, to explore different kinds of things, and I am sure that the younger generation can change that mindset. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is an appeal essentially for more opportunity to reach out. It's an appeal to say, give us the opportunity to basically express ourselves.
Actually, I'm a person who always smiles and always calm at every moment. I came to know about it by my classmate. She's saying to me, how you are always 24/7 calm and smiling at me. Because if you smile at one person, so if you are angry and staring at me, I just smile. Do you want to feel like smile at me?
I will smile at you anyway because you're so charming.
Yes, because I believe smile has a very strong magical power, and calmness and listening to others is that they get a feeling that we are always there for them, and if someone is smiling because of you, it's a great thing.
Basically, this is about authentic inner comfort. If you're authentically comfortable within yourself, that sense of well-being shines outside is the point that's being made.
So whenever I feel like doing something, I'll be like thinking like I will do it tomorrow, and that tomorrow never occurs. So whenever we get some challenges to us, we must always approach it with a problem-solving mindset, or that we must think of a creative solution, not to panic at that time.
The time management issue we've spoken about, that time management seems to be an epidemic, and what we call as procrastination. This is postponing, and it seems to be like an epidemic in the community. And the idea is to look at a collective solution, to look at the daily management and time management.
My wish is to become India's Prime Minister. So as I mentioned it earlier, now the most important issue that we face is the freedom, the issue of freedom. We always say proudly that we got freedom in 1947, but still we teenagers have an issue that like we are scared to go out alone. So because we are seeing all these news in the newspapers about child abuse, etc., etc. So I want to change it, and that's my wish.
Right. The desire for safety and the aspiration to be in a leadership role is what is being articulated here.
So I talked about how I regret the decision of taking science. Like from a very young age, maybe like 5 to 6 years old. From that age, I was like, I will become a doctor. That is what I want to do. Until 10th, I thought, yeah, that is what I want to do, and I will take science. So I took science, and now I'm like regretting the decision because there's a lot of work behind that. And right now, I have this thought in my mind: if I take medicine now, will I regret it the same way I regretted taking science? So that's my problem. But sometimes, like, I know that I can trust God and He has a way. So that is my only hope.
Right, thank you. There is a default mode in which people live their lives. And the default mode can be one of regret. It can also be that I made a choice at a point in time where that seemed to be logical. It's a different matter, it didn't work out. But the circumstances in which I made the choice were legitimate. I may not like it now, so I need not live in the regret of it because it was made in an affirmative way. The advantage also with science is that it gives you that advantage to pursue whatever you want. You can always shift streams. It's not possible the other way. You can't do arts and then go into medicine. But you can always change. So the whole wide world is open for you.
So I tend to get fixated on a particular item and keep correcting it till I feel that it's perfect. So that it doesn't create a balance with my time and other work keeps piling up. So I would like to change my time management skills.
Right. The need to want to be perfect is not wrong. But if it leads to distress and it becomes obsessive in nature, then it's kind of transforming into something that's going to interfere with time. So don't give up trying to achieve perfection. The effort is worth it. Whether you achieve it or not is different. The outcome is irrelevant as long as the process had integrity and sincerity.
Well, I think I just stop comparing myself with others because I don't have trust in myself, even if sometimes I don't have any confidence. If now it was I am just sitting in there and someone called me to be stand here, so I don't have even a confidence to be here to talk in front of a public. I think I want to gain so much confidence in front of public or someone else. I think stop comparing and to gain confidence.
Well, today is the first day of the rest of your life, and you already made a start here. You can get up and take a bow because you made the start. You can take a bow.
We aren't just children, we are the future of our country. The thing that I address the most is our feeling that we aren't fulfilling our dreams, our parents' dreams, the expectation, the comparing we are doing with others. Whenever I just sit in my class, my teachers tell me, do like the first rankers, be like your friends, be the first ranker. They never tell me that it's okay to be yourself, it's okay to be unique. The thing that it is that we could never ever compare a rose and a jasmine because it's different in its own way. We are different, we are unique. The mindset that tells us that we have to be just like everyone else. We had to be the top rankers, we had to be the head of the company, we had to be just like everyone else should change. We should help others, we should help our peers to be unique, to stop judging yourself. Because I have an inner feeling that I'm not confident, I'm not good as everyone else. That mindset should change. And this mindset should not be carried to our future. They should be told to be unique, to be themselves, to be them. and I want the society to accept us as who we are. And most importantly, I want myself to accept me for who I am. And this, thank you.
Sir, can I say in Malayalam? ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ തന്നെ സ്റ്റേജ് ഫിയർ. ഇപ്പോൾ എനിക്കായാലും എൻ്റെ ഫ്രണ്ട്സിനായാലും തന്നെ ഒരു ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഓഫ് പീപ്പിൾ അവരുടെ മുമ്പിൽ ഒരു കാര്യം പ്രസൻറ്റ് ചെയ്യണമെങ്കിൽ തന്നെ എന്താണ് അവർ നമ്മളെക്കുറിച്ച് എന്ത് ചിന്തിക്കും എന്നൊരു ഫീലിംഗ് ആണ്. ഇപ്പോൾ ക്ലാസ്സിലായാലും ചെറിയൊരു ടോപ്പിക്ക് ജസ്റ്റ് എന്ന് പറയാൻ പറഞ്ഞത് മിക്ക ഫ്രണ്ട്സ് എന്താണ് അവർക്കത് എക്സ്പ്രസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റിയെന്ന് തരത്തില്ല. ഓരോ കാര്യങ്ങളും ഈച്ച് ആൻഡ് എവറിഥിങ് ഓരോ സ്റ്റുഡൻസിനും നമുക്കത് ഓപ്പണായിട്ട് പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല. അപ്പം നമ്മൾ ഇത്രയും കാലത്തെ എഡ്യൂക്കേഷൻ കൊണ്ട് എന്താണ് നേടിയത്? നമുക്കൊരു കാര്യം ഒരു ഗ്രൂപ്പ് ഓഫ് പീപ്പിളിന് മുമ്പിൽ തന്നെ എക്സ്പ്രസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റിയില്ലെങ്കിൽ എന്താണ്?
It's about the inhibition to express oneself, fear what others will think about you.
See, it's pretty much what your friend here said about, and like I said, you made a start here. You're on a stage, you have an audience. See how hostile they are. Look at the hostility on their face. Do they look hostile to you?
പേടിപ്പിക്കുന്ന പോലെ തോന്നുന്നുണ്ടോ എന്നാണ് ചോദിക്കുന്നത്.
എൻ്റെ കാര്യം മാത്രമല്ല പറഞ്ഞത്, മൈ ഫ്രണ്ട്സ്.
His friends also have the same problem, facing openly, finding it difficult to express openly. Some kind of inhibition.
But do you feel after this experience?
ഈ ഒരു അനുഭവത്തിന് ശേഷം ഒരു മാറ്റം തോന്നുന്നില്ല.
എനിക്കിപ്പോഴായാലും ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുമ്പോൾ പേടിയുണ്ട്, സ്വാഭാവികം.
He still has some fear.
If that fear was 9 out of 10.
എൻ്റെ ഈ ചിരിയാണ് എൻ്റെ ആ ഒരു പേടിയെ മാറ്റാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുന്നത്. ഞാൻ ചിരിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുമ്പം ഞാൻ എത്രത്തോളം ചിരിക്കുന്നു അത്രത്തോളം എനിക്ക് ആ പേടി കുറയുന്നതാണ്.
When he smiles, it decreases. His fear decreases.
Right. Thank you very much for that, Jay. You can pass the mic back.
Sir, I think it's all about perspectives. How we approach something. Like we can consider the same thing in two different ways. Like we have many problems, but if we have a mindset to overcome it, then there is no. There is a solution for everything, and we can say that nothing is impossible. So when we start discovering ourselves and finding happiness in what we have as of now, then we'll be better, and that is what I have to say. Thank you.
There's a very important word that's been mentioned here, and that word is perspective. Perspective. And many things that have been expressed here, including what you said about the whole notion of expectation, is based on the misalignment of perspectives that you have and perspectives that other systems have. So if that alignment can take place and there's a matching of perspectives, then it gives rise to a communication in a relationship that is easy and comfortable. It's when there are differences of opinion and differences of perspectives that problems and arguments actually arise. So thank you very much for pointing that out.
I think it may not affect me personally, but it would definitely affect my country if the next Sunil Chhetri or Mahendra Singh Dhoni went for an MBBS course instead of doing what they really want to do. And I think people have the mindset that when you want to succeed, they should do this or they should do this. And to be honest, I'm not really good at sports, but I always have seen my brother being really good at it, but he's going to become an IAS.
The point that is being made here is that there is no formula for a team to reach a level of success as understood and prescribed. It is unique for each individual, and as was pointed out by you, it is not based on ranks or achievement. It's based on a sense of fulfillment with what you do, whether or not you achieve in terms of some standard that is set externally. So that's a very important point that's being made here.
Good afternoon all. So I would like to say that nowadays we can see that people fear to express their opinions and views. People always think that what others think about me, and they always sit meek and innocent, and they always sit quietly. What to say? They always sit silently against burning issues itself. So I think this characteristics of people should be changed. Means we have to express our opinions and views. Then only people can understand what can be done next, or then only we can understand what is the difference in our point of view and them.
So I think that people should stop thinking that what others think, and we should try to express ourselves in front of the public and in front of everyone and anything. Thank you.
So an announcement, please.
Actually, in seminar hall, the venue 2, the panel discussion on life skills and mental health is going to happen. So if anyone is interested or have registered, can move to the seminar hall. Thank you.
Actually, I talked already.
That's okay. You are a special guest from Sri Lanka. We would like to hear from you last time before I introduce you to the Prime Minister of India in 2047.
Actually, I was today came here to do a presentation, so I'm just confused. But I think this is a really good opportunity to me. Actually, I understand how other teams think.
Please take your time if you do have.
No, actually, sir, he had come for a presentation during this session, not as here to express the opinion. He wanted to do a presentation. He came prepared for that.
Let's not get into that. There were many things that happened in the session that I was not informed about, such as special guests being invited. So let's not get into that. I think that please go ahead and.
Actually, I don't know what to say.
No, do you actually have a presentation?
Yeah.
Is it a written presentation?
No, I already created on my.
No, but why don't you go ahead and say a couple of things that you have in mind? We would be quite keen to hear some of them.
Yeah, actually, when I was a student, I really scared to speak like in front of crowd. So after all the time, I started writing contents on Facebook. So that's after that I gained confidence in communicating. After that, I started creating videos, YouTube videos, and also I found I can do more just creating videos. Then I started thinking to become an entrepreneur. I started to create a mobile application to educate people. Now I'm currently working on it. I'm focused on actually promote science education in Sri Lanka and also creating it as a business.
Thank you so much. What you're sharing with us are that you're increasingly finding methods of addressing what your current life situation is like, not just as a teenager, but as a teenager in a country that is itself going through a historical phase in terms of its transformation from the financial crisis that the country has actually experienced and endured. So you found the methods to. So the point that our friend from Sri Lanka is making is that each of us has our own method of dealing sometimes with the challenges and predicament that we face in our lives, whether it is fear or insecurity, whether it's anger, whether it's too much of choice, whether it's constriction, whether it's being forced to behave or perform in a certain way, or whether it's confidence in public, confidence about yourself. So we all have our methods of how to deal with this kind of. I'd like to thank all of you for the kind of sharing and richness that you have brought into this session from experiences of your own life and from your own thoughts and perspectives, as was mentioned here. We have a little more time before we close the session. I invite the audience, in case anyone wishes to share some perspectives which you believe will be important for these wonderful and thoughtful people on the panel here. So the session is open now. If anyone wants to share some perspectives, please feel free to share those on at home. We'll pass the mic around in case you want.
Yes, anyone? Audience? Anyone?
Right.
Any clarification?
Thank you. In which case, it's been a longish session, and while we were expected to actually go on for another 20 minutes, I noticed that there are about 18 of those shiny little things that have to be given out. That's going to take about 10 or 15 minutes, and we do have to wind up at 5. So what we're going to do now is we're going to do a rapid fire, and then we'll close the session. The rapid fire is going to address each one of you. I'm going to throw you a question, and you have to just respond to it in one word or one sentence at most. No detailed explanation. If you've seen Coffee with Karan, the kind of rapid fire that takes place. So I'm going to start with you. And if you can get up and yell the answer that. What's the right age for a teenager to fall in love? 18. Which means at 17 days, 364 days, you're not mature enough to fall in love, and then at midnight you have your happy birthday and everybody sing along with me, happy birthday to you, and then you become mature overnight. Love has no age barrier, but the point that you're making about 18 is really about whether our approach to relationships is based on a happy, healthy, safe and responsible paradigm. Is it happy, is it healthy, is it responsible, and is it safe? If those paradigms are taken care of, then, but I appreciate your answer, that's a legally correct answer there. What would you say to a person a teenager who says that I would like to experiment with smoking?
Can you please repeat?
What would you say to a teenager who says I would like to experiment with smoking?
ഒറ്റ വാക്കിൽ പറയാം, ഞാൻ സ്മോക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പരീക്ഷിച്ച് നോക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങുന്നു, എന്ത് പറയുന്നു എന്ന് പറയാം, നിങ്ങളുടെ എന്ത് പറയും? ഒറ്റ വാക്കിൽ പറയാം.
You are not able. Your age is not correct.
Your age is not sure.
What would you take to say to a 47-year-old who's never smoked in his life, who says that I would like to experiment with smoking? Your age is not right.
Health socially. Take care of your health.
I'm just leaving you with these thoughts because there's no right or wrong answer. But you've done well. Thank you very much. Thank you. Your friend comes to you and says, I hate my parents. What would your response be?
I hate my parents.
No. Your friend approaches you and
says, I hate my parents. What would your response be?
Why would you hate them? I would give some suggestions to her and say that they were the ones who brought her into this world, and why would she be angry with her? If she's angry, she can take a time to cool off, but never hate the parents.
I would like to sneak out of the house and do wheelies on a two-wheeler at night. Your response?
If you are able, then you go.
What is wrong in my choice of clothes?
Yours?
Yeah, sure, mine.
Okay. So, I want to say what is wrong with your choice of your clothes. That should be rude. if I say your coat color and your shirt color doesn't match.
When I become the Prime Minister of India in 2047, this is going to be my message to the teenagers of my country.
Always find happiness in little things.
I want to drop out of school.
I would ask them why. Because if there's a genuine reason, because there are people who are successful even after dropping out of school, but there are people who are not. So it depends on your decision, and it's purely your decision. I can't stand over that.
I'm your mother, and you have come to me to tell me that you want to shave your head and become a skinhead. Try and convince me.
It's the latest trend. Plus, I look like the Pope. So, Pope. And, yeah, and she's a big fan of the Pope. So.
Your mom is a big fan of the Pope. All right. Convince your mother that you want to get a tattoo.
Because everyone do it. So I want to.
You hate the glasses that you wear and you want to start wearing contact lenses.
So I have to ask permission to my mom.
Mom, please let me wear contact lenses.
I swear I will be clean and I will not get any infections.
I want to take up acting as a career. You're saying to your father, try and convince me.
You're my father. Dad, I want to become an actor. Can I tell you? എനിക്ക് ഒരു നല്ലൊരു സിനിമാ താരം ആവണമെന്ന് ആഗ്രഹമുണ്ട്.
I would like to be a good film star.
എനിക്ക് അതിനുള്ള കഴിവുണ്ടെന്ന് എനിക്ക് വിശ്വാസമുണ്ട്.
I'm sure I have the ability.
ഒരു നാൾ എൻ്റെ ലക്ഷ്യത്തിൽ ഞാൻ എത്തുക തന്നെ ചെയ്യും.
I'm sure one day I'll achieve my goal.
I want to go to a parlor and straighten my hair.
From my mom. My mother always calls me when I ask. So I'll ask, Amma, I really like straighten hair. Please let me straighten my hair, Amma. Please.
Convince your mother that you want to try your hand at modeling.
I'm just modeling in my room every day in front of my mirror. So what about trying it in front of a camera and be more expressive, like more famous? Why shouldn't I? That's.
You've just broken up with a friend and you want to patch up. So try and patch up.
I think our friendship, we were always close, we always tell each other, and I think this was just a misunderstanding. So can we be back? Can we be as close as before?
You are a motivational speaker who is trying to convince the audience about how to overcome fear and security. So address that as a motivational speaker.
So good afternoon all. Fear is something that we have inbuilt in ourselves. So if you need to overcome fear, we should take it away from our minds. That's the only solution to take away fear.
You are a youth leader trying to motivate the youth to basically take their citizenship role in a manner that it contributes to the country. So this is a drive that you started to induct members. So you don't know whether they will agree or not. So try and see if you can motivate them.
Can you repeat it?
You're trying to convince a group of youth to join a movement that creates a responsible citizenry for your country.
Okay. Currently, our country has faced a lot of.
Here's a suggestion. Please tell us in Sinhala. Limaya is children and again these emotions. I don't know Sinhala, but I'm just saying. Thank you. That was a good try. You are a politician who's trying to appeal to the manufacturing and production world to cut down the choice of goods that you have so that people's lives can become simpler. You are a politician who's trying to convince a group of industrialists and businessmen to cut down the enormous amount of goods that they are manufacturing so that people's lives can become simpler.
Would they do that?
Just give it a try. There's nothing right or wrong, even if you want to do it in Malayalam.
Sure, I'm not sure I understand the question.
ഒരു പ്രൊഡക്ഷൻ കമ്പനി ഒരുപാട് പ്രോഡക്റ്റ്സ് ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അത് കാരണം ആൾക്കാരുടെ ലൈഫ് കുറേ കോംപ്ലക്സ് ആണ്. ഒരു രാഷ്ട്രീയ നേതാവെന്ന നിലയിൽ അവരുടെ അടുത്ത് പറയുക കുറച്ച് പ്രോഡക്റ്റ്സ് ഉണ്ടാക്കുക, ലൈഫ് സിമ്പിൾ ആക്കുക.
When you cut down the number of products, it is very hard to keep track of the products.
You're on an election campaign. The name of your candidate is freedom. So you're giving an election speech to tell people to vote for freedom. The candidate is freedom.
എലക്ഷനാണ് കാൻഡിഡേറ്റിൻ്റെ പേര് ഫ്രീഡം എന്നാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഫ്രീഡത്തിന് വേണ്ടി വോട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി എന്ത് പറയുമെന്നാണ് പറയുന്നത്. രാഷ്ട്രീയ എലക്ഷൻ ക്യാമ്പയിനാണ്. ഫ്രീഡത്തിന് വോട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി എന്ത് പറയുന്നു?
മലയാളം സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യം എല്ലാവരും ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്ന ഒന്നാണ്. സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യം കിട്ടാനും അത് കിട്ടുമ്പോൾ അതിനെ ദുരുപയോഗം ചെയ്യാതിരിക്കാനും നമ്മൾ ഓരോരുത്തരും ഉത്തരവാദിത്തം ഉള്ളവരാണ്.
It is your responsibility not to misuse the freedom you receive.
Freedom
സ്വാതന്ത്ര്യം.
Please vote for me. Please, freedom wins. Freedom have to win. Freedom is the power, main source of the power. Can you please vote? I will do whatever I want to do. I will give the freedom. I will be your candidate. Vote for freedom. Thank you.
Vote for freedom.
Vote for freedom. Vote for freedom. Vote for freedom. Yes.
You're asking if they had permission to stay up late for a party.
To whom? I'm asking permission to whom?
To your dad that you would like to stay out late.
Dad, can I be sometime late? I have a party with my friends. It will take around 9 o'clock to wind up that party. So can I?
Last time you said 9 o'clock, it became 11.
Sorry. This time I will not do that. This time I will come in correct 9:30. 100%.
Or maximum 9:40.
No maximum. There is only 9:30.
First comes to first 10.
First?
First comes to first 10.
No change from 9:30. I will be 9:30. No, 9:31. Even there is no 9:31.
You wish to give a suggestion to the organizers of this conference of what other kinds of theme topics we should have for this kind of conference.
ഇങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു പ്രോഗ്രാമിൽ വേറെ എന്തെങ്കിലും ടോപ്പിക്സ് ഇൻക്ലൂഡിങ് ടീം ടോക്കിൽ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ പറയാം.
About social interaction, then about social interaction, like a talk show.
Like a talk show.
Yeah.
There is a quote here that says making teachers since 1956. Now tell me what is so special about 1956? What is special about 1956? Sorry? What else is special about 1956? Actually, it's not a fair question because I don't expect you to know the answer. This gentleman was born in 1956. Which means that in 2 to 3 years I'm going to be 70 years old. It sounds more impressive than saying I'm 67 or 68 or whatever. Make an appeal for teachers to be more sensitive to the issues of teenagers. All these are your headmistress is here, the trustees of the school are here, that horrible maths teacher is there, laughing now. And all these are teachers there and staff. We are making an appeal for them to be more understanding of teenagers' lives. Please make an appeal.
I'm so happy that my teachers are not in here.
ആണ് എന്ന പ്രതീക്ഷയിൽ പറയാം.
Teachers, you only teach us one subject, but we are studying a lot of subjects since since LKG till now. So I want you all to be understanding to students, and we also have more talents and skills behind studies. So in my school itself, there are so many sports students. They take their career for sports as well as in studies. So I am happy that they are doing both. So teachers are also supporting them, and I'm so happy that I got such a wonderful teachers in my school.
Friends, your panel. So I hand you over to the organizers to basically close the session. Thank you very much, those of us who stayed right from the beginning, for your presence. Your presence has been very encouraging to provide them the kind of support and comfort to be able to articulate some of the subjectivities of their lived experience. And thank you very much for being here. I hope that this will lead to more meaningful conversations as far as teenage lives are concerned, and how we look at the whole life skills concept to vitalize and empower the lives of people who are the future citizens of this country. Thank you very much for your presence. I certainly will be, so before we get into formalities, if all the students could come and join us here, and if you could form a line, then all guys are at the back, and all guys could, all girls also. Ravi, come. Ready? All right. Please. Yeah, just wait this way. Yeah.
All of you, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So please don't go away yet, because we have. Yeah, they're not going away.
I think all students enjoyed, right? So it was a wonderful session, and now it is an official function, and I request Sheshadri sir to hand over a momentum to all the participants as a token of love. So please. So first I invite Mr. Isru Ranavira from Sri Lanka. Next is Ms. Ozai Meher. Next, Ashik GS from St. Mary's HSS Patam. Next, Aisha from St. Mary's HSS Patam. Shilpa TS, St. Mary's HSS Patam. Jasril Maria Jain from Navjeevan Bethany Vidyalaya. Nincy Rex Thomas, Navjeevan Bethany Vidyalaya. Nanma S from Holy Angel CBSE School. Devaki DS from Carmel HSS. Next is Sia Shamnath. Nanma S from Holy Angel CBSE School.
The future Prime Minister of India, 2047.
Next is Devaki DS from Carmel HSS. Next, Sia Shamnath from Jyoti Central School. Rija Riaz from Jyoti Central School. Next, Naira Naushad from LVHS Potangod. Nasrin R, LVHS Potangod. Archa S. Kumar from Sengoritis. Nila R. Babu from Sengoritis. Minna Ranjit from Christ Nagar. Abhinav Manas from St. John's Model HSS. Meera Krishna from St. John's. Sethu S from St. John's. Gauri Priya from GHSS Venyaramur. Shraddha from GHSS Venyaramur. So thank you, sir. Now next Now I invite Sheshadri sir to give the momentum to Praveen sir.
As a token of love, I request the in charge of this program, Ms. Shiny Jacob ma'am, to hand over our token of love, the memento, to the moderator of this program, Mr. Sheshadri sir. To to officially propose the vote of thanks. A warm good evening to one and all present here. It is my privilege to have been asked to propose the vote of thanks. First of all, a heartfelt thanks to Dr. Shekhar Sheshadri sir, who has been an excellent moderator to this team talk, and we as an audience very much loved the way you channelized the team's energy and took them out of their notebooks. Thank you very much, sir. I express my heartfelt thanks to Mr. Isru Ranavira, founder chairman of Youth Network in Sri Lanka, for joining us with many insights. And on behalf of Mathiophilus Training College, I thank all the representatives from different institutions across the district for taking out time and sharing their valuable comments and enlightening us. Thank you very much. At last not the least, listeners are the key stones of every program. I take this opportunity to thank each one of you for making this program a great success, and I hope you get many takeaways from this program. Thank you all for joining. Shall we all take one more photograph with your shining trophies? You can raise your trophies.
One second. Be ready. We are all going to say, yeah, like that, and you bring three. Okay? 1, 2, 3. Yeah!
Give a loud round of applause for these youngsters. Thank you all for joining us. The tea has been arranged next door. You can all have your tea there. Thank you all for joining.
ഗ്രേറ്റ് മീറ്റിംഗ്. താങ്ക്സ്.
ഒരു നല്ല ചായ കിട്ടിയിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ.
അതിനെന്താ, ഞാൻ ഇപ്പൊ റെഡിയാണ്.
അല്ല, വേറെ ആരെങ്കിലും വരാനുണ്ടോ?
നോ.
പിന്നെ ടീ ആർക്കാ?
വാ രാം.
This is too much, Rohan.
അവരെപ്പോഴും നമുക്ക് വേണ്ടിയല്ലേ കഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്നത്. അപ്പം
Test. Check 1.
Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates and distinguished guests. Welcome to the exquisite cultural evening, Nilavilakku, hosted by Mar Theophilus Training College, Trivandrum. Under the luminous canopy of stars, amidst the whispers of the swaying coconut palms, we gather here in the heart of Trivandrum for an evening sown with the vibrant threads of Kerala culture. Namaskara. A very warm welcome to Nilavilakku, the cultural event showcasing the art and music of Kerala. Nilavilakku is a word that denotes the ethnically crafted lamp used for the auspicious occasions in Kerala, irrespective of religious priorities. It represents the prosperity and divinity omnipresent in the universe. I am Maria Martin, and it's my honor to be your host for tonight's celebration of culture, tradition, and unity. And now, let the symphony of our heritage commence. Like the first golden rays of the sun that touch the earth, we begin with the sacred puja dance, a dance that's a prayer that's a dance. This presentation is based on the concept of Tattvamasi, the message inscribed at the shrine of Swami Ayyappa at Shabrimala. Tattvamasi is a Sanskrit mantra from the Advaita tradition, typically translated as I am that or thou art that, which is one of the four principal Mahavakyas or the four great sayings from the ancient Hindu text, the Upanishads. Tattvamasi is used within Hindu and Yoga philosophy to refer to the unity of soul, the Atman, with the divine absolute, the Brahman. I invite Arati, Arya and Parvati to the stage for this divine performance. Watch as each gesture and step weaves a silent yet powerful conversation with the divine.
മകരവിളക്കിൻ മഞ്ജുളനാളം മിഴിതെളിയാനായി കാണും ഞാൻ. പന്തളനാഥൻ വൻപുലിമേലെ വന്നെഴുന്നള്ളും മാമലയിൽ മകരവിളക്കിൻ മഞ്ജുളനാളം മിഴിതെളിയാനായി കാണും ഞാൻ. ഓ ദയാമയ പരാൽപര ചരണജപങ്ങളോടെ നീക്കമേ. ഓ ദയാമയ പരാൽപര ചരണജപങ്ങളോടെ നീക്കമേ. ഒരു നെയ്ത്തിരിക്കു പകരം എരിഞ്ഞു നരജന്മമെന്നൂരും സങ്കടമെല്ലാം ഇരുമുടിയാക്കി സന്നിധി പാപികളെ. സംക്രമസന്ധ്യേ നിന്നോട് ചിമിഴിൻ കുങ്കുമമൊഴിയും മയ്യപ്പൻ. ഓ നിരാമയ നിരന്തര പ്രണവജപങ്ങളോടെ നീക്കവേ. ഓ നിരാമയ നിരന്തര പ്രണവജപങ്ങളോടെ നീക്കവേ. ഒരു നാളികേരമുടയുന്ന പോലെ ഉടയുന്നതെന്റെ ഹൃദയം. പമ്പാഗണപതി പാരിന്റെ അധിപതി കൊമ്പാർന്നുണരണമൻപിൽ തന്റെ തുമ്പിക്ക് ചേർക്കണം നെഞ്ചിൽ. വിഘ്നങ്ങൾ വിധിപോലെ തീർക്കണം മുമ്പിൽ. നെയ്യഭിഷേകം സ്വാമിക്ക്, പാലഭിഷേകം സ്വാമിക്ക്, തിരുവാഭരണം സ്വാമിക്ക്, തിരുവാഭരണം സ്വാമിക്ക്. നെയ്യഭിഷേകം സ്വാമിക്ക്, പാലഭിഷേകം സ്വാമിക്ക്, തിരുവാഭരണം സ്വാമിക്ക്, തിരുവാഭരണം സ്വാമിക്ക്.
Wasn't that a dance that whispered directly to the soul? Let's carry that serene vibration in our hearts as we move forward.
പാതിരാവും പൊരിച്ച കോഴി നല്ല നൈസ് പൊറോട്ട കൂടെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ എങ്കിലും ഉറപ്പായി നിന്നെ ഞാൻ പ്രൊപ്പോസ് ചെയ്തേനെ.
എങ്കിൽ ഞാൻ ഇപ്പൊ ശരിയാക്കി തരാം.
What a joke, man.
ഡിയർ, ഇപ്പൊ നീ മൂന്ന് വേണമെന്ന് പറ, ഞാൻ റെഡി. പിന്നെയല്ലേ പൊറോട്ട.
നെല്ലറ മലബാർ പൊറോട്ട. ഓപ്പൺ, ഹീറ്റ് ആൻഡ് സെർവ്. യമ്മി പൊറോട്ട ഇൻ മിനിറ്റ്സ്.
ഹലോ ഡിയർ, ഇതാ താങ്കളുടെ നൈസ് പൊറോട്ട. എന്താ പ്രപ്പോസ് ചെയ്യുന്നില്ലേ?
നെല്ലറ റെഡി ടു കുക്ക് മലബാർ പൊറോട്ട.
In the land of Kerala, different cultures and traditions, unlike the colors in a beautiful painting. Our first year students are here to depict this spirit of unity through a mesmerizing fusion of different traditional art forms rooted in the religious cultures of Kerala. Firstly, Tiruvadira, representing the Hindu tradition, is an ancient Kerala dance performed by women mainly during Tiruvadira festival dedicated to Lord Shiva. Then Vattapattu from Muslim tradition, which is a traditional folk music and poetry that originated in the Muslim Malabar region of Kerala. And finally, Margankali, an ancient round dance originated from the St. Thomas Christian community of Kerala. Let the unity in diversity unfold on the stage.
വലഞ്ഞു പാർവണേന്ദു നോക്കി പാർവതി ദേവീശ്വരന്റെ ചിന്തയിൽ മുഴുകി വലഞ്ഞു നിദ്ര നീങ്ങിയല്ലും പകലും മഹേശരൂപം ശൈലപുത്രിക്കുള്ളിൽ തെളിഞ്ഞു നിദ്ര നീങ്ങിയല്ലും പകലും മഹേശരൂപം ശൈലപുത്രിക്കുള്ളിൽ തെളിഞ്ഞു സർപ്പനായക ഭൂഷയേന്തും സാംബശിവനുടെ ചാരുകളത്തിൽ സർപ്പനായക ഭൂഷയേന്തും സാംബശിവനുടെ ചാരുകളത്തിൽ വിഘ്നമൊഴിഞ്ഞൊരു നാളിരകാത്മജ ഭരണമാലികയും അമ്പൊടു ചാർത്തി പാർവണേന്ദു മുഖി പാർവതി ദേവീശ്വരന്റെ ചിന്തയിൽ മുഴുകി വലഞ്ഞു പാർവണേന്ദു മുഖി പാർവതി ദേവീശ്വരന്റെ ചിന്തയിൽ മുഴുകി വലഞ്ഞു
കണ്ടോളിൻ മണവാളൻ തോഴരുമായി ഷഹനായി മൂളും രാഗമിൽ വഴിനീളമായി വരവായിതാ കേട്ടോളിൻ കൈമുട്ടിപ്പാട്ടും സംഗൃതം കുളിർച്ചീറി മുട്ടിൻ താളമിൽ സബദാനമിൽ അണവായിതാ ചുണ്ടിൽ തളിവെട്ടില ചോക്കും ചിന്താരപ്പാട്ടുകൾ കൊട്ടും പരിമളം പുകയും പന്തലിലകലൂറാവേശം പൂക്കും താനിന്തത്തോ തനദാനതന്തിന്തോ 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 മാണിക്യക്കല്ലുടെ ചൊങ്കുമേ നാണത്തിടും ചേലൊളിലെങ്കുമേ മാണാളൻ മുഹബത്തിനതൃപ്പാവുമേ ഇന്ന് മാനിമ്പത്തശകിയിൽ നൂവഴ്ത്തിടുമേ ഈണം തുടി കൊട്ടണ നെഞ്ചില് കാണാമലരൊക്കെയും മുഞ്ചില് ഈണം തുടി കൊട്ടണ നെഞ്ചില് കാണാമലരൊക്കെയും മുഞ്ചില് നാണത്തിയാര കൂടും പുതുക്കത്തില് ബന്നം ഈമാന്റെ തെളിമയിൽ നൂകരും ഹാല് കാത്തിരുந்த முஹப்பத்தின் கசுறுவாதில் தூரந்து காதிலிம்பம் தூடி கொட்டும் மங்களராவணைந்து மங்களராவணைந்து പൂത്ത മലരിലെ നേർത്ത പരിമളം കോർത്തു വണ്ടാൽ ചമൈந்து പൂത്ത മലരിലെ നേർത്ത പരിമളം കോർത്തു വണ്ടാൽ ചമൈந்து പൂരണത്തികവൊത്തൊരു പന്തലിൽ മാരൻ വന്നണൈந்து മാരൻ വന്നണൈந்து കാത്തിരുந்த முஹப்பத்தின் கசுறுவாதில் தூரந்து காதிலிம்பம் தூடி கொட்டும் மங்களராவணைந்து மங்களராவணைந்து
മരമൊടു കല്ലുകൾ കനകം വെള്ളി മനമിയലും പഠിച്ചെമ്പുമിരുമ്പും പറ്റും പാലവക വീണ്ടും പണികൾ ഇന്ത്യയുടെ
That was a splendid portrayal of unity in diversity. Our junior batch has indeed painted a masterpiece. Next, we have a performance of Nadan Paattu, our traditional folk song. Every note of Nadan Paattu carries the essence of Kerala's soil, its breeze, and its rhythm of life. From among the different folk songs of Kerala, here we will have the Nagapatta performance, a ritual part performed at Sarpakava, that is serpent groves, temples dedicated to Naga, the snake god, and rarely in households. It is usually performed by the people of Pulluva community. The Nagapatta or serpent patta is also known as Pambu Tullal and Pambin Kalam. The performance will be accompanied by percussion instruments like Pulluva Veena, Chenda, Tudi, and Ilathalam. Let's welcome our Nadan Paattu group to the stage with a round of applause.
Hello. 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 Hello.
ഇളക് ഇളകിളക് ഇളക് നാഗേ ഇളക് ഇളകെന്റെ മണിശീലേ ഇളക് ഇളകിളക് ഇളക് നാഗേ ഇളക് ഇളകെന്റെ മണിശീലേ അടിയാലേ പായുനാഗേ അടിയിളക് കുടിയാലേ പായുനാഗേ കുടിയിളകി ഇളക് ഇളകിളക് ഇളക് നാഗേ ഇളക് ഇളകെന്റെ മണിശീലേ മുമ്പിലെ കയ്യും കുത്തി മുടിയൂലത്തി അലവട്ടം വെഞ്ചാമരോ വിഷും പോലെ ഇളക് ഇളകിളക് ഇളക് നാഗേ ഇളക് ഇളകെന്റെ മണിശീലേ മണിനാഗേ കരിനാഗേ ശംഖുനാഗേ പാതാള കരിനാഗേ കരുത്തറിയ ഇളക് ഇളകിളക് ഇളക് നാഗേ ഇളക് ഇളകെന്റെ മണിശീലേ ഇളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളക് നാഗേ ഇളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിള മണിശീലേ ഇളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളക് നാഗേ ഇളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിള മണിശീലേ മണിനാഗേ ഇളകിളക് കരിനാഗേ ഇളകിളക് പാതാള കരിനാഗേ മണിനാഗേ ഇളകിളക് മണിനാഗേ ഇളകിളക് കരിനാഗേ ഇളകിളക് പാതാള കരിനാഗേ മണിനാഗേ ഇളകിളക് ഇളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളക് നാഗേ ഇളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിള മണിശീലേ ഇളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളക് നാഗേ ഇളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിള മണിശീലേ ഇളകിളകന്റെ ഇളകിളകന്റെ ഇളക് നാഗേ ഇളകിളകന്റെ ഇളകിളകന്റെ മണിശീലേ ഇളകിളകന്റെ ഇളകിളകന്റെ ഇളക് നാഗേ ഇളകിളകന്റെ ഇളകിളകന്റെ മണിശീലേ ഇടം വലം ചെരിഞ്ഞാടി മണ്ണാട്ടം കൊള്ള് വലം ഭാഗം ചരിയാടി കാലങ്ങൾ കൊള്ള് ഇളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളക് നാഗേ ഇളകിളകന്റെ ഇളകിളകന്റെ മണിശീലേ വട്ടമിട്ട് ആടുനാഗേ നടുക്കളത്തിൽ മുടി വിരിച്ചാല വട്ടം വീശും പോലെ ഇളകിളകന്റെ ഇളകിളകന്റെ ഇളക് നാഗേ ഇളകിളകന്റെ ഇളകിളകന്റെ മണിശീലേ കാലത്ത് കണ്ടു ഞങ്ങൾ കളമെഴുതി പൂമുല്ല തറയിൽ വാഴും നാഗരാജാവേ ഇളകിളകന്റെ ഇളകിളകന്റെ ഇളക് നാഗേ ഇളകിളകന്റെ ഇളകിളകന്റെ മണിശീലേ ഇളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളക് നാഗേ ഇളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിള മണിശീലേ ഇളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളക് നാഗേ ഇളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിള മണിശീലേ മണിനാഗേ ഇളകിളക് കരിനാഗേ ഇളകിളക് പാതാള കരിനാഗേ മണിനാഗേ ഇളകിളക് മണിനാഗേ ഇളകിളക് കരിനാഗേ ഇളകിളക് പാതാള കരിനാഗേ മണിനാഗേ ഇളകിളക് ഇളകിളകിളകിള ഇളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകനാകെ ഇളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിള മണിശീലേ ഇളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകനാകെ ഇളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിള മണിശീലേ പാടുണ്ട് പഴമുണ്ട് ദിനകളുണ്ട് പൂക്കുലയിലാടിത്തുള്ളു നാഗരാജാവേ ഇളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകനാകെ ഇളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിള മണിശീലേ ഒന്നോണ്ടും മടിക്കേണ്ട നാഗകന്യകേ മനം തെളിഞ്ഞാടിവായോ നാഗരാജാവേ ഇളകിളകന്റെ ഇളകിളകന്റെ ഇളകനാകെ ഇളകിളകന്റെ ഇളകിളകന്റെ മണിശീലേ അനുകൂല കന്യകേ നാഗകന്യകേ അനുകൂലത്തോടെ വന്ന് നാഗയിരിപ്പാൻ ഇളകിളകന്റെ ഇളകിളകന്റെ ഇളകനാകെ ഇളകിളകന്റെ ഇളകിളകന്റെ മണിശീലേ ഇളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകനാകെ ഇളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിള മണിശീലേ ഇളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകനാകെ ഇളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിള മണിശീലേ ഇളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകനാകെ ഇളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിള മണിശീലേ ഇളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകനാകെ ഇളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിളകിള മണിശീലേ ഇളക് ഇളകിളക് ഇളകനാകെ ഇളക് ഇളകന്റെ മണിശീലേ
That was absolutely deep. Thank you, team, for taking us down the memory lanes of Kerala's villages.
നല്ല സോഫ്റ്റ് പുട്ട കഴിച്ചോ. നിന്റെ മുത്തശ്ശന് പുട്ടെന്ന് വെച്ചാ എന്ത് ഇഷ്ടായിരുന്നോ. ചൂട് പുട്ടിലേക്ക് ബീഫ് കറി ഒഴിച്ച് ഒരു പീടിത്തം അങ്ങോട്ട് ഇതേ നെല്ലറയുടെ പുട്ടുപൊടിയാ, ആരായാലും കൊതിച്ചു പോവും.
From the Emerald Isle of Sri Lanka, we have a special gem among the stars tonight. Mr. Veluswamy Manogran steps forward not just as a delegate, but as a cultural ambassador, ready to weave a melodious bridge between lands. Let's embrace his song with open hearts.
Check. Sound check. Okay. Right, ready? Yeah. Wow. So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. So, before singing this song, I quickly explain the meaning of this song. So, this is one of the oldest song in Sri Lanka. So, this song all about the anger husband singing a song for a wife. Very anger, but much love. With love, he's singing a song, right? So, let's start. Manika mama aya gedara enava Mata arikeen tigenava මැනික මම ආය ගෙදර එනවා මට අරිකේන්ති එනවා කොච්චර ආදර කරුවත් මාගෙන අවිශ්වාස වෙනවා ඉවසල අන්තිමේදී මට එනවා ගන්න බනින්න හිතට දුකයි මම ගෙදරින් පිට යනවා මෙන් පසු එන්න කියල ගියත් මම ආය ගෙදර එනවා මැනික මම ආය ගෙදර එනවා මට අරිකේන්ති එනවා වේලක්කු එම දුක් වීලා අන්ඩාවි කඳුළු පෙරාලා ඇමදාමත්ම මේම සිතාලා කොම ඉන්නද මම ඉවසාලා මම යනවා යන්ඩ ඇදාලා මගේ ඉවසුම මට නැතිවීලා ඇවිදින් මාව සොයාලා එක්කංගේ අන්ඩවල පීලා මැනික මම ආය ගෙදර එනවා මට අරිකේන්ති එනවා රොසමලක් වගේ ඇගමුණේ පෙම්බර පනුමයි මට ඕනේ තව ලස්සන මල් අමුවන්නේ රෝස මලයි මගේ හිත ගන්නේ මැනික මම ආය ගෙදර එනවා මට අරිකේන්ති යනවා මැනික මම ආය ගෙදර එනවා මට අරිකේන්ති එනවා Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. That was a captivating rendition. It is truly a pleasure to witness the sharing of cultures and talents.
As the final act unfolds, let's embark on a majestic voyage with our BEd students. Kerala Manoharam is not just a performance, it's a celebration and a canvas that captures the essence of Kerala's rich and diverse cultural art form.
ആലായാൽ തറ വേണം, അടുത്തോരമ്പലം വേണം, ആലിന്നു ചേർന്നൊരു കുളവും വേണം. ആലായാൽ തറ വേണം, അടുത്തോരമ്പലം വേണം, ആലിന്നു ചേർന്നൊരു കുളവും വേണം. കുളിപ്പാനായി കുളം വേണം, കുളത്തിൽ ചെതാമര വേണം, കുളിച്ചു ചെന്നകം പൂകാൻ ചന്ദനം വേണം. ആലായാൽ തറ വേണം, അടുത്തോരമ്പലം വേണം, ആലിന്നു ചേർന്നൊരു കുളവും വേണം.
നാടുവാഴുക നഗരം വാഴുക, വീടുവാഴുക ബിരുദം വാഴുക, കാടുവാഴുക കണ്ടം വാഴുക, കായം കുളത്തെ കൊച്ചുണ്ണി വാഴുക. കണ്ണടക്കി കടകം വെട്ടി നിലമായി കുതിച്ചുയർന്ന് മോതിരം വെട്ടി സങ്കല്പം കൊണ്ട് ചക്രാധാരം വീശി പാളിയെടുത്തരിവാള് വെട്ടി പൊങ്ങിത്താള് പറ്റി വലിഞ്ഞു കയറി മാറ് നോക്കി കുത്തി പലവടി മുക്കേറ്റു വിലങ്ങി ഇടവടി മാറി കുഴിയിൽ കുത്തി കിടത്തു മാറി തടം കെട്ടി കിടത്തു കയറി വിദൂരസ്ഥായ മധ്യ കുക്കുമനത്തോലിൽ ചേർന്നു തിരിഞ്ഞു നീട്ടി.
ഇന്നെന്റെ യക്ഷിയമ്മോ തുള്ളാതിരിക്കണ ഇന്നെന്റെ യക്ഷിയമ്മോ തുള്ളാതിരിക്കണ വാളു പോരാഞ്ഞിട്ടോ വാൾത്തല പോരാഞ്ഞോ വാളു പോരാഞ്ഞിട്ടോ വാൾത്തല പോരാഞ്ഞോ നാട്ടിപ്പൊടി പൂരം പൂതക്കളി മേളം അമ്മയ്ക്കും പെങ്ങക്കും നേരെ നെറിയാട്ടം നാട്ടിപ്പൊടി പൂരം പൂതക്കളി മേളം അമ്മയ്ക്കും പെങ്ങക്കും നേരെ നെറിയാട്ടം തുള്ളണമേ 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 നെറുകേറ്റ് നേരറിയായി ഞങ്ങളുടെ യക്ഷി തുള്ളണമേ 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 നെറുകേറ്റ് നേരറിയായി ഞങ്ങളുടെ യക്ഷി തുള്ളണമേ
An awe-inspiring finale capturing the soul of Kerala. Let us give a thunderous applause for our dear performers. As the curtain falls on this magical evening, let's hold on to the memories, the melodies, and the unity we experienced. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the performers, delegates, organizers, and of course you, our wonderful audience, for making this evening a memorable one. Thank you all for being part of this cultural tapestry. May the rhythm of tonight echo in our lives. Ladies and gentlemen, as we let the rhythms and melodies of Kerala resonate within us, I am thrilled to invite you to continue this celebration with a feast for your taste buds. Please join us for dinner, where we will not only satisfy our hunger, but also have the opportunity to share stories, laughter, and perhaps forge new friendships. The dinner is served at the seminar hall just beside this auditorium. Then, for vote of thanks, okay. So for the vote of thanks, I invite Ms. Rama, Dr. Rama, to the stage.
Thank you. I think they deserve one more round of applause. On behalf of Indian Association of Life Skills Education, we are very, very, very thankful to Dr. Joju, all the students. We were enjoying completely. You all have put so many hours. It was evident, the coordination, the costumes, the energy. We are very, very thankful for putting up such a wonderful show. No words, absolutely. Did we enjoy it, right? Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Friends, one important information for all the delegates and all the students of Marthapuram